Okay. What the hell?
We are live.
We are live. We're absolutely live. I don't know where the...
See where the camera... The camera that I'm looking at is right...
This is what we're going to do.
What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us.
This election really isn't about the left versus the right. It's about we the people choosing our government and the choice between freedom versus tyranny.
Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
What is going on here is deeper than politics. It is deeply spiritual. We are being called to rise above the hatred and the fear and the evil.
The people dreamed this country, and it's the people who are making America great again.
Yep. Oh, right on. Way to go. I need the flag in there. Oh, shot. Flag in the front. Okay.
So what we traditionally do is the Pledge of Allegiance after we do that. So if you want to join us, you're more than welcome to join us. We got the flag brought in, flown in all the way from West Palm, this incredible flag that still has been waving like all day. This flag has survived everything today. So we'll go for a Pledge of Allegiance and we'll start the show. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Amen.
We're going to do "Oh Canada, come on." No, three of them. Too many to
Apparently. All right. We're here. Who is feeling nervous? I'm going to go reach to you guys right now. I feel like Baris has been doom pilling all day. It makes me a little bit shaky, but I didn't hear about Baris. You're going to white pill me, David, and you're going to say everything's going to be just fine.
No, hold on. Well, what did Baris say today?
Well, we'll see when he comes on. When he comes on. He
just can't say that he was doom pilling. What was his doom pill?
He's saying things like these. What is it? They brought the A team at the last minute. She brought on all the old veterans, and they know what they're doing. So it kind of was implying that she's picking up some gains that people are not expecting. And I don't like hearing that from Baris. He also was writing that, typically, I think it was Arizona, that the Dems are going to be much higher in the day, and then the Republicans should catch up. And people are saying, hey, this sounds like 2020, Baris. What's going on? So, don't know. Obviously, Pennsylvania, this isn't Baris in general. They're doing everything in Pennsylvania. And it seems to me that it's a weird thing. Why is it that all the machines seem to break down in a ruby red district? Every problem is unidirectional. And
Groubert yesterday, when we went live, was explaining how he thinks the red areas should hold out their tallies until later on and make Philly announce first.
Yeah, people who follow the show know what I'm talking about. I've been saying this for over a year, and I've learned about it for a long time ago that the red counties should simply hold out until the blue mega counties give their final tally. And I was on with Viva and I was explaining how in 1948, LBJ with his campaign manager John Connolly, who later got shot in the back in some rare incident in Dallas, were involved with a senatorial race with Coke Stevenson and became the famous Box 13. They were able to find 202 additional votes for LBJ 6 days after the election. And that was whittled down to 87 votes and gave LBJ his famous nickname, Landslide Lyndon, which stuck on him for many, many decades. And he won that election with 87 votes. So it turns out there was a guy named George Parr, who was known as the Duke of Duval County, who delivered the 202 votes. And the point of the matter was, this had happened to LBJ in the prior congressional race that he lost. And they vowed never to turn in their final tally before the opposition. And that's where this long count came from the Democratic Party. It happens to Nixon in 1960 with JFK out of Illinois. Mayor Daley refuses to turn in the final tally. And Nixon loses Illinois in 1960. In 1968, Nixon has a campaign manager who is as wily as John Connolly. And his name was John Mitchell. He will become the Attorney General of the United States a month later. And John Mitchell,
Just keep talking.
oh, sorry. John Mitchell was hip to this. And he was in a poker battle with the same Richard Daley, who was putting out packages of votes during the course of the night. 3,000 here, 1,500 there. This poker match went on all night with John Mitchell, who had himself withheld thousands of votes in anticipation of Daley doing this again. They learned from 1960, Nixon and John Mitchell. And Nixon told his lawyers, we'll get him next time. That was in 1960, and he was advised to sue the Democratic Party, and he said, no, we'll get him next time. Well, next time was 1968. And John Mitchell withheld these votes, and it went back and forth all night to the wee hours of the morning. And John Mitchell called up Mike Wallace from CBS News, told him what I just told you, and he said, get on the phone with Richard Daley and say, I can do this till the cows come home. And Daley finally gave up. And Nixon won the state of Illinois, and he won the presidency because he didn't turn in his final tally. And if you don't turn in your final tally, they don't have that number to beat. How they beat that number is a million different ways. What the Republican Party keeps trying to do is fight this defensive game of trying to beat them at this thing. But there's a million ways to come up with votes. What I suggest is you simply don't give them the final tally. Then they don't have a number to beat. And the way to do that is to have red counties just sit on it. Get the work done. Say, we're not done till Memphis is done. We're not done till Philadelphia is done. We're not done till New York is done. We're not done until fill in the blank, a blue city and a red state. Because that's the pattern. They just wait it out. That's, excuse me?
Does Trump know that?
I don't know what Trump knows. I'm here talking to you right now, so you know it. The point of the matter is that's a way to beat this game, and that's the way that John Mitchell did it in 1968, and that's the way we should do it now. I don't know what happened in between that, but the situation is pretty easily remedied by just having county officials in red counties simply finish the job and not turn in the tally until that city turns in their tally. Don't give them the ammunition to defeat you. That's insane. I was explaining to Viva on the show how in California, which is a one-party state, Democrats do this to each other. Every election. City councilmen, assemblymen, state, they're doing this to each other with dead voter lists. That's how I know this is going on internally in California. Because every once in a while, they sue the other one for election fraud. And they may be sitting on 50,000 votes. You don't know how many votes the opposition guy has. You may have 50,000 dead votes. You know, what's his name from Fitton from the Judicial Watch, 2019 successfully sues California, and they have to take 1.5 million dead voters off those rolls. Well, Padilla disappears, he becomes a senator, and who gets the voters off the rolls? Nobody. They're still on there. So you circulate these lists. You can buy a list in California of 50,000 dead voters. It may cost you a couple of $100,000, but that's why campaigns raise money. You could buy a list for 5,000 dead voters. This is all internal elections, Democrat on Democrat, not national politics. This is all state, all city, all urban stuff going on for decades because it's a one-party state. And these are people who essentially moved out of California, moved out of the county, or are dead. More moved than are dead on those voter lists because people tend to live a long time in California because of the health reasons and everything else, and the sun and the weather and everything else.
Well, so all that. Well, that was the preamble to this. Is that today? So the chicanery of the day was Georgia. There were allegedly some bomb threats, allegedly coming from Russia. I haven't heard Rat-Faced Burger speak in a long time, and I didn't realize what an untrustworthy snake he really is when you can tell that he's lying. And he says, "Oh, there's bomb threats coming in from Russia. They've identified it." And it goes to show you that Russia's not our friend, which I took that as that he was making a jab at Trump.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did too.
So that's one chicanery. And then he divulges that as of October 14, they had online absentee voting or registration, and they had no CAPTCHA to verify that there were not bots registering to vote online. It came under a DDoS attack. Apparently got like 420,000 hits, which he said they resolved by putting in a CAPTCHA, which people on the internet said doesn't resolve a DDoS attack. That has nothing to do with the CAPTCHA. And my underlying point is this idiot, doesn't have a CAPTCHA for online registration or early absentee ballots, which is a problem. The other hiccup of the day was in Pennsylvania, in Cambria and another county, where they'd extended now the voting until 10 o'clock because there were technical issues that caused a delay. And at first I'm like, okay, is it a Democrat area or a Republican area? Because I'll make the arguments one way or the other.
Well, the legal in Pennsylvania, the law says they have to finish counting by tomorrow night at midnight. Now, Philadelphia is just laughing down there because they're not going to finish by tomorrow night at midnight. You go, well, why would you say that? Well, in 2020, they had 375,000 absentee ballots come into Pennsylvania alone. This year, they've decided to really beef up the force, and they've got 90 people overnight counting votes. That's intentional. They brought in one of the slowest machines that opens up the envelopes. That's the one they bought intentionally to slow down the process. Allegheny County has one that operates at 3 times the speed. There are faster Optima machines that open up the envelopes to do this. These are machines that open envelopes, not counting votes. These are the absentee ballot opening envelope devices. They intentionally got the slowest one possible. They intentionally put the smallest workforce they could possibly put on the job for tonight. That's 90 people in a city of millions of people tonight in Philadelphia to make sure that this doesn't happen by tomorrow at midnight. That's the game. Now, once you understand the game, there's only one way to beat the game, and that's to not give them your final number, because they're looking for a number. They're searching to get that number. And then they can find ways to get ballots to meet and match and beat that number. Biden won by 80,000 votes. So they went out and got X amount to deal with it. How they got them is irrelevant. You're never going to catch them doing that. You've got postal stamps that go on. The postal officials are in a union that's endorsed the opposition. They don't mind rearranging that little stamp on there to say it came in the day of the election. They don't mind doing that. The point is, how do you stop them? And that's by not giving them your final total, Well,
the question is this: is the glitch the software issue? Are they listening to you and delaying, finding a way to delay the vote, or is it just gross incompetence in running an election like it's the first time they've ever done it? And,
you mean in Philadelphia?
Well, no, this is in Pennsylvania, in Cambria, and another predominantly Republican district.
Then the errors would go both directions.
Yeah, because I can make the argument both ways. If it's a Democrat area, they're trying to find a way to delay.
The point is that the error sometimes would benefit the Republicans, sometimes would benefit the Democrats. If it was a legitimate mistake or problems, but they're 100% unidirectional problems.
Right. I'm new to this side. I just got here. But one thing I see all the time on this side is there's a lot of complaining and very little physical fixing. There's a lot of letter writing. There's a lot of I gotcha. There's a lot of hand wringing and jewelry clutching. But nobody ever gets off their fat ass and does anything about it. I'm trying to give you some ideas on how to do stuff. and how to get these problems resolved, I suggested that we send, a few hundred or 1,000 men to surround this counting center in Philadelphia. Yeah. Well, they boxed everyone out. The poll watchers in 6 counties in Pennsylvania have already been physically boxed out.
Did they resolve that as well? I think they got a court order for that. If I'm not mistaken,
again, it's always a court order. They don't care. They don't give a fuck about court orders. They got judges up the kazoo waiting for court orders. I'm talking about physically interfacing with them. I know this is terrifying to people who play golf, but the reality of it is, at some point, we're going to have to physically do something. Instead of sitting there wringing hands all the time saying, we wrote them a letter, we'll get them next time. We've got 60,000 lawyers flying in on a rocket ship from Mars now. We're going to really get them. They're terrified that we've got so many lawyers. Big deal. The thing is, how do you stop them? There's different ways to do this. And I think at some point, you're either going to get sick and tired of losing and do something, or you're just going to be perpetual losers on this side. And I don't know what's better. Maybe not governing is a lazier way or a cleaner way of being in politics.
Well, let's just hope the number. There are fewer mail-in ballots this year, so they have fewer numbers to play with, and hopefully the margins don't allow for it. But if Philly only has until midnight tomorrow.
Yeah. It's not just Philly. It's the whole state.
Pennsylvania.
The whole state.
I just don't think Pennsylvania's in state this time. So
there's a lot of paths that don't involve Pennsylvania, and the issue might be that it might be known without Pennsylvania being known in any event. I was on the phone with, I can't remember the person's name who I was on the phone with, but they were involved with Rick Scott's campaign a while back, and they're telling me it looks like it's true that Miami is going to go red, or at least it looks like it's going to go red.
+3, right?
Yeah, which is from what I was explaining, the first time since not Reagan, Bush.
Well, hold on. Guam went red. First time in 20 years.
So, Guam, that's interesting. That apparently
13-point swing.
Hold on for a second.
And apparently it's indicative of how the Latino vote is going to go everywhere in America outside of California. And so, I'm curious to see how New York goes. We might be getting that. We'll get that state early. I'm trying to explain to my wife. We're both in our respective silos, and she's on Instagram. Her silo looks a whole hell of a lot different than mine. And she's like, there's people out there who are already doing, what's the word when you do the lap? Victory laps.
The horror?
No. They're doing the victory lap for Kamala Harris, and they're all confident they're going to win. I'm like, I'm nervous and very insecure, but there's data-driven stuff, and then there's living in your silo on Instagram stuff. And if Miami does, even if it doesn't go red, the swing is indicative of what's going to happen throughout the country, save and except for California. So Pennsylvania, maybe just move up
13 days in Arizona, so they're not going to turn in anything for 13 days. California, as I said to Viva yesterday, is a month. I'm talking about congressional races, senatorial races.
I had to fact check him real time. I was it's a month.
Was I right?
Yeah, he's right. And then someone in the chat say, how rude is it of you to fact check your guess? I'm like, first of all, I won't fact check everybody, but second of all, it's kind of a friend also. No,
but I'm saying there's different deadlines for different states.
California is not as big of a deal. It's he's not going to win California, obviously.
But. No. But there are congressional races that will give us the House.
Sure.
Not give us the House. So it is important in California. They've lost congressional seats up the kazoo the past 10 years.
I'm looking to see what is going on in Arizona. I put
in Arizona's 13 days after today. They had a press conference in Arizona's 13 days. They've got 80 million things on.
I like how they're
20-page ballot in Arizona.
I like how they make the number up as they go, though. 13 days.
2 weeks to flatten the curve and 13 days to count the ballots. That's now a month.
When you get the Optima 2000, which is really the best machine for counting, that can go at 12,000 votes per hour, 12,000 ballots per hour. But if you're Philadelphia, they brought in some trained monkeys, and they're going to just open them up.
Another optimistic thing, what's his face? James O'Keefe. If you haven't seen the video, he goes undercover and talks to one of the guys who's at a polling station. He said, Kamala's got it in the bag. His opinion, not corruption, but then two random, it happened to be a black couple, walking on the street, and James O'Keefe is wearing his Kamala Harris jacket and says, you guys voting for Kamala? And they go, hell no, we're voting for Trump. And then he's like, I'm just joking on James O'Keefe. And then they get a lady actually shows her hip hop skills. And
did you see Leguizamo undercover interviewing those Latinos?
I didn't.
He was
Recently?
wearing a wig and a beard. I don't even know what that was about.
Well, he's trying to imitate. He's trying to imitate.
But the
Matt
Latinos
Walsh.
were going for Trump, and he was trying to talk them down.
Yeah, but it's like what's his face? Don Lemon interviewing
was the
people
same
on the
thing.
street
It was
and
the
not
same
getting
thing.
any
It was similar.
Harris supporters. It's got to be decisive, crushing, humiliating,
Right.
and then maybe there won't be any more chicanery between now and January.
Well, I mean, look, I mean, back in the day, you had lopsided victories. I don't think you have that anymore because
A popular vote victory would be a lopsided victory.
Well, yeah,
If that's
Right,
even
but
reasonable.
by what, 1% or something, or
winning them both would be I mean,
That would be as close to a modern day landslide as you can get.
there won't be any more Reagan 1984s. I don't.
Right,
I don't think it's humanly possible.
it's not humanly possible. There's too,
You're
there's
locked
just
in.
too many Democrats. There's too many Republicans. It's too even.
Yeah.
Unless we can poison their food. Now that would be
Man, that's the second clip that's going to
Oregon.
be
poison their
Groubert's in
food.
jail by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Food poison. Everybody gets food poisoning, Viva.
The antidote, by the way, to food poisoning is a good dry martini or a whiskey that purifies the gut biome. Oh man! So is everybody here? Who's in from out of Florida?
Oh,
That's the majority of the people, or more than half.
yeah.
Well, it's a populous state.
He came from Hawaii. This guy.
You came from
You're Hawaii. Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh, Hawaii.
no
Wow.
way.
All right, has anybody come
I
from
thought
a
that-
farther distance in Hawaii?
Huawei for Trump. The Huawei, the company HUWEI.
Hawaii.
Hawaii. It's a joke. That's not
Okay.
what I thought. Anyhow.
Is there anything red in Hawaii?
You know, we had rallies, and most of the cars coming by are, but we had more Hawks favorable, on the Shakas, more than the year one. So we kind of felt,
Yeah.
we feel like Lahaina made a big difference.
Yeah.
The fire?
The government treated us.
Yeah.
Mm.
And there's a lot of hatred for Governor Green, and the mayor and everybody. They're going red.
That's him right now.
Yeah, he's
Son
calling
of
it.
a- How dare you?
The mayor married us.
Oh yeah, he's divorcing you now.
But CIA, they know where I'm at, so they've been following me. But Hawaii, I think, is going to surprise people.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll go totally blue or anything.
Hold on. We've
But
got
it-
some results
the
coming
numbers will
in.
be better.
I think it'll be the most.
It looks
Yeah,
like
so
they're called Indiana and Kentucky.
Indiana and Kentucky close very early for some reason.
All right. Well, they're red.
Now what's the
Not
deal with
surprisingly.
Iowa? What's the deal with that poll in Iowa?
It's
Um,
suspect. I mean, it's a really, really suspect poll.
But
What-
she's
what
the
was the-
most revered pollster in America.
Was
For those who don't know in the crowd, what's the poll from Iowa that
That she
3
would
point.
win Iowa.
go to my
Her
map
name's
here?
Seltzer, Ann Seltzer, I
Yeah,
believe,
she's the
and
most-
she came up with a poll. Essentially, she swung the race 21 points over the time since Biden left. It was 3 Trump ahead. Now it's Kamala ahead by 3. And there's a lot of issues with her polling. She's claiming that it's because of the abortion issue, that there's a secret women vote, and they've been promoting this on the side. However, she doesn't release her crosstabs, but what crosstabs people do know of don't even show abortion as the top 2.
Right.
It doesn't say abortion, it doesn't say economy, it doesn't say immigration. So every other state, all 49 other states, care about the economy, they care about immigration, but not Iowa. Iowa cares about government continuity or stability of government or some crazy ass thing like that. Then when she was talking with Mark Halperin on Sunday, her methodology is very interesting. She claimed that they call people and they ask the people, are you going to vote? And the people say, I already voted. Okay, good, we'll take you. Or I am definitely voting tomorrow or
Right,
whatever.
right.
And they take them. But if they say, yeah, I'm probably going to vote, nope, they don't take them. So that means already you only are going to have the highly motivated, high propensity voters who, by the way, Democrats, college educated especially, I think are the highest propensity voters of everybody. So that's kind of odd. She doesn't worry about identifying how many Democrats she has. She even said, mocked other pollsters saying, oh, well, they're looking at elections past. I look at future electorate. So if you answer the phone and she talks to you and your economic level matches up or whatever your age, you're good to go. So she has 75% Democrats that are
she doesn't
going
care
in.
about the
How's
split.
it going to be a result?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I find all of that very, very suspect. However, she is the most accurate pollster in Iowa history.
Yeah.
For Iowa.
Yeah.
So that automatically gives me pause.
The biggest joke in the history of Iowa, or Nostradamus in a couple of hours. Well, you find out about Iowa.
What did she predict for the overall result?
Kamala +3. And another poll coming out the same day. 2 other polls within 2 days. Trump +11, Trump +10. So she is an extreme outlier.
Oh, in Iowa.
Yeah,
Iowa.
Yeah.
Or college votes.
No.
Okay.
No. The vote in Iowa.
I'm looking up Wisconsin. I don't understand how Wisconsin is not only close, but on the markets here.
Wisconsin has a lot of different pockets of ethnicity, and it's very difficult to poll.
And it tends to lean Democrat. I mean, they're called the blue wall for a reason. If it wasn't Trump, it would be blue. Period.
Yeah,
Trump skews that matter.
In Milwaukee, it's Madison and Milwaukee.
Madison is a stronghold for Marxist revolutionaries. No, Madison is it's
a university town, so
it's a very famous school. Very famous school.
Mark buys the strings.
Well, Wisconsin as a state.
Yeah, as a state.
Why are there drinks pending on this?
Yeah, that's why they're here. They flew in. They're not here because they like me. These are vicious alcoholics who every time there's a battleground win, they get drinks.
Well,
so that's why Mark is counting on Pennsylvania taking 30 days.
No, I don't. I'm just telling you, the Arizona may take 6 months, apparently. So.
Okay, so hey, the drinks don't count after tonight, folks.
Arizona poll where they didn't poll the Republican senator, and it's used by real politics.
Yeah, that was the Reuters poll, I believe.
Yeah, the Democrat down twice.
Yeah.
Well, there was a thing when I went to vote the other day. This is in California. Trump was not on the front page of the ballot. You had to scroll down. I swear to God. So today it's in the paper. Today we don't know, but you had to scroll down. You saw everybody else. Underneath Biden was RFK, Jill Stein, Mel Torme, the Velvet Fog was on there. There were all kinds of weird people, and Carrot Top was on there, and then Trump. And then Trump was on there on the next page. So that today it became a news story. But I voted, before we left, and I went, oh, that's weird. It's not on the front page.
See what time Iowa closes.
It's going to be a couple hours there. Central.
Yeah, 6:19.
Yeah, but it's on a different time.
Yeah, okay. They're central. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens in Iowa. Nobody believes that Iowa is going to be a win. I have a counter theory on it. I don't know for sure, but a lot of people are talking about obviously going one party or the other, manipulation. I think people need to start looking at the betting markets, because if you think about it, if you can push a pollster just slightly to change a poll, like say Iowa, you might be able to clean up some cash, because when that Iowa poll came in, Trump dropped like a rock. He was at 60-40, somewhere in there on the betting markets. And then all of a sudden, overnight, down to just over 50. How much money can they make on that spread? And he actually went
just on the poll. Just on the poll coming out
exactly.
with this woman.
And by the way, it doesn't really affect the overall outcome. So it's a perfect thing to manipulate if you're trying to make some cash. Mm-hmm. Just a thought.
Yeah. And it's not surprising that Barnes is not here tonight.
Yeah. We're on to him. So,
I did some work with polling back in the practice of law, and it's complete
and
manipulated
too.
When I ran for office, I mean, you'd see the polls, but from a professional level, it's pure manipulation. It's a game, and you just play with one factor or another to get the outcome you want. The concern, obviously, now is that they're trying to manufacture some sort of Kamala surge in the last week, so that if she wins, despite all odds, they can say, "Oh, well, look, on Saturday and Sunday, she surged in the markets." I think it's more a question of people actually just making a little bit of money, manipulating those markets. People were up because if you bought Trump at like 38, or I think it was at 40 cents at one point, you sell at 60, and you buy him back because you know damn well what the likely outcome is going to be. So it's
so if somebody can push that number a little bit, and with a poll like Iowa, that's so out of left field, like out of all the states in the world, Iowa, which was considered solidly red, kind of like Ohio, that's weird.
The young women vote in Iowa now are morbidly concerned with abortion, and they're going to go change the outcome of that state. I'm joking.
Allegedly, yes.
Allegedly.
What is fascinating, I'm talking about with my wife, is how abortion has become the issue among the left, and it's insanity because it's insanity that what is already available is A, depicted as bans, and B, not enough. And I've never thought I'd live through this, where abortion, which is readily available and without limits in 9 states and what is it, and with reasonable limits or unreasonable, depending on who you ask, in a number of states, and then a few states that have the heartbeat bill or viability, and it's become the central issue. Like, it's not easy enough to terminate a pregnancy. I never thought I'd see that, but I think that is a silo. I don't think the vast majority of people are actually interested in that.
Did you see that weird ass dude who was just crying that his daughters wouldn't be able to abort?
It's psychotic.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's like, they can't kill my grandchildren before they're born.
It's crazy. It's not just that somebody feels that way. Fine. Somebody makes a video of that. Weird. And then posts it on the internet is I think it's performative, and I do sincerely believe they're paid actors. I don't think people can be that deranged, but
I don't know. Have you read your comments lately?
Yeah, you get the right meds, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the chat's pretty good right now, but
They could change. They could turn.
Tampons him in the house. No.
hey.
Yeah, that's my biggest black pill is it was one thing to be ideal about, okay, it's not, you don't support abortion, but up to a certain point, then you see and learn about the black market and why they want to push the limits of abortion, because the
African American market, or
oh god,
you say the black?
Oh, the black. No. And then you realize, like, it's not unfathomable if they actually want living aborted fetuses for a certain period of time.
Oh well, there's
that was the blackest black pill that I've ever had in my life.
Well, I got another one for you. Did you see the guy who was alive and they kept trying to cut him open to pull the organs, and finally they had to give up because he was too alive?
What?
They were like, no. It's really, the guy had OD'd and he was starting to come out of it, or whatever happened. I guess he found it without heartbeat. And they're like, oh, I got to get, no, this is real. It's a guy in Tennessee. And that's why, okay, I used to be okay. It's like, yeah, okay, you take my organs. No, I'm not going to put that on my driver's license.
Never check that box.
They absolutely would probably prefer whatever's usable left.
No, but everybody here knows that. I mean, you all knew before I did. I think that you have to be not alive, but you have to be functioning in terms of a central nervous system in order for them to take.
The dude was responding,
but body alive.
I never knew that. He was sitting there like it was like twitches, and the doctor was like, "No, that's just nerves. It's just a reaction. It's just I'm not." And finally, they're like, "The guy's alive. What are you doing?"
Oh my god!
The staff is freaking out. It was in Tennessee.
You know what's going to happen? Like I when I learned that, I think I'm still an organ donor, because I think I've got family that will fight for me and say, no, he's not quite dead enough yet.
You hope?
I hope. So only mostly dead, not all. But in Canada, when they're pushing euthanasia, and you understand what they're going to do is they're not going to put the person terminally to death. They're going to harvest organs. I mean, and I'm starting to sound like Alex Jones, but it's only because he's right, and he's right.
I hope your family's within driving distance in the hospital, because we got a time crunch here, and and that's some fresh.
I come from a family of plug pullers.
We don't
They go way back.
We don't pull organs from corpses.
When electricity was invented, they pulled the plug no matter what anybody was on. They didn't care.
You see the woman in the suicide pod?
The rocket?
No, she was in the suicide pod, and it broke down and didn't work. So they strangled her to death right afterwards. I swear to God.
I don't know when you're joking.
I'm not joking. I'm telling you the truth. Go ahead, Google that. Suicide lady.
You're doing really well. Harry Carey, pick a term.
You have to call it the Futurama pod.
The spaceship.
It looks like a spaceship.
She's blasting off. No,
It looks like a spaceship.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of people who are saying you can always save money and just say, oh, your spaceship? Well, we don't need to do that. There are other methodologies. But
I might have to duck out, recoil, go back to my place, and start my stream.
All right, you're all invited to his place.
Now, I'm going to bounce in and out, but what time does this go until? Like,
we're going for a while.
Till we
That's
get a
it.
decision.
Till we get a decision,
Probably
heavyweight
not.
championship of the world.
It's not gonna. Probably.
Come back. You can
Well,
go home and
desserts.
I'll come back for, is the breakfast here as well?
breakfast here, and
Yeah,
then tomorrow
are you-
lunch, and we keep going. Yeah, nobody leaves. Nobody gets out of there alive.
There are, I don't know what the doors are locked. Don't even think
They
about
used to
that.
have that thing in the movie business. You know, now once the doors close, no one could leave.
Well, you know what? I got a perfect way to show David out. We have something called a sponsor.
Oh, okay. You can leave when we have this.
Hold on, who's the sponsor?
The sponsor is the wellness company.
Oh, the wellness.
Oh, I was on a I was on with them, not with them, but one of the doctors from the wellness company on a Canadian show this morning. They are a sponsor of mine as well. Which one do you have?
This
Which
week is the
product?
Contagion Kit. And I cut the ad myself. And
So you're
here
going
we
to run
go.
a video ad while
Watch
you do
this.
this.
This isn't a drill. Things are getting wild out there. They're talking about using the 14th Amendment to block Trump if he wins. Think about it. What happens if things spiral out of control? Civil unrest, more cyber attacks, pharmacies shut down, and you're left scrambling. Are you ready? That's why you need the wellness company's Contagion Kit. It's your no BS solution for uncertain times. We're talking ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, Z-Pak, budesonide, and a nebulizer. Everything you need to stay safe at home. Their doctors made it simple with a guidebook that explains how to treat respiratory illness and more. No hospitals, no gatekeepers, no red tape. This is about taking control. Click a few buttons and it's delivered right to your door. But listen, supplies are limited and the demand is exploding. Don't sit back and wait for the chaos to hit. Take action now before it's too late. Get your Contagion Kit and stay ahead of whatever comes next. Head to twc.health/Eric and use code AUS to save up to $30 off plus free shipping. That's twc.health/Eric and use code AUS to save up to $30 off plus free shipping. These kits are only available in the USA.
Are back. And now we are back to our regular split screen with two cameras this time. And David has snuck out of the room. All right, so where are we on the map? It looks like there's no change, just Indiana and Kentucky. No real surprise. It's orange, so I guess they're just saying likely
What does
or
orange
probable.
mean? It's not over yet, or it's
I don't-
likely?
I'm guessing it's likely that they're probably going to call it, or it's likely that they're going to be. I don't know. I'm not a expert prognosticator like you. Let's see. We got some stories. We're going to be doing a typical type show, and I'm going to start with this because we're all nervous, but I'm happy to say that the left is nervous as well.
What?
And for that, Georgetown U has provided
Oh, this is
self-care
good.
suites for
This is
college
pretty good.
students stressed out about election day, with milk and cookies and coloring books. Okay,
You
Because-
can't make this up.
no, you can't. No, you can't. But you know what? I hope they need them. Okay, I think it will be good for their soul to have to. You have to deal with adversity, not diversity, adversity every once in a while. It helps mature you, strengthen you, things like that. So, well, I want to encourage that. Hopefully, they can have their milk and cookies, and then hopefully get over it because it's a little bit silly.
You're going to get something.
Yeah, they're definitely going to get something. Let me see. I got to get Axios map up here. Justice is not blind. Some of these Mark sent me earlier, so we will catch up with Mark. He's going to explain what he is talking about. This is Justice is Not Blind, how January 6th is weaponized against the comedian Jay Johnson.
Oh, yeah, Jay Johnston. He's out by me, and it's a guy who was just sentenced to a year and a day for January 6th. Better late than never. He couldn't wait to get in jail and for trespassing. And he's got a long IMDb. He's been in a lot of shows and working actor. And he's going to jail as soon as he turns himself in, just in time for the Trump pardon, I gather.
Good times. And I guess you are GL Test, so hang on. We're running a different kind of setup. So Mark at the moment is GL test.
Really?
Yeah. So we're,
Oh, I see.
we're working on making you Mark again, or taking it off completely, which I'm not finding the location for that. I love when technical things go awry. Where are the labels? Pairs, folders, comments. All right. You know what? We'll take care of this just by this. Look at that. We have Inception. We can be on here twice.
All right.
All right. Pull that off. I don't know why. There it is. Okay. Back to here.
You know, the guy who was running the Arizona elections did say that this afternoon they already had more voters than all of 2020 banked before they even had the today's voting.
Was that with the Republicans ahead, or?
He didn't say who's ahead or not ahead. He just said total votes. It already surpassed 2020 by this afternoon.
Oh, wow.
Eric.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's the largest turnout in human history.
All right. How about Nevada? Did Nevada hold strong? Because I think Nevada is one that they're starting to come in. The Democrats. I don't know if they're catching up or not, but does anybody know how Nevada's looking? Who are my poll watchers?
This guy back here is for sure.
He's gone. He's off getting the drink, I guess. Poll watcher, Nevada. Nevada. What's the status on Nevada?
I'll go and check my TPO shortly.
Okay.
I'll go upstairs.
All right. No worries. That's fine.
349. 349.
All right. Well, hopefully it gets here. Okay. We got the Catherine Herridge story. If you want to go into that.
Okay, anyone, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, we can start talking.
Going in the very deep blue part of Pennsylvania, no one was there. Looks like people are getting out.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Interesting. All right. So what happened with Catherine Herridge and Hunter Biden story, which I just showed on the screen?
Let me see what it looks like. Oh, I'd have to look at the article.
Okay.
No, this was led to her firing. This is Catherine Herridge of CBS News.
What, was it her that
came
did the-
over from Fox, and this led to her, I think, eventually being fired by CBS. Yeah,
Okay. She was fired over the Hunter Biden story.
that's what she's claiming now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Crazy. Interesting. Let's see. We've got
Now,
New
keep in
York.
mind, I mean, like Chris Wallace, she came from Fox and went over to the other side, and she never had the freedom that she had when she was on Fox over at CBS.
Okay.
According to her, too. I mean,
well, I'm not completely surprised on that one.
but they probably paid her a shitload of money to come over to CBS, to take her off the playing field. I mean, if you're investigating CBS, why not just hire her
Yeah,
and
that
then
could
box
be.
her out?
That could be. All right. I like this one. New York Times admitting woke
This is
ideology.
the craziest story. They went on strike. The New York Times workers went on strike. They wanted to have Pet Bereavement Day. They wanted to, I mean, the demands are insane. This was like the digital department of the New York Times is now on strike. Can I scroll this, or what can I do?
I've got it. What do you want?
I just want to read what it says.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
tell me where. I scroll.
Oh, you're scrolling? You're the guy scrolling?
Uh-huh. Just like
Oh,
normal.
oh. I just want to see their demands. We covered
Oh.
this a while back, but now they're out on strike.
All right. Let me find the demands. Latinx is no longer required. Good. I'm not seeing demands. Hold on.
Okay.
Demand. Nope, they're not listed. Not on the word demands. Well, I thought it was odd. Good, interesting timing that they're striking right at the election point. I'm happy about it though. It's
Yeah,
like,
no, it's
okay,
a great
good.
idea from their point of view.
Yeah,
You know.
maybe we can go in fire them too while we're at it. I mean, that's completely bonkers. What else is there? Oh, one thing on the New York Times. Have we talked about this? Tim Pool was mentioning, and I think he's got a point, that the New York Times is staffed by interns who used to make no money, but now they make like minimum wage or just garbage money, and nobody can live on that kind of money in New York. Guess who can live on that kind of money in New York? Trust fund kids.
Yeah.
So essentially, the people working at the New York Times, all the interns, are trust fund kids with rich mommy and daddy who are more than happy to carry their kid because they can say, my child works at the New York Times. And thus, you've got that whole problem with the Columbia, School of Journalism, etc. Super, super woke, versus what journalism was. If you look like Matt Taibbi talks about this quite a bit with his father, and then what he aspires to do, where journalism was a blue collar field. And if you look
Glenn
back,
Greenwald talks about it too.
Yeah, Glenn Greenwald too. I mean, but they're kind of both blue collar. Cops and journalists would like hang out together in the bar. The police beat journalists would also hang out with the cops, and I think that's gone now. I feel like they're not funding beat reporters nearly as much. They definitely don't have any kind of correspondence overseas. They're dependent on things. And there's also a book called Trust Me, I'm Lying. I don't know if anybody's watched or
What's
read
that
that.
kid's name?
Ryan Holiday.
Ryan Holiday, yeah.
A lot of what you're seeing in journalism now is press releases that are put out as an article. So they're lazy, and that's part of the echoing. Like, we go into, somebody got the memo from the DNC this morning because all these newspapers have the same words. Well, it's not exactly even a memo. The Harris campaign, for example, will release a nice, handily written press release, aka article, and then they just take the article lazily, almost word for word, and they spit it out. And all these different publications are doing the exact same thing. And that's part of why you see that weird echoing chamber. And it makes more sense because a lot of people think that they're like calling in, checking the messages. Okay, got the call from DNC. Here's the stories today. It's not exactly that, but it's close. And it's almost worse because they're just literally saying, oh, good, write my story for me here. Let me just publish that like it is. Then you have what Ryan Holiday describes and the Nancy Pelosi described very well. You could talk about the wrap-up smear.
Which is what?
The wrap-up smear is where you write an article, you plant a story in a publication that is much less well known, like Umpty Squad Daily or whatever. But you know that all the reporters at the New York Times are reading Umpty Squad Daily, and so then they pick up that story. And then because a senior reporter picks it up, then all these other publications, they pick up that exact story. And then now, when you want to report on the story, you say, the New York Times wrote on this story, but they're not the original sourcing of this. And this, a good demonstration of that is the Covington kids. I don't know if you guys remember what went down there with Nick Sandman and the Native American and the Covington kids. And, remember the smirk that everybody wanted to kill him. And it wasn't really a smirk. It was a kid in high school who was like, it was kind of an awkward situation. And he didn't know, what to do. Oh, we got Nate the lawyer.
Oh, you got I feel so big.
Hey, Nate, what's up? Nate is an admin on here. Let me get some sound.
What's going on?
All right. Hopefully we do not.
You're in Texas, Nate?
Yes, I am in Texas. I am in Texas right now. So, but Texas is going ruby red hold on. Let me make sure my people in my chat aren't going crazy because
Here's people in this chat. We're getting Inception streams here. By the way, chat, is there an echo? I'm hoping there's no echo.
can't hear
I'm doing the best I can.
Nate. So, because I'm muted on my stream, so now they should be able to hear me.
Awesome.
But they should be able to hear me because they should be able to hear me on your chat. They're not going to be hearing me on this chat. All right. Cool.
Okay. No echo. Oh, finally.
All right. So I got to ask.
Praise be the streaming
Can you
gods.
hear me? Can you hear me?
What's the mood on the street there, Nate? What are you hearing among the blue people over there in your neighborhood?
I'm in Texas, so there's not really too many blue people over here. So
Where are you? Outside of Dallas? Where are you exactly in Texas, by the way, roughly?
Houston.
Oh, Houston. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm like hearing you twice now because I got you on this other thing. So go ahead. What you were saying?
No, I was just wondering. I mean, is it culture shock to not live in the Bronx and to live in Houston now, or is there similarities?
No. It's essentially this is actually it's funny. The part of Texas we live in is extremely diverse. It's like
okay,
yeah. So it's essentially like living in not the Bronx because the Bronx isn't really that diverse. The Bronx is all
right.
But it's more like living in Manhattan, like right in one of the borders. But it's really diverse here. It's really they call like India and all that stuff. So it's not that bad. Hold on, let me turn my mic up because people are saying I'm very low. So.
Yeah, you were. I tried to turn you up in the back.
Can you guys hear me all right?
I hear you fine. That's the chat that's wanting. So we'll see in the chat what they're saying. But you guys can hear him here, right?
Yeah.
All right, we've got a good speaker. So you are here with us, Nate, brother. All right, so now, Nate, you had a weird electoral map earlier. Nate released a video. He has given his prediction on who's going to win and how. And Nate is not always a reliable right-wing guy, folks. You got to watch out for Nate.
Let me do this. I'm gonna re-change my setup real quick so my crowd can hear us better. So just give me a second.
Okay.
Right back.
Okay.
Oh, he's going to come out and come back. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's talk about him.
Son of a bitch, Nate. I've had it up to here with this guy. Fuck this guy. Oh, sorry, Nate. He's back. Sorry. Just kidding.
No, he's not Nate Silver.
Oh.
We only have the good Nates. Nate the lawyer, and then young Nate Hochman.
We got young Nate Hochman coming up, and I'll tell you something else. Nate Hochman, the senior,
that's Nathan.
He's going to win. It's Nathan Hochman. He's going to win by a landslide over George Gascon in Los Angeles County, and he will be the district attorney of the largest county in America, I believe, by tomorrow morning, because his lead is kind of insurmountable, and Soros is not really campaigned that much. But Soros all of a sudden wakes up one day and says, I got to free the Menendez brothers. This check came in the mail from Netflix. And he said, all of a sudden, he dedicates his life to freeing the Menendez brothers in the past 2 weeks, and took a recommendation to a judge on Monday to let them out, that they've been in long enough. And he said that they should be released because they were orphans. I mean, that's a weird defense that they're orphans. I mean, they've been in there for 30 plus years, but the real defense was that they committed the crimes under the age of 26 and that their brains were not fully formed. And in California, they have a law now for parole and probation that if you committed your crime under the age of 26, you're now considered a minor, as bizarre as that sounds.
I think that's using
16.
the brain development thing, that supposedly brains aren't fully developed until like 26 or 27.
Well, they made it 26. So they're using the 26-year age cutoff to free the Menendez brothers so they can have another Netflix special when they get out. There's some debate with Nate. The reason I'm mentioning it is because we're going to get into it when he comes back about Son of Sam laws. There is a 9-part Ryan Murphy drama right now on Netflix that is making a lot of money for Netflix. And there's a history in Hollywood of Hollywood working with LAPD to reopen cases that they have intellectual property involved in. It's happened with Natalie Wood. This happened twice with the Black Dahlia murders. Anytime there's a new book or a new movie, what they'll do is they'll pass some money along to a cop who is involved or a DA who is involved, and they will reopen a case. I think the Natalie Wood case was reopened twice. I think the Black Dahlia case was reopened a couple of times. And all of a sudden, this George Gascon, his whole life revolves around the Menendez brothers, literally with a week left in office. And he all of a sudden is dedicated to getting the Menendez brothers out of jail. And I think the check from Netflix finally cleared is really what happens with the George Gascon case. And there are ways to get around Son of Sam laws. There's various relatives who are Menendez family members that you can funnel money to and still funnel it through a back channel to them. You can ask OJ where he hid his Al Cowan's money and what he did with it.
No, his cash. I can tell you, I interviewed his manager.
So he was
well presented.
Various
literally
ways
cash.
to skin that cat to get around Son of Sam laws. And I think the Menendez brothers are going to get out. Now, they served 30 some odd years in prison, but they did beat the gas chamber, and they did premeditatedly kill their parents with shotguns. I mean, I thought about it a lot, believe me, but I never did it. I never took the action. I could admit that I had thoughts, but they carried it out to get the money. I mean, they said they were sexually abused by the father, and that was part of the defense. The jury didn't buy it, and they were sentenced, and they've been in jail for about 35 years now. So when Nate comes back, we'll talk about Son of Sam laws and his take on it.
Yeah, I see him backstage. He might not be ready yet, though. So, we'll
Okay,
see. He's on his phone.
Nate's
All right.
preparing his defense.
All right.
There he is.
Now you got to defend Son of Sam laws there, Nate.
I gotta defend Son of Sam laws. What do you guys do? What?
No, we're talking about the Menendez brothers, Nate.
Yeah, you're personally responsible for Son of Sam laws.
Yeah, but I thought it's interesting because I thought with the Son of Sam laws, they're not going to be able to make any money. But you guys were saying.
My personal feeling is you can't make money based off the crime, Nate. You broke up a little bit.
Oh, he's drinking early, this guy. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
oh, yeah.
Texas now.
You said they can't make money just based. No, they can't make money based off of the crime. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you guys were saying about selling their story and stuff like that. That would be making money off their crimes.
No, but they don't have to sell their story. They can sell their story now.
Yeah,
like
they can tell their story of being in prison, Nate. I mean,
right. Oh, I'm out now. I'm trying to rebuild my life. These two brothers. That's current day, right? That's nothing to do with the crime.
Can they make money off their time in prison, Nate? Selling that story as an addition to the Netflix special?
I'm assuming they could, but I don't assume they could, as long because the families are going to sue. Whatever it is, the family, I would sue.
Well, the families are the ones that are trying to get them out.
No, I'm talking about forget
it's family.
Yeah.
What family is going to sue? The sister's trying to get them out. The brother's trying to get them out.
But do you think they're going to be let out?
Yeah, they're being let out. Yeah, damn straight.
Yeah, because I know the prosecutor said he wants them out, but the original prosecutor on the case testified that they're lying. That's all BS.
It is BS, but George Gascon has gone to court with a recommendation that they be paroled because they were under 26, Nate, that their brains weren't fully formed. Yeah, not fully formed brains. They killed their parents without fully formed brains.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's ridiculous.
You know what I mean? If they had the fully formed brains when they killed the parents, they would have gone to the gas chamber. But because they had the miniature under 26-year-old brains, they should be let out. According to George Gascon.
People won't. It's funny. You guys can hear me okay, right? People will keep saying they can't hear me.
They're complaining. I keep bumping. Streamer's not letting me manually adjust the microphone for some reason. I don't know why. Let me see if that's.
It says.
It keeps going to automatic. Every time I try to bump you, Nate, it goes to automatic.
You ever see Get Smart, Nate? You ever see the show Get Smart? when they bring down the cone of silence, and Max would tell the chief, "You know, it doesn't work, chief."
I gotta
This
figure
is
a way
the cone of silence, Nate.
I gotta figure a way to do this, because right now it's going horrible with this mic. This mic is going horrible. It's like this Inception. I've tried it a couple of times.
I can't tell you, dude. I don't know.
Well, give me a second. I'm a switch.
All right, come back when you're ready to talk turkey. Yeah.
I gotta come back when I fix all this up. So
All right, fix it all up. You come back. The door's always open, Nate.
All right.
All right. Who's the next guest? That didn't really work out. Who else you got?
Welcome to live feeds in a live environment with everything else.
I just read books. I don't know what's going on over here.
Apparently not. Apparently not. So I don't even know what we are talking about, but let's see what next story is. Oh, this BLM leader. That's weird.
Yeah, there's a good one.
Yeah, let me find that.
There's a leader of BLM, one of the co-founders. I think it's Rhode Island BLM, and Rhode Island BLM was the most vicious. I don't know what's going on in Rhode Island, but this guy here is endorsing and voting for Donald Trump. I mean, when BLM starts voting for you, you know you've got some schism in your country. Well, I mean, this is just crazy. This is crazy.
Well, she's such a weird case, Mark, because technically she loved locking up criminals and having slave labor in California, even keeping people on death row, etc., who weren't there. And Tulsi Gabbard slaughtered her in the debate because of that. At the same time, she wanted to defund the police, raise money for BLM. She's the most confusing candidate in history, flipping her position 15 times. Nobody really knows what she's going to do. She's a complete maniac. What in the heck is that? That would be no. Brenda, I'm sorry. Okay, we're looking at a screen locally that you guys aren't seeing, fortunately. And okay, yes. Wow, that is peculiar.
Brenda, get off the screen.
Yes.
We're trying to run a meetup here.
Shut it down.
Yeah.
No. Can you say no or?
Anyway, did anybody see
power off your phone completely?
Did
Maybe that'll
anybody?
do it.
Excuse me. Are you people drunk already? What's going on out here? Forget about your Wi-Fi, lady. There's a guy named Stefan Pazantino. I don't know if anybody had a chance to see him with Tucker the other day. I highly recommend you look at this interview with Pazantino. He's a lawyer for January 6th defendants. We're going to have Jonathan Gross on in a couple of minutes. He's a lawyer also for various January 6th defendants. But the Pazantino story is unbelievably egregious, what they tried to do with him in terms of destroying his career and destroying his reputation. I just an amazing interview. I recommend people watch it with Tucker Carlson. Came out this week with Pazantino. There's going to be a test on this afterwards from Hawaii, so you guys better pay attention.
Well, they have a lot of time.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Anyway, Pazantino was representing an intern from the White House, and it turns out the intern flipped, and she was working privately with Liz Cheney behind the scenes to not only
Cassidy, right?
Cassidy, yeah, that she was working and
was chief of staff to Mark Meadows.
she was an intern to Mark Meadows. Right.
She started as an intern, but she.
Okay. Right. So they went with the lowest people they could find initially and subpoenaed the lowest level people, according to Pazantino. She was one of.
She started.
No, but I'm saying compared to Mark Meadows and others who are actually in the compared to them.
All right, everybody note that they can't hear you; they can only hear us. So
Pazantino was the lawyer for Cassidy, and what she did was she accused. What I took away from that interview, and you can take away what you want when you see it, he didn't know what was going on. He was completely right. He was completely clueless, and he was set up. He was blindsided, I think would be a better way. And she flipped, not telling him that she was then working for the other side, to sum it up, right? Yeah. And his story was they tried to destroy him, his career and everything about him on so many levels. Every bar association in the country. I mean, this guy didn't know what hit him, and his crimes were simply being a lawyer for Trump. That was his crime. And it had nothing to do with this girl, Cassidy, apparently. He was merely representing her so she could take depositions or whatever she had to do, depots, right? And he didn't even know what hit him, this guy.
Yeah, he got blindsided. He was like
67 million.
He's suing them?
67 million for the J6 committee.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, who knows what he'll get out of that, but he seems like he was a guy who was institutionally involved in D.C. for many years. And he can't believe that his world has cracked. He believed everything that a lot of us all believed 10 years ago. And this was his awakening, to make a long story short. The Pasantino interview will show you maybe something you saw in yourselves a while back. And he's like the latest guy to just wake up and just smell the coffee, you know, and see that this thing is rigged. But fascinating interview with Tucker. Both of them, they're a kind of the same age, kind of the same schooling, kind of the same background in D.C. They had a lot in common. They had a lot in common. I don't know if this Pasantino's father.
Well, also Tucker supported, I mean, everything that was going on. He's apologized because he was very pro Afghanistan, pro pretty much everything. He's backed a little, saying he thought Dick Cheney was a little bit creepy, but he was supportive of Dick Cheney.
Supportive of the CIA. He was mocking JFK skeptics
all the way up to 3 years ago.
Right. I mean, he thought the JFK assassination. He believed the Warren Commission.
But then so did Ben Shapiro. He was mocking the JFK. A lot of them mocked the JFK, even now.
Well, that doesn't faze me though. But I mean, Carlson does, because his father was so deeply embedded in CIA that and I recommend everybody watch that episode we did on his father, because the apple doesn't fall that far from the tree. And I know a lot of people love him, but there's a lot of meat on that bone in that family. It's a very strange family. The mother, you know, every part of that family just reeks of deep state.
Great. Lovely tech issues, but interesting. Okay, one thing that I found interesting, I really didn't realize that. I knew that, you know, obviously Liz Cheney went along with whatever her dad wanted, blah, blah, blah. I didn't completely realize how deeply involved she was in Iraq itself, that she was actually an assistant Secretary of State.
Yeah, well, keep in mind, the head of the Secret Service was the personal bodyguard, the personal Secret Service agent for Dick Cheney and his daughter. Even after she left the service, she worked privately for the Cheneys, and then went and ran Pepsi Cola security, and then came back to the Secret Service a couple of years later. So she was embedded with the Cheney family.
And then the Bidens.
Later on. Yeah. But I mean, she was their personal bodyguard, which is kind of interesting.
And you were saying, I mean, very close relationship with the family, locked in.
Yeah, Christmas photos, everything. You know, imagine spending Christmas with the Cheneys. That's scary. What's that like? You know, shoot you right in the face. I mean,
I like. You know, here you go. The Greenberg says Darth Cheney.
Darth Cheney. Yeah.
You know what? Everybody here, you get to experience a wonderful thing that we have that helps keep us alive, called Super Chats. So we're going to look and do a few of these intermittently. It's going to be a long evening, a lot going on. Pamela Clifton, howdy. Happy Election Day Tuesday, guys. Isn't it odd doing this? A Tuesday show down here on Election Day.
Well, I mean, Eric pointed out a couple months ago that the show fell on a Tuesday and it was Election Day, and I was going to come here anyway. I was booked to come here out on a vacation. So I said, let's do this, you know, while we're here. So, I mean, it's all a coincidence of the confluence of the date, it being a Tuesday, me coming here, and then Viva being here. So it kind of worked out. It kind of worked out. Destiny.
Yeah, it is. Dr. Evil says it's off to the races with the U.S. flag. Awesome. Pamela says you look snazzy in your suit.
Wow.
I agree. He looked very snazzy.
Is she a real person?
She's not. That's my mother from the afterlife. She won't stop. She died years ago. We lived here. We lived here for a long time. So,
well, this next super chat actually leads to a story we can talk about. Like Elon said, vote like your life depends on it. What do you think about the Joe Rogan endorsement?
Could he wait any longer? I mean, Jesus Christ! I mean, I thought he was going to do it this morning. You know, like what's it to this guy?
Well, he wasn't
had
going
Trump
to.
on 4 years ago. For Christ's sakes, I think the guy thinks too highly of himself. I don't know what the guy's problem is.
Well, he hated Trump.
Yeah,
for the longest time. So he has been on a bit of an arc heading over that direction. And I still think it's effective. A lot of low propensity.
Didn't he recommend that comic at Madison Square Garden?
Hinchcliffe?
Wasn't he the mentor to Hinchcliffe?
Well, Hinchcliffe opens for him all the time, and they're very close friends. As a friend of mine points out,
when you're a comic, and Rogan is like a B-level comic, you want to get the shittiest opener you could ever find. Every comic knows that. You don't want a comic opening for you. No, I'm serious. This is just show business 101. You don't want a comic opening for you that's going to take the laughs out of that audience before you come on. So what does this guy do? Rogan, he recommends this guy to Trump, right? And he goes up there and makes jokes about Puerto Rico. You know, I mean, come on.
He got him on the Brady roast, though.
Excuse me?
Yeah, that got Hinchcliffe on the Brady roast.
Okay.
That was the big pull. So they're
the Brady roast is fine. The Brady roast is perfectly fine. Everybody brings that up saying, oh, you know that he's a problem? Look, he did a Brady roast. Well, you know what that's called? It's called the Brady roast. It wasn't called MAGA rally. It was called a Brady roast. So, I mean, time, place, think about it.
Well, somebody hired him, so whoever did that.
Yeah, those are...
Yeah, Dana White. Okay, if he's booking your talent, now you got a bigger problem.
Yeah, it is a giant issue. It was not an appropriate location. It's very fortunate that there was a sitting president who, managed to make a remark and say, hold my beer. And that helped a great deal. But yeah, again, I like Tony Hinchcliffe. I know Tony Hinchcliffe. I watched Kill Tony for years off and on. And Tony Hinchcliffe apparently is a fine Youngstown, Ohio boy.
Wow. A lot of criminals come out of Youngstown. Wow.
A lot of criminals.
I mean, that's a crazy place.
All right. Well, anyway, I thought that was interesting that he did that. Supposedly, Elon Musk finally convinced Rogan to go ahead and endorse Trump. And I don't think Rogan has endorsed anyone before.
I just want to give a shout out to Stephen Gibb, who's watching us on Rumble right now. One of my old friends, Stephen Gibb, who originally got me on his show, and then because I was on that show, I ended up with Hunley somehow. Didn't you see me with Stephen Gibb on his show?
No.
Okay, I take that back. Forget I ever met you. Stephen Gibb is a close friend of mine. It's Barry Gibb's son from the Bee Gees, and he lives down here in Florida. He's just watching us on Rumble, so I just want to give a shout out to him.
Tell him to drive on over. Oh,
he's probably outside right now shooting squirrels.
Well, I know. As long as he's not shooting pets in Ohio.
What happened to that squirrel up in upstate New York? What was it? I didn't follow this story. The guy had a squirrel.
Yes, he was an animal rescue center.
It became an internet squirrel, like a lot of squirrels, right?
Well, and a raccoon. It was Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon.
So who got a bug up their ass? That who was it? Somebody ratted them out or something? Was a rat involved? A squirrel involved?
There was a Karen.
There's a Karen involved.
Right. A lot of people were pissed off because the squirrel had more Instagram followers than they did, apparently.
Is that true?
That's what's being reported. And one woman was saying, I'm going to get them, blah, 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 and reported because in New York, I guess, hey, we got a state cop. Anybody cops from New York? Allegedly, it's illegal in New York to have wildlife of any kind. And so the claim was, they came, seized the squirrel, and this squirrel was like completely tame, huge Instagram following. He would greet the guy home, jump on his shoulder, cute as can be. It's really, really sad. And they also had they had rescued him because the mother had been hit by a car. So they rescued the baby squirrel, raised him up. Again, they're a wildlife rescue service. They have like up to 200 animals that they've rescued. And then they also had rescued Fred the raccoon. Well, whoever turned them in came and seized the animals.
Fred the raccoon didn't turn them in.
No. Fred was on the lamb, and he got turned in with the squirrel. The Department of DEC, like some sort of conservation or something in New York, they came, seized the animals, killed them 2 days later, because supposedly the animals bit them, and in order to test for rabies, they had to kill them. Now, the weird part is one of the questions they asked the guy when they were harassing him and holding him for 5 hours.
Alan, let me ask you a question. The Conservation Department of New York State can come in and kill your squirrel?
Pretty much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The New York State Trooper. Yeah. Okay, so there's a guy named Joe Coleman. I did an episode, an old friend of mine named Joe Coleman. He used to blow himself up on stage. But before he blew himself up on stage, he would bite the head off a rat, right? So Joe Coleman gets a knock on the door one day, and it's Bob Barker's police. Remember Bob Barker from, I think it was Truth or Consequences?
Price is Right.
Price is Right. Bob Barker, known pedophile. He was apparently the head of the ASPCA. I didn't know that. And he sent over 2 armed police from the ASPCA. They had ASPCA police, right, Al? Okay, so these guys are locked and loaded. The crime that my friend committed was biting the head off a rat in a live performance. They didn't seize the rat, they seized him. And he was taken downtown. He was booked for biting the head off a rat. I'm not sure the technical, it's an 1843C. Not sure the crime itself. But there's an episode on Joe Coleman on the show. If you want to see a little bit more about Joe Coleman, who's a New York legend. He used to blow himself up on stage all the time as part of his act. And Coleman, I don't even know how to describe this, so I'm just going to tell you. He got hired to go to a high school reunion out in Bayville, Long Island somewhere. And at this high school reunion, 20 years before, the main quarterback of the football team drove drunk and killed himself at the, graduating from the first high school reunion. So he is hired to show up as Jeff Stevenson, the kid who died. No, it's dark. This is dark, but I think you're old enough to accept this. So he shows up at this high school reunion as Jeff Levinson, or whatever the kid's name was, and he's wearing the name tag. It says Jeff Levinson, and this is a 20-year high school reunion. So they're all going, "Oh my God, you see this guy's Jeff Levinson. We thought he died the night of our graduation in that fiery car crash." So all of a sudden, Joe Coleman, and people are murmuring, and all of a sudden he opens up his trench coat and he blows himself up, which is what he does. And in a cloud of smoke, he runs out the side door of the gym. They don't know where he went. This guy disappears. They call the sheriff. The sheriff comes over, and they told the sheriff, "Sheriff, it was Jeff Levinson. He was just here. And they said, "It couldn't be Levinson. He's buried up on Calvary Hill. He's still dead." And that's how Joe Coleman left this high school reunion. He got paid. This is what the guy did for a living. So he goes to my friend's wedding. John Kish is marrying a supermodel named Billy Woods. John Kish was a fashion photographer in New York, legendary fashion photographer. He's getting married to a girl named Billy Woods. So in the middle of the wedding, they say, "If anybody objects to this wedding, speak up now or hold your peace." And there's Joe Coleman. He opens up, and they had hired him, to do this stunt. He opens up his trench coat, and he says, "If I can't have Billy Woods, nobody can, and I'm taking you all to kingdom come with me." And he blows up on stage, and this guy, Grant Reed, this black friend of ours who became a pretty good director, tackles him. He's the only one that didn't know. And he's rolling around getting blown up by M80s and firecrackers at the wedding that Joe Coleman himself up at for the 10th time. Anyway, this guy later would open up a museum of death on the Lower East Side, which was his apartment. Al knows about this guy. And then he moved it out to Hollywood years later, became a very, very famous graphic artist. His paintings are worth a fortune if you can find a Joe Coleman. I don't know if he'll tell you the story I just told you, but it's appropriate because of the death of the squirrel.
His paintings are really interesting too. He is almost like a modern pixelation, but he paints with just the tiniest, like needle-sized brush, just going over, and it takes like forever. And he also loves everything ghoulish, serial killers, and all the good fun family topics.
Yeah, I met him when I did my infamous mass murderer trading cards when I was at Lampoon. He became an instant fan.
Well, okay, we're getting a few more results in. And I was looking at articles. Well,
oh, here's something. What's that down there?
We've got Florida looking good. Oh, Georgia just flipped blue all of a sudden. So we'll see. That's going to be hairy. Indiana and Kentucky. I think they called Indiana and Kentucky for Trump, but I don't like the looks of Georgia. All right, 55% to 44.6, 2.7% in though. We'll see. I mean, I don't know who or what.
Well, keep in mind it's Axios, so.
Oh, look at Virginia.
Wow.
That's my home. Come on now. By the way, speaking of Virginia, what do you think about Youngkin? Barnes was saying it was a smart political move because it got them talking about and suing to keep illegals on the ballot.
Oh, yeah.
And he just prevailed in the Supreme Court, which I don't think Barnes even expected that to go down. But what a good move. Congrats to my state governor. And I love the reasoning behind their decision. It's a great decision in the sense that how can you disenfranchise somebody who's not a citizen?
Yeah.
Not really possible. It's like they don't have citizens' rights. So tough.
Yeah, tough, right?
Yank them off there. Who cares? Especially because they were self-identified, which I think is kind of hilarious. It's like, oh, please fill out the form. Oh, speaking of self-identified, I saw this earlier. Did you see that ICE members are asked to not vote in uniform because it'll scare the illegals?
That's funny. Wow. Don't vote in uniform. It'll scare off the illegals.
I'll have to double check if it was a Babylon Bee or not, but I think it was an actual news source. It's getting hard, honestly, with the Babylon Bee, whatever, because some of the headlines are crazier than the parody. I mean,
well, that's how it was when I was editor at the Weekly World News. I mean, people believe the Weekly World News.
To the tool, so.
They actually believed it.
All right, we'll switch our cameras back to where we were. Good tech. All right. So Virginia, come on, hold strong. I mean, that's 13 electoral votes in Virginia if we can pull that out. How are we looking for numbers? I'm not getting a tooltip telling me the here we go. Oh, 0.0.
Oh, okay.
477 votes versus 405 counted. Oh, yeah.
It's over.
Oliver and Stein.
They conceded.
Hey, Oliver and Stein are on the map.
Okay.
With 7 votes for Oliver and 6 for Stein. All right, who do we have joining us now? Oh, we have Nate. All right. Nate.
Right. I think I'm good now. Hold on. I got to do one last thing.
Nate, you got to put your pants on. The camera's all the way down below, bro. I mean, come on. A lot of families here tonight.
Why would you put your camera down there?
I don't know. It's all the way below the desk. What's going on?
I mean, wow.
Gonna
be here all night, Nate. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, right now, I think so. I'm hoping my audio is good for you guys and it's good for the people. And
is it good for the room? All right, your audio's good in the room, Nate.
All right, good. I'm hoping everybody can hear me. So
okay, so while we have you, the limited time before you come up with another excuse, I would like you to break down how you determined this election or the results of this election. Your prediction. I watched your video earlier.
My prediction is that I think Trump is going to win by one
vote.
Well, two electoral votes. Yeah, I'm thinking.
Oh,
Trump's
that's
gonna win
interesting.
electoral
So
votes.
it's got something to do with New Hampshire or Nebraska or something. You going in there?
No, it's a peculiar one because he's doing Harris, Nevada,
Oh,
and
okay.
North Carolina.
All right.
Well, yeah, let me pull up. Well, if you could,
Go ahead and share
map,
it.
let me see if I can pull up a map. No, I can't pull up a map because I'm actually got you guys shared. So, but in my map, the two states that I have Harris winning. The states that I have Trump winning is Pennsylvania. I got Trump winning Pennsylvania, and I think because I think Pennsylvania is just all the polls and everything is showing that it's going to Pennsylvania. So I think Pennsylvania. But I think Harris is going to win North Carolina. And the reason why I think Harris is going to win North Carolina is because the governor's race in North Carolina, Democrats up by like 20 points. So
the problem is, Nick, they've been up
massively.
Well, hold on. On the North Carolina thing, because I heard you say it before, I was like, oh, okay, and I thought about it more though. He used to be up 25 points.
Ooh,
so the point is that the guy has always been up on the governor because the governor, Mark Robinson, I think, has been blowing up. They found like all kinds of sketchy things on him. The Republican Party kind of leaked it over to Stein, his opponent. And I think Baris pointed this out. It's a good point. If that was the case that he was dragging him down, he should have dragged him down a month ago, 2 months ago. But Trump has been maintaining that number and that lead in North Carolina this whole time while the governor's been 20 points or more down this whole time. So if you're going to have a drag on it, wouldn't you have seen the drag already?
Well, it all depends on how much you trust the polls, right? Because I think the polls are okay, but it's just there's something about.
So then he's not 17 points up.
The governor now is 17 points up. The Democratic,
but that's based on polls, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you can actually trust them in a way where if they're telling me that the Democratic governor is 17 points up and then they're telling me Trump, that means it essentially means that they have to split that. Those people are splitting their ticket, right? The people are saying,
apparently they are.
Yes, but in a massive way, something that we've probably almost never seen before. I don't remember ever seeing a place where the governor's is up by 20 points on the other. That just doesn't happen. So that's why I'm thinking either.
Well, hold on, the governor
or something else. Go ahead.
Remember, the governor is being accused of very severe corruption, from what I understand.
Yeah, the state governor or
the Mark Robinson. It's like I don't know all the details, but it's like really, really kinky, weird stuff has come up in his past, and I think that skews things quite a bit because it's a personal thing. And the chat can jump in and fill that in, but there was a lot of really nasty dirt on the lieutenant governor who was running.
Do tell.
And as Baris puts it, the dirt was leaked by the North Carolina Republican Party because they didn't want this individual to be a governor. And sadly, some are saying because he's black.
Were you being accused of being black?
No, that the Republicans in North Carolina aren't necessarily in love with the guy.
Oh my God, this is a new low.
So now that we have Nate on here, he can speak for everybody on that.
All black people. No, I think right now, to be fair with the numbers, anyone can win this race right now because it's extremely definitely early right now. And I think this is one of those few races where if Kamala gets 300 electoral votes, it's like it's possible she can get that. Or if Trump gets 300, it's like it's possible for him to get that. But I think in the real weeds of it, if you think about the economy, if you think about just how people, because it's not about what's the truth of the matter, it's about the perception of the matter. And it's in all these elections, it always comes down to that one simple question. It's the economy, stupid. It's how people vote with their pocketbooks. When you go to this grocery store and milk is $10 a jug, and you're like, what the hell happened? And people vote their pocketbooks. And I think that's been underestimated, but I also think you can't underestimate what happened 2 years ago in the midterms when we're supposed to have that red wave.
Here it is. Apparently, he liked frequenting a porn store next to his job or something.
Oh, who doesn't? Come on.
Well, that might be a requirement for politics.
Come on.
I don't know.
So
But what state is this? North Carolina?
North Carolina.
Oh, man, it's a little
North Carolina. But even
Just sensitive.
but right now, what do you guys? I'm assuming you guys both think Trump is going to win. How do you think it's going to be a landslide, or do you think it's going to be close?
I think that whoever wins is going to be a strong win. I've felt that for a bit. You know, either everybody's wrong, and well, you know, I bet with you, Nate, on that. I bet for the popular and the electoral vote that Trump is going to take both, but I think that if he doesn't, he's going to lose both. So I just think. So I think it's going to come down to
if he loses, but the popular vote.
I think that honestly, if Trump pulls it, he's going to pull it strong. Like he'll get 3-4 points in the whole blue wall. He'll sweep the blue wall. He'll sweep Nevada. He'll sweep Arizona and Georgia, and that the polls will show that 5-point discrepancy or whatever that they typically show from 2020, 2016. They've been wrong. But then there is the problem that they could be wrong the other way. We just don't know. I mean, have they been trying to overly correct to narrow things down? I don't know. But the momentum and the enthusiasm seems to be more towards Trump, anecdotally. And you even have people like Van Jones piping up saying, I don't think she's really closing the gap. I don't see it. You have David Axelrod coming out and saying, she's not connecting with people. She's just not doing it. And David Axelrod, he's a complete team player. And I think that he wants to distance himself from her because he's got to work next round. If he's like, oh, yeah, she's going to get it. She's going to get it, blah, 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 blah. Well, he looks like an idiot. He can't get a job later. But they can hold on to Alan Lichtman. Tell us about Alan Lichtman and his prognostications, or how do you say that?
Prognostication?
Those.
Prognostication, right?
Prognostication.
Let's all say it together as a group. Prognostication. Thank you, Nate.
Well, they're in Boca Raton, Florida, in a room full of people, right? So I'm in my
Well, they're all these people are naked, so we can't turn the camera around. It's kind of a nudist colony in Boca. It's called Boca Nude. Started in 1978. A lot of these people are past their prime, Nate, so I'm afraid to look out at them. But yeah, they like being naked. I can't stop them. They're a lot of them are really diehard Trump people.
One thing I do love, though, is you really get to see the people's political biases and how much of a political bias they have from one side or the other based on this election. Because everyone who I know who's a loving Democrat, Kamala's going to win, predicting Kamala wins. Everybody who I know is a loving Republican predicting Trump win. So
I don't know.
You don't have anybody really on the line because it could go. This is one of those few elections where it could go either way. But I would honestly be surprised if Trump lost. I would be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm half Irish and half Jewish. The storytelling Irish part wants Trump to win, but the Jewish part has to buy drinks for every battleground state that he wins. So I'm really torn.
Well, if do you think we'll have a repeat? Now, Eric, you were saying about 2020 and 20. So 2020,
yes.
2016, the polls were horribly wrong. 2020, the polls were wrong again, but and it was wrong leaning toward Trump. But in 2022,
no, it's wrong. No, it's wrong leaning towards Biden. But the difference is that in 2016, Hillary was shown as like 2 or 3 points ahead. Trump won. Biden was shown as 7 points ahead, and it was down to 2. So they were wrong about the same amount in both elections. It's just that Biden had a much bigger number, and Trump didn't pick it up.
I suggest, you can't blame the polls. You got to blame the Ukrainians for the mess that we're in. It's not the polls.
The Ukrainians. No, well, but what I said was, in the mistakes, in both elections, the mistakes were toward Trump. In other words,
or against them. Yeah.
They underestimated Trump's vote. But I think in 2022, they tried to adjust for the Trump vote.
But Trump wasn't on the ballot.
But I'm saying they were trying to adjust for that vote to say, okay, well, since we underreport, those conservative Trump voters, we're going to try to overestimate, and then they went the opposite way. So I'm thinking right now, you could have a situation where they're so scared that they haven't captured that Trump vote, they could be overestimating it. But I think
It could be. That's the fear.
As of right now, I think what you're saying is correct, because for Biden to win Michigan and all those other states, they were saying he was up by 8-10 points or whatever, and he barely stood by. So all these, so when Eric says he thinks Trump is going to win all the swing states, I think that's legitimate. I think you can technically, that's logical to understand. It's based on previous history. But what do you guys think about the young and women vote, though? Because the young and women vote have really, really come out for Harris.
Well, what's your education group, though, Nate?
You're talking about college. You're talking about young college-educated people, young women. They get
they already are.
Too. They're all, because don't forget, with them is turnout. Young people, there's actually more young people, but turnout is that's why all political ads are placed during Wheel of Fortune and what's it called? Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy have the most political ads.
Truth or consequences.
That's where most older people watch. So that's where all the political ads are.
Nate, yes, but the young female vote already is going to vote Democrat anyway. And now it's a question again of turnout. So depends on how motivated they are. They may be up higher or lower, but when they're already going that direction, it's not as impactful as, say, the black vote or Latino vote, which Trump has been making very serious inroads. I don't know if that'll hold up. Quite often it'll show, hey, the Republicans are doing better, and then it drops. But again, I'm going to quote Baris on that. According to Baris, those gains disappear by Labor Day without fail, except they're not disappearing. They've been getting, still there all the way through late October into early November. So it could still disappear at the polls. I don't know. Or there's the alternative, Nate. Are they going out and vote? Because from what I understand, the turnout is soft right now in the black vote, Latino vote, and people like that.
Yeah, I think early vote seems to be soft. So early
but the early vote is a Democrat stronghold. Is they run up the early vote, and then the Republicans will try to catch up on Election Day.
But see, I think that was a one-time thing, because I think the early vote thing.
The guy's here himself to tell us.
Rich,
is
that
Rich? Over here. Come on back. All right? Talk to you soon.
All right.
Jason Corley from Qantas Insights.
All right, I'm going to pull him out for a second. I think he's on the phone. So when he comes on camera, I'll.
Jacket.
So yeah,
people want to get on this show all of a sudden. What's going on?
I know. Hey, I want to get on this show.
Now he's back up in Georgia.
What is it about 1%?
What's it?
58.
58.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, 8%. Okay. So it's going to do that all night as they dump in the different areas, I'm sure.
Yeah, right now, Trump is up 53-46 in Florida. Oof, nice.
Yeah, he's killing it in Florida. Oh, by the way, he won Guam, it appears, Nate. So it's all over.
Oh, Guam.
Too bad. But he's also up in Virginia, last I checked. Nope, Virginia's blue again. So we'll see.
Right now, he's killing it in Georgia. Trump is up 58-41% in Georgia. But it's still early. It's only 8% of the precincts reporting. So only 8%.
All right.
But he's up in Georgia. And Virginia, Virginia's blue now. But it's still tight, though. Virginia's super tight. And none of the blue counties have come in, so that's going to be interesting.
All right. It says he's ready.
There he is.
Rich, you
what's up, guys?
Rich.
Yeah. How's it going?
All right. Rich Baris, ladies and gentlemen.
We're in your old stomping grounds, Rich, Florida.
Yeah, you see Florida?
Yeah, we're in Boca. We're here.
So you're looking at the map in Florida right now, no doubt. And what's up, Nate? Long time no see, bro. What's going on?
Nothing much, Rich. Just so everybody knows, because you're on my channel too. Me and Eric had to check Rich out, because we were like, is Rich an accurate pollster? And come to find out, Rich is like one of the most accurate pollsters out there.
I try to tell you.
So we
two very big developments happened that I just want to tell you guys about. It's
really
important.
Please,
for the audience who's listening to. Donald Trump has flipped Duval County in northeastern Florida. Okay, Joe Biden won this county by a little bit over 4 points. He won it 0.3 to 47.4. All right. So about 4 points, let's call it. And why I'm watching this is for a few reasons. There are a lot of educated white voters in Duval. He won it in 16, but he lost it in 20 to Biden. And even though he won Florida by a larger margin, but if he wanted to win Georgia, right, and he wants to make sure there's no problems in North Carolina, okay, that's why this got so tight with Biden in 2020. He cannot lose with college-educated whites as badly as he did in 2020, okay, and that's actually what cost him independence in places like Georgia. We know he's going to do better with Hispanics in South Florida. He's carrying Miami-Dade 4 points by a margin 4 points larger than my poll suggested. But Duval matters because Duval has a very, very predictive value relationship, just to put it simply, with Georgia.
Yeah.
It moves with Georgia, and Georgia votes about 2 points, 3 points to the right of Duval County. And it has been like this for a while. It's really cool.
You're saying, Rich, you're saying that what happens in Duval County happens in Georgia.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. And right now, CNN, you guys, if you've been following me for a while, you all know I absolutely hate exit polls. I think the release of exit polls should be outlawed until voting ends in a particular state. I think that's third world stuff. You don't do that. Mexican cartels use exit polls to influence elections. We're supposed to be the United States of America. But if this exit poll is correct in Georgia, Donald Trump is at 20-something%. What was it? 24% among black men. And which is unbelievable.
Crazy.
And he is also 11 points among independents. Right now, by the way, I'm giving this all to you. Trump is about a 61% chance of winning this election when all said and done. That's where he's at right now in the DD model. So, we'll see how this goes. But again, these are pretty big developments. The Harris campaign was arguing it doesn't matter if the electorate is too Republican. We're going to win independence by such a big margin. We're going to overcome that. And Biden was able to do that in 2020 in some of these states. But she's losing independence by 11 points in a state that is R+5. I mean, it's not good.
But the
Rich, what's the deal with Iowa and that poll by that Des Moines Register woman?
Ooh, you're asking me about the Seltzer poll, are you?
Yeah,
let's just get it.
Yeah, I'm going right to the heart of the beast.
We're gonna get results in Iowa really soon, and we're gonna find out whether Seltzer just had a bad miss or what happened here. Because listen, I've been polling Iowa parallel to Ann Seltzer for years. I used to have a great amount of respect for her. I got to tell you, though, there's some things that she's done, boys, that you really should know. If you're going to talk about Seltzer's poll, we have to talk about some things about Ann Seltzer. One is in 2020, Mike Cernovich and he got it from a totally different source, apparently. Both were able to obtain the results of the CNN Des Moines Register poll before the Democratic caucus. We were given it by people who were, at least in my case, by somebody who was pissed that Ann Seltzer didn't push back and on basically CNN pushing her to dump the poll because Biden was in fourth place. They used this excuse about Pete Buttigieg not being on the ballot in one of the interviews. That was a foil. Pete was happy to be the foil because he actually thought he was going to win Iowa. He didn't want one of the most famed pollsters showing the night before that he was down a little bit to Bernie Sanders. So he was happy to play the foil. And
because he was gay, Rich, or what?
What the real story though, that Biden did not want that poll out because he was in fourth place. And as a pollster,
you said gay and he's talking about pulling out. Okay, this is getting out of hand.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And as a pollster, you do not cave. All right. So fast forward 6 months, Barnes and I are live polling on what are the odds together. We're doing Iowa, and it's very clear it's a Trump +8. We're on the show, and Ann Seltzer puts out a poll showing a tie with Biden. It was just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, there was never a tie. She heard it at the end, so she didn't have to be wrong. Public opinion doesn't move like that, folks. It's all about who's going to vote, and maybe it moves a little bit, but it does not swing 7 points. This year, it's 24 points she swung that poll. That's insane.
Right.
That doesn't
Was she
happen.
doing it for the betting market, Rich? I mean, why was she doing it?
Honestly, from what I am told, something happened to Ann Seltzer after the January 6th event. And like so many other people that are very much in the professional class, It broke her brain. And I'm not saying she did it on purpose. I'm saying that very clearly from these other results, she's going to be wrong. All right. If we were going to see anything indicating that Ann was right, we would have saw it in Pike and Vigo counties in Indiana, and it didn't happen. Trump is going to outrun his 2020 margin in Indiana by about a point.
This woman is willing to. This woman is willing to blow up her reputation for January 6th.
I think what happens to any pollster, like it could happen to so many other people, is you start to see things you want to see, boys. You know, like it's a confirmation bias or an affirmation bias, right? You want to believe something and you see it in the numbers even when it's not real. And I think that's what happened here with Ann. Look, Republican registration has skyrocketed. To come out with a D+ electorate in the state of Iowa is completely unjustifiable. And I don't weight by party, but I don't think in recent years, I have ever pulled a raw sample that was D+3. I don't think it's ever happened. Even with the most extreme response biases, the closest we ever got was R+3, R+4. You know, that's it.
How about 2022, Baris? 2022, because she came out with the argument that supposedly it was the radical response to abortion. So in 2022, that would imply that they went out like crazy and voted. What happened in 2022 in Iowa?
All right. The problem with that, and by the way, Trump just ticked up to 64.5% chance. The problem with her explanation, which makes me even more suspicious of her now, even more than I have been, because I have private information I just haven't shared with the world about Ann because I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. But that explanation made me even more suspicious because the abortion vote wasn't even the reason for that margin. The number one issue in her poll was protecting democracy. Abortion was way behind that. Boys, immigration was only cited by like 4% of the poll as their number one issue. It's Iowa.
Wow.
Inflation was only 7%. Come on, give me a break. You know, she saw what she wanted to see and she ran with it.
Okay. I have a question to Baris. Earlier, you were tweeting, and it was making a lot of people nervous that it sounded like you were saying that Kamala brought in seasoned professionals at the last minute. Where were you going with that? Because people are freaking out, including me, going, I don't want to hear about her seasoned professionals.
Well, she did, but it wasn't even intentional. What it was going on behind the scenes is that you have Democratic strategists are freaking smart. Okay, the Jim Messinas of the world, the David Pluffs, the David Axelrods. You may not agree with them out there in homeland, but these are smart men. All right, and they know how to win elections and they know how to motivate people. Biden has also some pretty smart people around him on how to win elections. He is a bad candidate, or he is now because of his senility. But once upon a time, he was very jovial. You know, if you're a guy anyway, he was cool to be around. If you're a woman, you were going to get sniffed. But if you were a guy, he was cool to be around. And, he was easy to sell to the electorate. What had happened is there was some friction between the Harris teams and the Biden teams and the Obama teams. You remember Obama, his team leaked to the New York Post. He said, I don't think she can beat Trump. That's because she outmaneuvered Obama with the switcheroo. Obama didn't want her. Obama wanted somebody else, but because she was in DC and she made what I understand to be about 45 phone calls, she outmaneuvered him. And they kind of ran apart for a bit until it became clear about 10 days ago that she may have a turnout problem. There may be an issue, getting people to the polls for her, getting the early vote in. And they were, calling, hey, you need a hand. Hey, this isn't working. Hey, we got to do something different. She never really did return either calls from the Biden team or the Obama team. And eventually they just said, you're not picking up. Okay, we're coming. And they started coming to Philadelphia. They went to Milwaukee. They went to these other places last minute to try to get the vote out. We even polled, he was a 36-year-old black man in Philly. We even polled, he was only a 2020 voter. He did not vote, really much at all before that. But
You're talking about Nate Brody, right?
No, I'm talking. Basically, this guy told us that he's not voting because they told him Trump was Hitler and Biden wasn't senile, and they lied to him about everything. So while he's not down to vote for Trump, he just wasn't going to vote. And they had knocked on his door in the last couple of days multiple times, like, hey, you still haven't handed in your ballot. And he told them, stuff it. I'm not voting for it. And he didn't. So, I mean, this is so, and
but they do stuff ballots, I thought.
They try to save this.
People are persistent, huh, Rich? They knock on your door every single day.
Oh my God! Especially those unions, they'll absolutely.
What's that called, Nate? Is that a no-knock warrant? I mean, how do these people get in?
Well, then they're not the government.
I got a boogie here, boys, but I'll come back. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
You come back tonight. Are you going to come back tonight, or?
That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna try to squeeze in. Yeah, we'll pop in and out.
Yeah, all right, well, go do something with your kids and come back later.
All
right, guys. All the best.
Before you go, just the FYI, they just called West Virginia for Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Eric Hunley.
Shocking. All right, thank you, Rich. All right.
Yeah, so Trump is one.
Virginia? Yeah. Thank God, not a swing state. Thank you.
He's got 23. He's got 23 electoral votes now to Kamala's 3. So
I don't know.
What'd you say, Nate?
He's got 23 electoral votes to Kamala's 3. So we're seeing what happens with this.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's so early, so much time to go.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
No, but
is right.
Oh, Kentucky looks good.
Oh, Kentucky's always
Yeah.
Kentucky, yeah. We won Kentucky already.
Yeah, he's going to win Kentucky pretty easily.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's so crazy to see how everything is going now.
So how's your audience responding, and what are they all for?
8 o'clock. We'll go to. Let's see. We go to. You want to bring in?
If they're here.
I don't.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just send a link to the next person.
With that being said, let me get out of
I see.
here,
You don't see it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I will see you. Let me go back to my stream so I don't lose you guys. Let me make sure I can go back to my stream.
What do you see? You over there? What are you looking at up in the sky? What is that?
I think they're called ceiling cats.
Oh, he's got ceiling. He's got TVs on the ceiling. I love that.
They're up on the walls, so that's why I'm like.
Oh, I got you. Okay, thought you were doing a Stevie Wonder thing there.
They told me my mic is too hot, so let me turn my mic down a little bit. All right. Well, let me go back to my stream and see.
Yeah, go back to yours, or you will come back later.
I will definitely be back here a little later, guys. So you guys take care, all right?
All right, Nathan.
All right, come back later, dude.
Come back later, yeah.
Thank you, man.
Nate Brody, ex-cop turned litigator turned YouTuber.
Wow. Good guy to have. Yeah, we've got a bet going on what's going to happen, and we'll see. Apparently, Rich has 9,000 people watching him on his channel right now.
What do we have?
We have on YouTube 2,500. I don't know, quite a few on X, but it's just running up a number. I don't know where we are on Rumble and Locals, but I will check.
Who's up next in our batting order lineup?
I don't even know.
Let's see if we can get this Rabbi Gross on there.
Ping him. I sent him a link earlier.
Rabbi
turned
litigator turned J6 lawyer. Jonathan Gross. Let's see if we can find him.
Well, you know what? While we're doing this, I'm going to share some locals tips, which I don't usually do on here, but everybody knows we talk about locals quite a bit and what's going on there. And on locals, traditionally, we have a individual, Pasha Moyer, who always sends a tweet of a meme for the. Today, what we're going to be doing is the show on all the platforms the entire time. We're not going to cut off anything. We're just going to keep going. And he's saying, I voted early, but my work on election day is not over. You can't make this stuff up. So we typically have memes that are coming in from different folks on locals. They actually have their own private chat where it's less violent. No, I'm just kidding. We've got pretty good chats all around. And B. Nell is saying they wish she could be here. They can't wait for the show. God bless America and President Trump. Bighorn Shavers wanting to take out the trash. By the way, somebody gave a, what is it? Make garbage great again t-shirt earlier. Let me see. Ping on that. We have any stories? All right, let me pull up the election map and see where we are at the moment. It's very frustrating early on because there's just not much to see. Got Virginia blue, North Carolina's blue at the moment, but I don't know what their actual numbers are. I'm trying to pull up the cover. So, okay, Indiana, they called it for Trump. Kentucky, I'm pretty sure they called for Trump as well, if I can get it to come up. Oh, wow, they called Indiana with 22.1% of the votes in.
That's a lot. I mean, 22 in a very red state. I mean,
Right.
I mean, what's going to happen in Indiana? You know.
Oh, and they called Vermont. No shock for Harris with 8.7. New Hampshire is 54.6 to 44.3. 10% in, though. It makes you wonder, okay, Mark, there's 10% of the votes in on New Hampshire, but they're not going to call that. But they're definitely calling Vermont. So they must be going by polls and things like that as well.
Well, I don't know what the 10% is. The 10% might be 90% blue.
Well,
within that 10%.
It could also be the counties.
Well,
yeah. It could be the counties. They're right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So we just lost internet. It says that I'm live on here. Let me see if the chat's going crazy. Oh, okay. So don't know what's going on this. You know, we should bring.
We could all move to West Virginia if things go bad by tomorrow, and just live in that one red state.
Okay.
Alabama, yeah.
Okay. Oh, 10 minutes left to vote in Pennsylvania.
Well, but they got till tomorrow night at midnight to count them.
Yep.
They could vote all day long. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh well, the picture got that taken out. Wow, this is some crazy times. All right, let's see. Let me pull another story. We got the Chinese student who was busted voting illegally in Michigan. So let's do that. Oh, all right. Wait. Oh, that's you. All right. Non-citizen Chinese student. Share instead. Boom. All right. Tell us about the story.
I don't really know about the story, but I think the Chinese are probing the election rules on this particular story. I don't know if it's up on the screen here. Yeah. You see the
yeah, that's there.
The non-citizen story. I think it's a probe by the Chinese to see how the system responded to this one kid who went in and voted as a non-citizen. I think he was doing it to test the system, you know, to see what would happen. Is my take on this thing.
Good times. All right. All right. What's this? The Arizona giving a list of voters with unconfirmed citizenship to activists.
Yeah, I don't know what this is about either, except that somehow the court ruled that they had to turn this over, Eric. You know?
But which activists are they? Are they left?
I think it's like Act Blue or something.
Okay. But why would we turn them over? Hold on.
Issued a court order, the Strong Communities Foundation.
I don't know which side that is. So, okay. I mean, they can and distribute the information to Peterson. Oh, okay. It sounds like they discovered this. They didn't want to share it, and somebody sued saying you've got to tell us who was on there that weren't confirmed citizens. Well, good. I mean, Arizona Supreme Court did that right.
Yeah.
I mean, all right.
97,000 voters.
Yeah,
I mean that's a lot.
And this that bothers me. 4 Georgia counties decided at the last minute to accept ballots over the weekend.
Yeah. Well, they're going to extend the voting anyway because of the bomb scares.
Wow, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, Raffensperger talked about this. Georgia's become a hellhole.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has. Okay. Is this new? Okay, they're letting poll watchers in the building. Didn't they have problems in 2020 with poll watchers not being able to get in? Or was that the water leaks place?
Mm-hmm.
Good times. All right. Got the college fix going on here. All right. Tell us about this, how the universities are stacking the deck for Dems, which don't they do that every season?
This goes back to some Obama stuff, that they are not supposed to be linked to a particular party.
Okay.
And yet they are. Like all of these organizations are cut out to the Democratic Party, these college organizations. And they're not supposed to be. They're not supposed to reveal that personal information about the students, but they have to Democratic operatives.
Okay.
It's kind of the juxt of that story.
All right. We got Phil setting up. He'll be here in 5 to 10. What other stories do we have? We're not. We should bring one of the owls up. Oh, here we go. Who do we have? Oh, all right. We got the rabbi.
Yeah.
The rabbi.
Hey, Jonathan.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on? We're still waiting on Alex Stein, who is apparently in the Kamala campaign headquarters.
Yeah, he's in DC. Yeah, he said he'd come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Wow.
He said he'd come on.
Great.
All right.
So, are you guys live? Are we live?
Yeah, we are live, and there's a room full of people here dying to
They
listen
don't give
to
a
you.
shit about you, but we'll talk to you. All right. So what happens to your clients if Trump wins?
No,
in your humble opinion, nobody knows.
knows.
Yeah.
Let's say Trump wins. So I did meet with somebody who claims, a lot of people make a lot of claims of what their positions will be. So unverified, but somebody who claims to have sway with the transition team or whatever. I gave him a list of 1,200 names of all non-violent, not even accused of violence, January 6ers. These are people that, according to the government, did not do anything that rose higher than the level of a misdemeanor. Some of them were charged with that bogus felony that the Supreme Court kicked out. And there's another bogus felony that is not assault. It's called like any act that interrupts a police officer or something. So
was that what Jay Johnstone was charged with recently?
Maybe it's 18 USC 231A3, the civil disorder charge. Such garbage.
Yes.
In 1987, there was a local ordinance in Houston, Texas, that went up to the Supreme Court that was almost identical language that the Supreme Court threw out. Problem is, it's so hard to litigate these things. The 231 is just having oral arguments for the first time this week. So it's 4 years later, and they're bringing it not to the Supreme Court, to the appellate court in D.C., which I'm sure will uphold it. So then it'll be,
it's better than night court. It's better than night court on NBC.
Barely. I loved Night Court on NBC.
I know you do. I know.
Jonathan, really quickly though, the folks in the chat asking a fair question. They want to know who you are. So please tell us about yourself. I know offend January 6th.
Let's see some ID, Gross. Come on. Let's see some ID.
You know what? You're the guys. You just jumped into it. So yes, my name is Jonathan Gross. I am a rabbi by training, but I practice law, and I do a lot of January 6th cases. I got involved in it about 2 years ago. I'm just trying desperately to help these people who are being treated so unfairly, so ridiculous. And I appreciate this show, which understands. People are like, oh, you have to debate it. It's just so obvious. The Black Lives Matter people blew up the country, and even the worst offenders. You know, there are people who pushed a cop who are in jail for 12 years. And there was a guy, a BLM guy named Montez Terrio Lee, who burned down a pawn shop with a guy in it. The guy died, and he got 8 years. So there's no...
not to mention the two Molotov cocktail people in New York who threw Molotov cocktails in police vehicles.
Yeah, there's no grandmother misdemeanor case sitting in jail. Or I challenge anybody who to show me one grandma above the age of 60 from BLM that did 1 minute in prison. And I know I have a sentencing coming up of a woman, 67-year-old grandma, walked in and out. That was the end of it. Not accused of any violence, not accused of any vandalism. She walked through the velvet ropes, listened to police, asked for directions from the police, was given directions, went right out on her own. And the government wants to give her 10 months. Her sentencing is and by the way, if I tell you the amount of time, effort, money that the government is wasting, the resources, and they've ruined all these people's lives. Every single person, your life is ruined when you're a J6er. I gave the Trump's team 1,200 names of people. There are 430 people who were charged with assault. Some of them are total nonsense. You're like holding a flagpole in the vicinity of a police. If the police hit you with a riot shield and you put your hands out, you could be charged with assault. So there are 430 of those. By the way, the count could be more. They're still arresting people every single day. So I don't want to hear, I hear all these people debating it online. If you know even a little bit about it and you have common sense and you're a fair person, you see that this is garbage. So in answer to your question, what will Trump do? I don't know.
Well, that was a long answer, Barrister. Yeah, we don't know, but you gave them the list of names. You gave them the list of names. Now you serve both authorities. You serve the Lord and the law.
Only the Lord.
Okay. Do you know about this guy, this lawyer named Stefan Pazantino?
Never heard his name ever in my life. No. Uh-oh. Whose sound went out? Whoa.
All right. You hear us now?
Yeah.
Can you
Sorry.
hear us?
Oh, now we can. Okay. Hunley's going to the bathroom, and he pulled all the plugs with him. So anyway, I'm here for you. That's why I'm here, to talk to you. What is the day-to-day like for these people in confinement?
It depends. So I just got a call from Richard Barnett, and he's in Seagoville, Texas. If anybody wants to write him a letter, he'd appreciate it. And it's just, he put his feet up on Nancy Pelosi's staffer's desk, and he got sentenced to 54 months in jail. 54 months. And it's just so unfair. And he just feels the world has forgotten him. And in many ways it has. So, he just
Can you
passes
tell
the
us
time.
his name again? Tell us his name again.
Richard Big O Barnett. He's the
okay.
one who put his feet up. He just called me maybe an hour ago. He's just hopeful that something will happen. They haven't broken him, but he's just sitting there in jail. Then there are the people who are pre-trial at the DC Gulag.
Right.
The DC jail. I'll just, without going into the long story, there was a report done not about the J6ers. This is like advocacy groups for mostly Black people who are suffering there. And the report was done in June. They said that in the past 17 months, leading up to June of 2024, 17 people died in that place.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, it's horrifying. So, I mean, the DC Gulag is a terrible place to be. The facilities, you know, they're different, but it failed a test by the marshals. So it's very, very difficult for people who are in that prison, in that jail, I should say. That's pre-trial.
It was, Jonathan, it was a hellhole when the Watergate burglars were in there. In 1972, it was a hellhole. So, I mean, this is, you know, 50 years, 60 years later, it's even more decrepit.
It's unconscionable. I have to tell you, you know, one thing that I've heard is that they say, oh, you only care now because, you know, white J6ers have gone to jail. So first of all, J6 is, you know, there are Black J6ers, gay J6ers, there's a transgender J6er, all of Americans. But you know what I say to that? I say, you know what, you're right. I really didn't know too much about the jails, but now I know, and I'll never be the same.
It's hard to unknow it now, right?
Is a horrible thing. Everybody should know our prison system. The BOP is a hopeless bureaucracy, by the way, which is run completely by Democrats. Look at the structure. Find me a Republican who's in the, and these are not elected positions. These are appointed positions. This is all under this is all under the Democrats that this has happened. And the BOP is hopeless. You can't sue. You'll never win. It's just a horrible experience, and this is something that Democrats claim to care about. It's mostly Black people who are suffering. J6 will end, but the Black people in this country, and what happened? They had all those Black Lives Matter rallies, and the government, Kamala Harris, wanted to bail everyone out. It's racial justice. What the hell have they done? Nothing. Nothing has changed. Black people have it very hard in this country under Democrats.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the head of Black Lives Matter up in Rhode Island just endorsed Trump.
I heard that.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, he'll probably get thrown in jail now.
No, it's not going to happen. They'd have to find you somewhere in Brooklyn, you know, wherever you're hiding out, which we don't reveal, somewhere in a tunnel or something. I don't really know where you are. And they're not going to get it out of us, Jonathan.
All right, we got another lawyer who's and Jonathan right now. We got Phil Holloway.
Oh, we got another attorney here. Look at this. It's a bar.
We're a dime a dozen. Yeah.
Look at this.
Probably a real attorney.
Phil Holloway, ladies and gentlemen, from
Good evening.
the
How's
incredible purple state of Georgia.
Well, I think purple is going to be red tonight, Mark.
All right, let's go, Phil.
Looking that way. We got about, let's see, we got over a third of the vote in right now, and I think that it's looking good.
Okay.
What happened with that bomb scare down there, Phil?
Well, here's the thing. We don't really know the answer to all of it. The Secretary of State today was blaming it on Russia. You've got local people saying it's, you know, poll workers. We've got people saying that it's an effort by some people in maybe blue areas to keep the polls open a little later tonight. Truth be told, we're just going to have to wait a few days to figure out exactly what we might think we believe. But the Secretary of State earlier today was saying that the FBI has, for whatever that's worth, is blaming all of the earlier bomb threats on Russia. We had some later this evening, after or before just before the polls would have closed at 7 p.m. Eastern, over in DeKalb County, which is to the east suburb of Atlanta area, heavily Democrat area, but they're saying there was multiple bomb threats called in there. So I imagine some of those precincts will stay open a little later.
Any water main breaks?
Well, I mean, you know, if you're a cynic or a conspiracy theorist, this is this year's water main break. But
yeah.
So far, the plumbing looks like it's in pretty good shape. Otherwise,
well, I mean, I think Giuliani's running out of apartments to give up. So I hope he doesn't smear the people who are the bomb owners.
Well, while we get you on, Phil, and I don't know, John, if you've been following all, Phil's been kind of the point person. Fani Willis Trump case debacle. He knows Ashley Merchant, the friends of the family, etc. So what's going on?
Well, what's going on with the Trump case in Fulton?
Yeah.
Right now, Willis is on the ropes because she's going to be, I predict, disqualified from handling whatever's left of this case, if anything is left of it after today. But the Georgia Court of Appeals is hearing oral argument on that in about a month. It's in December, early December. I can't tell you the date off the top of my head. I'm sure some of the folks watching live probably know that, but it's going to be, I want to say around the first week or so of December, there's oral argument. And by my calculations, the panel of judges on the Georgia Court of Appeals guys that will hear that, they come from pretty red areas of the state, and it's a pretty conservative panel. I would imagine her Grey Goose is cooked.
Yeah.
Wow. Grey Goose. Wow. Jonathan, I had a question for you. I wanted to ask. Have you done any work with Norm Pattis?
Yes, I'm I represent a co-defendant with him. Yeah.
Okay, I know he's.
Wait, hold on. No. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of George Pallas. I apologize. Remind me who Norm Pattis is. That name sounds familiar.
Norm Pattis, a ponytailed lawyer, represented Alex Jones. Represent.
No. I don't know who he is. Yeah.
Oh, you don't? Okay. I know he's done a few of the cases, so I didn't know if you. Yeah.
Jonathan, how many different lawyers are there on the J6 cases? Do you know offhand? How many
there have
different
been,
lawyers?
so far, to my last count, there were 1,540 people charged. So,
wow.
I don't want to say exactly how many I've represented, but it's a lot, and I just entered 2 more today. I got a call from somebody who was arrested on September 20th of this year. I got a call. I'm going to take her case. And there's another person who I know will be arrested, and I'm going to take her case. And that's just in the last week. So I've represented a number, but I've spoken to over 200 of them just because they called.
Remember the last time
people who, what?
The last time we spoke, you had like some sort of metric where you said that it's like they've arrested a person a day for the past 4 years or something. Wow. Roughly speaking.
1,540 people over, 365 times 4. So it's it's outrageous.
Wow.
They went into North Carolina during the floods and arrested somebody during the floods.
What? Wow. No, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Now, are most of these misdemeanors too that they're holding people forever?
So according to my count, almost 800 of them are strictly misdemeanor cases. Another 400 of them are misdemeanor plus a bogus felony that is not assault. So like the 1512, which the Supreme Court kicked out, or the 231, which is totally garbage. But then another 400 plus have what's called assault, but that could be anything. I mean, it makes it sound like everybody's punching cops in the face, which is not what happened.
It's. I mean, that's what offends me so much is that these cases have been going along. What's the maximum sentence of a typical misdemeanor? A year, and it's not usually so.
It's so arbitrary. It goes from 0 to 12 months for misdemeanors, and it depends on the judge. It depends on how much they like the defendant. There's one lady, an old lady, Rebecca Lorenz, I think is her name. She was an old lady. They called her the praying grandma. Misdemeanors. Yeah. She raised some money on Give, Send, Go. They didn't like that, so they gave her no jail time, but they fined her $100,000 for a misdemeanor.
So it's sheer whim at this point. The judicial.
Like
yeah,
like I said, I do these sentencing memorandums, and the judge will ask for comparators. So it's stupid now because I give 10 comparators where people got no jail time, and the government gives 10 comparators where somebody got 10 months to a year. So it's like the judge can do whatever they want. There's no law.
Wow.
Well,
and
until
they show their criterias, but
I mean, have you seen anything like this, Bill, yourself?
No, look, this. in my opinion, this whole thing got blown way, way, way out of proportion. The idea of calling it insurrection, I think, was just a bit too far. There were certainly, maybe I would say, some instances of maybe misdemeanor trespass going on, but the Justice Department has gone way overboard in prosecuting these cases. And I think that it's, in my opinion, this is an indication of how vicious the Biden administration, Biden and Harris administration, has been in persecuting and prosecuting anybody that is supporting of the other political side. It's just it's one emanation of the lawfare that we've seen. If you can't go after Donald Trump himself, you can go after people who support him, and it's just an extension of the lawfare, like we've seen in, of course, New York. We got that crazy civil trial where he was found to have defrauded banks that weren't actually defrauded. There's no victims, and of course, guilty of this non-crime on multiple felony non-crimes in New York, Manhattan. Probably the bluest county in the nation. And then, of course, in the next bluest county, Fulton County, you've got obviously political prosecution against Trump. So it's just an extension of more of the same lawfare. And, honestly, if Trump hangs on and he does win tonight, I'm just hopeful that one of the biggest good things that would come from this is that the lawfare, can end. I think it's time to put a stop to it. The nation just needs to move on.
Where's that coming from, that noise?
I have no idea.
It could be mine. Hang on.
Okay. Oh, okay. Phil, hold on. I want to interrupt the broadcast. Florida's been called for Trump.
Okay, we got Florida.
And it looks like Mississippi and Alabama as well.
Mississippi and Alabama. Phil, what do you think is going to happen November 26th when Trump goes in for his sentencing?
And Jonathan.
And Jonathan, both of you.
Well, I think if Trump's not going to go in, I think he's not going to go in for his sentencing if he wins this election. I think that
you think he's just not going to show up, or what?
No, I think it's going to be the end of it. I think you're going to have to put. I think it's all going to have to be stayed. And quite frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if you see some prosecutors start throwing in the towel as well. I mean, it's not. Look, the prosecutor in Manhattan can move to delay the sentencing. The judge can delay the sentencing on his own if he finds the courage or the will maybe to finally do that. And so I'm hopeful that after tonight, we're going to see, a lot of this just coming to an end. There's no way that you're going to sentence a president-elect, for example, to jail a month before he's supposed to take office. I think that if Trump wins tonight, the lawfare is going to start falling by the wayside.
Okay. All right.
Just by the way, Loudoun County flipped 9 points, I think somebody just said, which is huge.
What county was
Loudoun
that?
County is a major blue stronghold. So, Loudoun County, Virginia. In Virginia, they flipped 9 points.
Oh,
I mean,
nice.
If he could pick up Virginia, that is huge because that's a definite blue state. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but I find that encouraging.
It's encouraging to see the shifts nationwide. I think that feels to me like pixie dust. It's like winning or picking up Virginia just seems like one of those things that's it's just right there. You can see it, maybe you can feel it a little bit, but it's just going to be just out of reach. But hey, I'd love to be wrong about that.
I don't know. I mean, it's still encouraging, and even if he doesn't, all these bode well for popular vote. The fact that they're even close, if he shrinks the margins and states like Jonathan, I think you're in California, or where are you?
In Baltimore.
Oh, okay. Well, he's not going to pick up anything in Maryland.
We're going.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. But if the margins are narrower, all that counts to the popular vote. And he could potentially pull that out. And I'm really hoping for that because I think that's a mandate. In essence, if he can win both electoral and popular vote, it's like, okay, he won them both. Everybody shut up. He won them. Can we move on? Can we get something in the future? All right. So what are you guys predicting then? We're talking about this right now. Jonathan, how do you feel? What do you think the outcome of this election is going to be in high detail?
Predictions are hard, especially about the future. So I think that was who said that? Yogi Berra. I try not to make them. I just I have one opinion on this, and it's that it doesn't matter. Our nation needs to repent and turn its eyes to our Father in heaven, and I mean everyone. We just need to do that, and if we don't do that, it doesn't matter who wins. And if we do that, it doesn't matter who wins. So we just need national repentance, and we haven't even begun that campaign yet.
That's fair. Well, specifically for you in your cases, I think Trump has stated he will pardon people involved with January 6th.
This is bullshit, Alan.
I was just gonna say he certainly he's got the political. He doesn't have to worry about political fallout if he does that. I imagine he's probably going to pardon himself pretty close right out of the gate. But if he starts pardoning J6 defendants, commuting sentences, whatever, and he certainly has the freedom to do that without any political blowback.
To do anything,
Jonathan, your thoughts?
To salvage what they can, and then even if they lose, they may not fucking leave. They may just say, "Fuck you, we're not leaving." It's natural.
You broke up. You just said, "Well," I didn't hear anything else.
I hear somebody else talking.
Who's your winner? Where is he?
So, but what I would say is that I think that it's going to be very complicated if he wins. That's my opinion. If I had to make a prediction, I think they're going to.
I know, but I got to go back in.
I'm
sorry for your loss.
Lawfare, try and prevent him from taking office, and they'll tie him up with all kinds of procedural, legal, judicial. It's going to be very, very, very hard, even if he wins. I don't think he's just going to take office and that's the end of it. It's a long road, and I don't think that the J6ers are going to see relief on day one on January 21st. Unfortunately, I hope they do.
All right. Well, for everyone's amusement, Mark forgot to leave his microphone when he wandered, so that's where we were hearing all the crazy things.
Look, at least he wasn't in the men's room.
Yeah, that's
So
what I was
talking to a state trooper. I was talking to a New York state trooper.
Okay, so now Vivek Ramaswamy and Mark Groubert have something in common with a hot mic.
I asked them to talk into the mic.
So, but on the bright side, I do think that it's clear to people, I think, that there was definitely a change in this country over this election. I mean, you talk about all the Black people and Hispanic people who were going for Trump, and you can just see it with your own eyes and your own experience. I mean, I live in Baltimore, and I saw more Trump support than certainly from 2016 and even from 2020.
Speaking of that, so
Phil, how's Georgia going to go, Phil?
Well, right now, they are reporting that Georgia, like even CNN was reporting earlier, Mark, that with independents, Trump is doing a couple or 3 points better than he did 4 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And they're also saying that with Black males, which is to what someone was just saying a second ago, he's at 25% of the Black male vote. And that may be also consistent across the nation. And I don't know the answer to this, but I think that the GOP historically has been much lower than 20% in that demographic. But somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. But
that
Mark,
is true.
Yeah.
Mark, I think that the wind is certainly favoring Trump in Georgia so far, based on what I'm seeing. But look, I mean, I went by my polling place today. I voted early, but I went by the precinct where I would normally vote, and it's like right before lunchtime today, and I just to see if there was a line there, and there was no line there. Of course, I'm in Fulton County, but I'm not in the dark blue part. It's probably red, if not at least a little purplish. And there was nobody there. And there was nobody there later today. And there was nobody there even after 5 o'clock. And it was just absolutely dead, Mark. And I know that they're counting, they being the Democrats, are counting on the vote to come in from these deep blue or the urban sort of counties like this. And I just didn't see it there. And it was, I posted it on X because to me it was very bizarre to see my polling place on election day with nobody there on an election that's as heated and contested as this one. And I posted that pic or those pictures simply because I thought it was odd, and people started getting really, really mad at me on X because they thought I was trying to say something about, Trump not doing well in the urban areas or something, but it was not.
Oh, I get it.
The point was it was dead on election day, which means that the vast majority of people voted early. I think, which I don't like, by the way. I'm not a big fan of so much election season. I'd rather it be like election day, but it was just very bizarre to see. And we're hearing reports all around the metro Atlanta area, by the way. It's not just maybe the purple or red pockets of Fulton. It was pretty dead across the entire metro Atlanta area as far as election day turnout.
Well, okay, those areas that it was dead, though, I mean, are they typically Democratic strongholds? And if they are dead, that's good news.
Yeah, it is because it's the entire metro Atlanta area, which you've got Fulton, Cobb, DeKalb County, Gwinnett County. Those, it's the further you get outside of Atlanta itself, it's maybe less blue, but those are all blue counties. They're very urban and very blue. So the Harris campaign was counting on a lot of turnout in the metropolitan areas of Georgia, and certainly with respect to Atlanta. I don't know so much about other smaller metro areas like Macon, Columbus, Savannah, but I suspect it was probably the same throughout the state. In Georgia, everybody just seems to have voted early.
Well, if I was a Democratic ideologue working for the party in Georgia, I would want those polls to stay open as long as humanly possible and find any way possible to get that done, Phil. But that's just me. Will the polls stay open later tonight?
Yeah, there's already been a few that were ordered to stay open a little bit later, not much later, but due to a couple of them that opened late, there was, of course, the earlier bomb threats. I don't yet know because I haven't checked since we've been streaming here about what's going on with the cab with this late in the day allegations of bomb threats in DeKalb County, which is also part of the metro area. But I'm looking right now, I see Georgia's reporting 47% of the vote totals in with Trump at 54.4% or Harris 45%. And that includes, quite frankly, a lot of Fulton County, also Cobb County, which is very blue. So a lot of the metro is already baked into that number when I tell you that's 48% reporting. So we also have a large portion geographically of the state of Georgia that is rural, that is not it's not being reported. So I'm certainly no political analyst, but just my sense from what I've been seeing and feeling on the ground here for at least a few months is that Georgia's going to go red.
Okay. All right.
Well, that's good news. And
look, hopefully I'll be correct. I don't want to be wrong on that, but and I'm not an expert. That's just what I'm feeling.
Okay.
So, and Georgia's going to be determined today. Hopefully, they're not going to have to count for 13 days or 2 months.
Yeah. So they're saying that by it's already past 8 p.m., but they're saying by like 9 or 10 p.m. there will be enough of the state in to call it. But that was, it's all subject to change.
Wow.
I'm looking at 54.9% for Trump right now with 48% of the vote tabulated.
Look at North Carolina.
Is it starting to turn yet? Still showing blue.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean the numbers. She's up in North Carolina.
By how much?
By about 7-8 points.
What's the percentage coming in?
I think a lot of that's from the Asheville and the blue areas.
It could be. And well, Research Triangle, how does that fall usually for North Carolina? I mean, I don't know if Research Triangle is more blue or what.
If you're asking me, I don't know the answer to that question. I'm actually looking. I'm trying to multitask in case you can't tell. I'm trying to look at.
We all are
trying to look at a couple of things.
Okay, here we go.
Let's see.
11.3% of the votes. So
That's
there's a
New
long way to
Jersey.
go.
Yeah, New Jersey.
Florida, of course, is a blowout. Loudoun County, Virginia. Back to your point about Virginia, 95% reporting in Loudoun County. It's Harris 56, Trump 40% at this point, but 15 points is what I think Trump wanted to see there, because in 2020 he lost it by 25%. So he's doing much better in certain parts of Virginia.
9 points.
Look, I'm not ruling out a surprise in some of these states.
Well, she's winning in Ohio with a big chunk of the vote in there.
What?
So it says.
All right, I'll have to see.
Look at Ohio. 39% of the vote.
No, it's still showing orange, like Trump's ahead.
Look at the actual numbers.
I'm trying to. Hold on. Because I don't know. Axios is showing it orange, like Trump is ahead, and I can't get it to pop up.
Well, let's see here. You said you're looking at Ohio. I got something here.
Yeah.
Ohio, what I'm seeing here on Decision Desk HQ is 32% of the vote reporting, and it's 52 Harris, 46 Trump. So there's still a lot of vote out there, and I'm just looking at the geographic breakdown of that, and I'm not seeing that. I just think that's a little premature to panic on Ohio.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why Axios is showing it as orange, which is implying Trump leading. So I don't know if they're just behind or what's going on. Oh, okay. So, yeah, we have a Ohio poll guy, politically heavy dude here in the audience.
Well, I just shared my. If you want to show my screen, I don't know, Eric.
Oh yeah, sure.
That's what I got. Ohio.
Okay. Let's take a look.
Right there.
52 to 48. So a lot of gray. So it's a lot not turned in.
Yes, I think certainly there's nothing to be panicking about right now in Ohio. And look, that's where J.D. Vance is from. I mean, I think Ohio is
safe. It's considered safe, I thought.
Dustin, what the hell's going on in Ohio?
Yeah, get over here. Tell us about Ohio. Kamala's leading in Ohio.
Look at these numbers.
Or is it not relevant? Well, Chase Oliver's running away with 0.4.
Can you hover over Cobb County?
Go over Cobb County and Cleveland.
Sorry, that's the
Where?
in Cleveland.
Go hover over Cleveland, will you, Phil?
Let's see. Cleveland is showing 71% Harris with 32% of Cleveland's vote in Cuyahoga County.
All right, now go down to Columbus.
Go down to Columbus.
Columbus, of course, another metropolitan area. We've got 38% of their vote, with Harris coming in at 69.7 so far.
Go over to Erie County, which is that.
Same way with Akron, the urban areas.
Go to Erie, which is
Erie County, which is that red thing straight up by the lake.
straight up by the lake. Down right.
Over to the right.
Go right.
Right.
No.
More to the right.
There's Erie. Erie's got 51.2% with 47% of the vote in.
What side are you on?
That will eventually be an 11-point Trump win. So what this is telling me is, with a third of the vote in, this is so underreporting Republican right now that, I mean, this is nothing to worry about.
He said it's nothing to worry about. No. All right. I don't know.
I want to go back to Georgia. Actually, let's look at North Carolina.
Georgia or North Carolina because
So North Carolina's only got 13% reporting, and it's just 1% difference. So look, we got a lot of the, like there's Raleigh, you've got Charlotte, we got the urban areas, of course. And look, there's a lot of gray out here that's left to come in there. I think the metrics, in my view, for North Carolina are pretty good. I wanted to check out Georgia and just check back in on Georgia real quick.
Definitely,
because of course that's obviously one of the biggies.
By the way, John, Maryland has been called for Harris, so congratulations.
Oh, all right.
No surprise there.
I did my best.
Expected.
I did my best.
Georgia's now up to 51%. So now we're more than half of the vote reporting, and Trump's leading by just over 10 percentage points.
Wow.
And we have some of this DeKalb. Well, not quite DeKalb. We have Gwinnett, which is another metro area. Rockdale. We have a lot more of the metropolitan Atlanta areas now, with a good chunk of their vote in. Like, for example, Fulton County showing 74%. And somebody needs to check this because I don't know, but Trump is at 27.7% right now in Fulton. And I don't think he was that high in 2020. I could be wrong. I'm sure someone in the chat probably has that handy. But look, I mean, when you start baking, when these numbers include the metro counties, and we still have all these rural Georgia counties that need to come in, I think it's looking pretty good for Georgia to go red this time, guys.
Let's hope, because that is officially a swing state, supposedly this run.
I just wish I had this data at my fingertips to find out what Trump did in Fulton County in 2020. Of course, that was the big problem county in 2020. But right now he's looking at 27.7, and if I had to go by my memory, I don't think he had that high of a percentage in Fulton County 4 years ago.
Okay. Good question. I'm not sure. I'm looking at a Wikipedia article, but I'm not seeing it yet. Yeah. It's not easy to find it, super quickly.
Yeah, it's we need a like a color. We need a staff, guys. We need our own staff to help us.
Yes, we need some producers. I got a room full of people. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, is anybody in the room? Do they have this data at their hands, at their fingertips?
Oh, we got some sharp people, but nobody has it on hand. They're depending on us right now, and we're depending on you, Phil, and you're letting us down.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well, if you're depending on me, I'm just.
Oh, hold on. New York Times just predicted a Trump presidency. Is there an article?
No, there's no way.
Where did she go?
I don't know. I need more info on that.
I think that Polymarket is predicting a Trump Polymarket now. The betting odds now have Trump up to 71%.
Abby go. Oh, that's his highest yet.
It's highest I've seen.
Okay. All right. Where's Baris when we need him? Oh, Cornel West has 100 votes.
He does?
He does not. Good for him.
President West.
Mikey,
somebody saying
that's not a small thing.
Oh, look at that. Virginia and North Carolina have shifted.
Virginia and North Carolina
are showing they're leaning red now.
Interesting.
Hey, can we look at Virginia, Phil?
Yeah, stand by.
Because it's looking like there's some headway.
Just want to refresh Georgia real quick. 52% now of the vote in Georgia. Trump expanding his lead to 11 points based on that. Let's check in on Virginia. You said Virginia. Is that what you want to look at?
Yeah. Because it's Hey, it's my home state.
All right, so here you go in Virginia.
I know.
And looks like Trump 48, Harris 50.
Yeah, she's still leading. Apparently, he's making real headway, though, so I don't know. How much is in on the vote? 50%? Not quite?
Well, see, Arlington is 53%. Loudoun County is 95%. And look at that. It's Trump 40%. That's another one I'd like to know what he did there 4 years ago.
I think a lot less.
I think it wasn't 40%. Right.
Can you go down to the bottom right to Hampton Roads?
Well,
that's Suffolk. Go all the way to the right on the bottom. That's going to be Virginia Beach and Norfolk. Okay, Virginia Beach. Trump. All right. That's what kind of count is in?
31%.
Okay, scroll around the little cities right around that area there. So go up slightly. You'll hit Chesapeake. Up, down.
Norfolk City with 60%.
Kamala for okay.
So in 2020, Joe Biden got 61% and Trump got 36% in Loudoun County.
36% for Trump in Loudoun?
Yeah.
All right. So he's doing better with 95% of the vote in. He's doing 40.4%.
All right. Okay, let's look at North Carolina, see how that's progressing.
What website is this?
This is Decision Desk HQ. You said North Carolina. We want to check in on North Carolina. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right. So Trump at 51% to Harris 47 with 16% reporting.
Okay.
Well, that's nothing. Can you do me a favor? When I voted today, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was on the ballot in Maryland, and I'm curious to see
his results. Yeah.
I want to see can you see the results in Maryland? I just want to see if he made a difference, if people voted for him.
That's a good question.
Maryland. All right, let's see. Robert
F.
Kennedy.
I like that.
Well, they don't have any reporting. It says 0% reporting.
Yeah, they just called it in Maryland. They're just like, we're not even counting.
Oh, wow. Okay.
0% reporting, huh?
All right. Well, while we're on that, can we look at Michigan? I think Kennedy's still on the ballot in Michigan, right?
Yes, he was, because he sued to come off of that. So
this is great. I'd love to see what's happening with him.
All right. So Michigan, you got
0.4, so about the same as Chase Oliver.
Kennedy's pulling so far with 1,560 votes, 0.4%, probably pulling that away from Trump right now. So,
not necessarily.
I think there's a lot of people that they wanted to go and vote because they got down ballot races they're concerned about, and maybe they just didn't feel like casting a vote for either one of the Republican or Democrat nominees, and so maybe they just picked one of these other down ballot folks. So maybe you're right. Maybe it pulled from either. Or
I knew a lot of people who hated Trump and would never vote for him. Were very excited about RFK Jr. as a Democrat, and then were very, very upset that that he pulled out. So. I don't know necessarily every vote for him as a vote that would have been for Trump.
Oh, while we're in Michigan, can we look up the illustrious Cornel West?
Michigan? You want to go back to
West was about
0.4.
What about Shank Ugard? Did he did Shank
All
right, there's Michigan.
Cornell, not there.
Didn't even make the board.
Yeah.
Or he might not have made the ballot. I'm not sure.
Did Shank Ugard run as an independent?
I don't think it went through. I think he was just talking trash.
Did we check on Wisconsin yet?
He would have been a great president.
Nothing going
President Shank.
Oh yeah,
President Shank.
Yeah, Shank. Yeah,
he would have been amazing.
Yeah, sadly, he'd actually be better than Kamala Harris. Sadly,
he could have united the country. Everybody would.
President Shank. No, I agree. Everybody would hate him.
Yeah.
They'd be united in that. They're like, who the hell is this guy? Get this blowhard out.
I'm trying to see. I think Georgia's probably going to be, well, knock on wood, maybe one of the next ones perhaps to be called, because we're pushing over 52% now of the vote. And just, I mean, I think there's just so much of it's already reporting from the metro counties. I personally think Georgia's looking pretty good, guys, but hey, we'll see.
Does anybody else feel like this is watching soccer? I feel like
yeah, that's fair. That's a fair statement. Oh my gosh.
You know,
but someone was saying, let's look up real quick at Florida just for fun, because I know it's been called, but you know, folks were saying that Duval County, Florida.
Yeah, Rich was talking about. Well, he says what Duval goes, Georgia goes. That it's married to Georgia in a weird way.
I want to see how the old Jews voted in South Florida. Can we go there?
Okay.
See what,
let's go to Florida. I don't know why. All right. I don't know why I'm being her lady.
Yeah, that's a solid win in Florida.
Sure. All right.
Wow, that's a really solid win.
Yeah, so let's see where's Duval County? That's there.
Who is Chase Oliver?
So look, Duval County with 88% in, it's virtually tied. It's 49.5% to 49.4.
What?
Considering Duval's history, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
we should go down south. Let's see Broward.
Look at Miami, and
Drew
Miami. He won Miami by more than 10 points, and then you got Broward, 13 points with 95% in. Palm Beach is even really, really close. Look at that, 49.9 to 49.3.
Wow,
those Jews.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Jews came through in Florida.
And to your point, Eric, about the popular vote, that can be a big bump.
You know,
that could be a big thing there.
If I could, I just want to bring up a side point that a lot of people have been talking about. What we're watching right now is the retail election, but the wholesale stuff is everything that led up to this that brought us here today. And, you know, I don't know. Every person in this country knows somebody who moved to Florida over the last 4 years. That state, you just go down. I was just there a couple of months ago. I mean,
including half of Haiti.
Yeah, I mean, half of New York is moved to Florida, and you know, everybody knows somebody who's moved there. The state is bursting at the seams, and at the same time, for the last 4 years, people have been flocking from California and moving to places like Texas, and yet why do we see that the electoral votes seem to stay the same? See what I mean? I feel like there's something shady that people have been talking about this. I'm not bringing this up out of nowhere, that the census was really the election. It happened at the census where they kept the blue states as very high value, and they undervalued the red states. So,
hold on. I think both New York and California lost congressional seats.
They did, and they lost a couple of electoral votes, but I think it was underrepresented. And not to mention the fact that I looked at the data of California, and I'm not an expert in this, but I'm just thinking that we're told that all these illegal aliens are coming in. So they talk about the net loss to California was offset by this influx of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. So are those citizens who are moving to California, or are those just illegal aliens who are keeping the population up? So, you know, if Kamala Harris wins by like 5-6 points in the Electoral College, it could very well be that, you know, this election happened a long time ago and we didn't really get to cast a vote.
Well, that's Elon Musk's argument. I mean, he goes even farther on it, but, you know, stating that they'll eventually be made citizens before too long as well. But yeah,
Jonathan's saying they have an impact as non-citizens.
Absolutely, because of the Electoral College, and they get more congressmen. So if you can pack the House with more representatives, for example, you can push laws, and you have a more stronger electoral presence as well. Especially when you're talking about some of the math could lead to a point of one. And, California is such a guaranteed blue state. Now, the irony, Jonathan, using your theory, we might have to blame Abbott for New York not losing more, since he's busing people out to New York.
I think he busts like 20 people there.
Well, I don't know. They're acting like it's 1 million. I think it was a perfectly good idea.
But
Can we look
anyway, once again, this stuff, unfortunately, I hate to be cynical about it, but I think that, this is the Mets versus the Yankees kind of stuff. It's just like we're watching, the made-for-TV movie, but a lot of these decisions were made, I think, a long time ago. I mean, just to give another example, by the way, is that the way that the parties keep normal people out of the primaries and is also we don't get to choose our candidates for a lot of these positions. And I was involved, or I was friends with somebody who was litigating one of these cases, and there's a whole corpus of case law of people suing their state board of elections to try and get access to the ballots, and the courts lean so heavily in favor of restricting people because they claim that if they left the standards low, we'd have these unmanageable elections. So therefore, only people who have the blessing of the major parties can run for office in this country. And that's a huge problem.
All right, guys, got some Georgia update here if you want to hear it. So DeKalb County, which is where some of the later alleged bomb threats occurred, it's part of the metro Atlanta. They just dumped in 68% of their votes. And so now that means that Georgia is reporting 61% of its vote. Trump still leads 52.2 to 47.2.
And DeKalb's a Democrat stronghold?
There it is. Yeah, I got it showing it right there. It's 82% for Harris.
Wow.
With 68% of the vote in. Currently, so Fulton, so Donald Trump had 26%, I'm told reliably, 4 years ago in Fulton County. And right now he's at 27.7%.
How much is that? So 2% gain.
74% of the vote in Fulton County.
All right. Well, he lost Georgia by less than 1%, right?
Yes.
So
So
it won't take
Georgia's now got 61% of the vote in, and looks like a lot of even Bibb County, which is Macon, the middle of the state, it's got 68%. And a lot of these other states that are showing as gray, they're going to be filled in as red. But they're just not highly populated. For example, let's check in on my home county of Tift County, Georgia here, which is
it's just a picture of you and your family there, Phil.
So 14,648 total votes counted with 86%. And so these are not high population centers.
All right. They counted it for, gave Virginia to Harris.
Oh, whoever they is
made. They did? Like, can we see that?
Go to Virginia, Phil. It's on the decision desk HQ.
Okay. Let's go to Virginia.
Yeah, it looks like they just called it.
Yeah, they did. 49.9 to 48.4.
That's not a sizable victory.
Wow. He can't, with all those gray areas, he can't come back.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah.
Well, I think they know how much vote is left out there.
How much is out there? It's like 50% is still out there.
Yeah, it's rural though. I think that's the problem, is that everything out there is
it's low population centers, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot, and like even in Loudoun County, there's still 5% outstanding there, and then Fairfax County, they're only 57% reporting, and
they called that a little early. Then that's weird.
29,000 votes, and they called it. Like I see a lot.
That's
of
insane.
I don't know.
46% reporting.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just whatever reason they called it. And it looks It looks a lot closer than I'd expect.
Well, calls are not legal.
I
So-
think that people who dive into these numbers more than I do, and maybe some of y'all do, I think so they know how many votes are left out there, right? And so they know that it's a lead that maybe can't be surpassed. Of course, sometimes they've called it wrong. I mean, that has happened. They've reversed calls.
0.3% can't be surpassed.
Yeah,
that's insane.
But look at the raw vote difference. It's so you've got, according to this, with
left in a 3/10 split.
I agree. I don't.
983,000 to 976,000.
So there aren't 7,000 votes in all those gray areas.
There's 53% is still outstanding.
Yeah,
53% of something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why they called it. That's weird.
53%. That means that
Oh,
there's,
Fox News called it.
1.8 million votes.
Good old
out there.
reliable Fox
You know who
News.
called it was Brett Baer coming out of retirement.
Well, look, I mean, I think that I don't think that anybody really ever expected Virginia to.
Wait, AP is showing Trump ahead.
This is crazy.
That's interesting.
What's showing Trump ahead? Because I'm looking. I just moved to North
in
Carolina.
Virginia.
I'll go back to Virginia.
Also Bing. So that's weird. Somebody's got their.
Yeah. 49.3 to 49%.
They called it, and he's ahead.
Yeah.
They called it for his opponent.
Well, according to this raw vote, she's at 6,000. According to what I'm seeing here, 986,000 to 980,000. So according to this, with 47% in, she's ahead by 6,000 votes. But there's still some other votes out there. I mean, it's hey,
He's only done by 5,500 votes.
Percent is on not.
I know. I don't get it. Well, and I'm saying that the AP is showing. I'm looking at it now. Trump up ahead
in Virginia.
Politico as well, apparently.
And those are bigger numbers. It's a later update.
Has anybody else called Virginia?
Yeah,
I'm looking.
He was ahead. Fox has it 49 to 48.
49 to 48, Trump on Politico. That's very weird. I don't know who.
Well, she's clearly still the winner then.
Oh, here we go. Right. All right, we have Dr. Drew with us.
Oh, Drew. Okay, now it's getting crowded here.
All right,
let's get Pinsky in here. Dr. Drew, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
Yeah. God, I hate StreamYard so much. So much.
Yay! Well, what do you use, Dr. Drew?
Zoom, something simple like that, something barbaric.
Drew, what is the psychological hangover from all this tomorrow in the United States of America, win or loss?
What do you mean? It depends who
I mean, will there, this is on YouTube, so I have to say, will there be an increase in the Harry carry rate tomorrow, statistically, based on...
Depending how this goes, at least 3 out of the 5 men you're seeing sitting here will not be here in 24 hours.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. These are numbers I can work with. These are numbers I can... Will drug addiction increase by tomorrow?
No. That I don't.
Okay.
It takes more than 12 hours.
Drinking increase across the board, actual drinking.
No matter what, that's already underway.
Okay, all right.
Oh, will the birth rate go up? Okay. We have deep questions coming in.
No, that's actually a really good question because we're in trouble, right? 1 in 3 millennials say they don't want to have kids. Birth rate is at an all-time low. We're going to have an implosion in our population.
There's free abortions on every corner at Democratic strongholds.
Sure. I'm thinking.
So, what's your take on where we are regarding the election right now? If you're, I don't know if you're following what's going on, reading.
I watched for about 3 minutes, and it's just too anxiety. The whole thing is. I immediately had a flashback to 2016.
Right.
I went to bed at like 10 o'clock. I'm like, all right, I see how this is going, and then I woke up and it was something different. So I'm
Right.
just not.
So the answer is you have to stay up all night using medication.
Medication, but you may have to stay on that med for a while because I'm going to bet that there's sort of question marks that'll linger for quite a little while here. That there will be unsettled questions about shenanigans for a while, and that really makes me anxious. I don't like that.
That really makes you anxious, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes, it does.
Okay, so let's see. So they called Virginia, but now they're reversing Virginia.
Well, no, everybody else is saying that Trump is ahead in Virginia, but somebody called Virginia for Harris. And it's only 45% of the vote in. So it's a weird scenario. 49.
Well, I'm not watching right there. I'm already.
Okay, well, we're going to tell you so we can increase your anxiety level.
Just with what you guys are saying, it's like, what is going on?
Now, there's bomb threats in Georgia where they've agreed to keep the polls open later because of the bomb threats. Do you think that was intentional, Drew, or?
And then my wife yelled out from her captain's chair, "Russia's being blamed for the bombs in Georgia."
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. What I mean, so much has bing revealed to me because of COVID that I don't know what to believe about anything anymore. I'm even believing Mark Groubert when he tells me things.
Oh, no. Come on. That's outrageous. That's outrageous.
It's outrageous, but I believe you now. And that's,
that's where we are. Is my biggest convert since COVID is Drew Pinsky.
Wow, apparently.
No, I mean, I was an early contemplative convert when maybe 12 years ago, Mark came into my podcast and said, the left is using racism the way the right used communism during the McCarthy era. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Well, there we go.
Okay, Dr. Drew, I have a question. I read your book about the mirror effect a couple of times. Is it due for an update, or is it just getting worse? I mean,
no, it is due for an update. Some people have suggested I do that, and I think I would do it through the prism of mass formation, because I'm with Matthias Desmet over the weekend, who was the psychologist that fashioned the phrase mass formation, or what Robert Malone called mass formation psychosis, which I think is a little more accurate to what happened in this country, or mass formation delusions.
Drew, this is the Dutch professor?
Belgium. He's the Belgian.
Belgium,
professor, yeah. And he wrote a book about totalitarianism and what the psychology of that is and how that happens. And he was saying that he feels that you've got to have a disconnected populace, essentially a lonely populace, to get these things done. You got to have people not able to share ideas with each other, not able to connect with each other, looking on high for meaning and solutions. And when I first had a conversation with him about his theory, it was on a Zoom, it was on a broadcast or a YouTube interview I was doing. And I said, I've got this sneaking suspicion that narcissism is underlying all of this. And he was like, oh, 100%, 100%. You can't, this won't happen without narcissism. And I thought, yeah, that's what that book was that you're referencing, where we did studies on mostly celebrities and showed they had much more narcissism, much more trauma, much more substance abuse than the average population, which itself was becoming much more narcissistic. So it was, it's time to sort of talk about that. This is all on the heels. Did you read Christopher Lash's book in the 70s, The Culture of Narcissism?
I haven't. No.
I recommend it most highly. He nailed it.
Okay.
He's a sociologist, but he had sort of an analytical bent, psychoanalytic bent, and he saw it coming. And even he's got to be rolling over in his grave. He would have been astonished to see how far we've gone with it.
Is social media, quote, influencer, whatever, is that changing the paradigm at all? Because you were doing more celebrities. There was fewer, like YouTuber types, or whatever we're doing, and things like that. Is that forcing a spread at a smaller level? Or how is that shaping?
It's making it worse, right? Because everybody has an expectation of, hey, man, it's me. So one of the things we were able to show was that fame and celebrity was a bid to repair childhood trauma. That our models sort of documented that. And that's kind of what I already knew, having talked to many celebrities over the years. They would unload on me during the commercial breaks, on Loveline. I was like, I'd heard all the stories of what was going on. And I'm aging, Brent. I lost my train of thought. So the takes a minute to get back on track. What did you ask me again?
Remember, you and I talked about the expansion of celebrity culture just inside.
Wait, hold
Remember
on.
that?
It was the social media that impact.
Yeah.
So the one thing we were able to show with great clarity was that if you were going into the media because you had a purpose, you were a newscaster, you were a cellist, you were a singer, you had some sort of, the media was just an outlet for your craft, much lower narcissism levels. If you were going out into the world of media because, hey, it's me, like a reality show participant, way up, off the chart. And I would argue that I bet you the influencers we would find would be up with the reality show people in terms of the narcissism. So yes, it encourages that. Yes, it causes people to be disconnected. Disconnection is at its core part of narcissism, and disconnection is what sets up the mass formation.
But what if the society split completely in half? Is it half mass formation?
If it splits completely in half, I always have to try to keep up with Mark. Where is he going with this? So
I'm saying, let's say there were two Hitlers. There was Hitler 1 and Hitler 2, and they had two separate followings.
And you were the cat in the hat, and you're the cat in the hat, and you're going to clean them up.
No, I'm saying, all of these books that I've read, that there is a totalitarian regime or a culture and one leader. What if it's split into two? What if it's two separate totalitarian states?
Or two cults.
And two cults of personality with two different sides. Everyone always talks about it being a unipolar situation. But what if it's two, Drew, like we have now?
So you think that each camp is sort of culty, or if they become culty?
That's what I'm getting at, brother.
That does not sound good. That sounds like generally.
Well, it might be better than one it might be better than one Nazi cult.
Well, no, that leads into the conflict, though, right? I mean, technically, if you have the two cults, only one cult can survive in the end. So,
to a sane person, you go, great, both two cults. Everyone's part of a cult. Everyone's happy. That's not the way cults work. So,
Eric, can I break in for a second?
Yeah, sure.
I got some interesting news out of Georgia. I don't know if you want to share my screen again real quick.
Yeah, let's get up in there. Let's see what's going on.
So I wanted to point out, so I've got pulled up here Baldwin County, Georgia, which you could so there's Atlanta, Baldwin County down here, sort of north central Georgia. Donald Trump looks like he with 95% of the vote in, looks like Trump is going to carry Baldwin County, Georgia, which is 41% African American, and so Trump would be the first Republican to win this county since 2004.
Wow, 20 years.
Yep. And overall, Georgia's coming in at 65% now, in with Trump still about a 5% lead, which sometimes I had guesstimated that Trump would take it by 6 points, and sometimes I said 5. I think that's probably where we're going to wind up at with Georgia.
At 5.
You think Fox News will call it?
Not till the end, Jonathan. Not till the bitter end.
Yeah,
no, they won 100% of the vote in, but Virginia 53 out. They're slim by like 5,000 votes. You go back to Virginia. Let's see what's going on there.
All right, so let's check out Virginia. We've got, and I don't know why I'm being served women's underwear ads down here at the bottom of my brain.
Hey, that's your habits, buddy, not ours.
It's Groubert.
You can talk to Dr. Drew off camera.
Groubert stuff. Who's clicking through?
All right, so there we go. We got there we go. So we've got Donald Trump. Well, let's see. There's still
he's still leading, still a loser. I love it. How does that work?
50% of
leading
the now.
Losing. Okay.
We've got.
Did they have her checked and he has more votes? Am I?
Yeah.
Yes.
We've seen this before, though. This is
but he won Hampton Roads. He got Virginia Beach. He didn't get that before. Biden won that. he got Chesapeake. I believe Biden won that. So it's very interesting that he's made all these gains and shrunk his losses, but I mean, I don't know. It seems a little close to call.
Well,
but it's been called.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's been called for Harris. Am I reading that incorrectly? That it's been called for Harris and
no, that's what call is for Harris. It's got 50% of the vote reporting, and there's 0.5%, 0.5%, half.
Nothing fishy about that, huh, Drew?
Sorry, 1.5%. Sorry.
No, what I love
could it be
about-
that is it could it be that they have like one big Democrat stronghold that they haven't counted yet, that she's going to win like 75%? Is that what's going on?
Maybe.
Well, so far, like in Fairfax County, they're only showing that's 58%. So there's still a good bit of the vote out there. I think they're probably factoring in that the rest of that is going to go more or less on the same percentage basis to her.
Virginia Project's disputing Virginia being called.
Who is?
Virginia Project's disputing the
Virginia
state.
Project?
I'm
Who
sure
else
it's
has called it besides this website that I'm on.
I don't know.
Is Fox?
And I don't
Why don't we just wait till the end? Who's making these calls?
Fox has not called it.
So I don't know who's called it. Maybe the decision desk. Maybe they did it themselves. I don't know. All right, well, I talk to Dr. Drew about more about mass formation, more about narcissism, and the French Revolution. Because if I recall, you tie narcissism in with the French Revolution, or like all patterns head there.
Yes, I do. I've been deep in it for the last few days. It's so eerily familiar. I can't even tell you. But one thing I want to say, though, is that this is the night of the breakthrough of the collapse of traditional media and the breakthrough of shows like yours. Digital media. You're doing a better job. It's more entertaining. It's more interesting to watch than anything they're doing on news. And I trust it more. So that's interesting.
Thanks,
so,
Drew.
Thank you.
Drew, you mean you trust a lawyer in Atlanta more than the regular media to talk about elections? I don't trust myself.
It's just about everything more than the traditional media. So yeah, I don't believe much of anything comes out of there anymore. But French Revolution. There was a massively traumatized population for multiple reasons. A huge trend in narcissism and a lot of unregulated aggression, and out it came. It was a confluence of factors, obviously, but boy, the way it broke down, the Jacobin clubs and the ideas that they really created everything that happened in the 20th century. It was all their bullshit.
Well, you're saying the far left Democratic Party would be the equal to the Jacobin societies, right, Drew, that were in France at the time?
Yeah, or the local Soviet, or you name the movement. It all started with the Jacobins. But what's ironic about it is that they wanted a huge centralized, again, centralization being the theme of all these folks.
Right.
And, be careful of the globalists with the same impulses. But the centralization was their big impulse. And the irony is that the ultimate creator of a centralized bureaucratic state was Louis XVI.
Whoa.
And yet they wanted his state, his bureaucracy, they just wanted it run by the people. But it was equally as cumbersome and inefficient and corrupt, no matter who runs it. And it's a lesson that bureaucracy is the enemy, always. You more bureaucracy, the more shenanigans.
Well, bureaucracy is in essence the deep state. I mean, if you break it down, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
bureaucracy feeds itself. It builds itself. It keeps growing until it's smacked down.
Well, also, I mean, what Jordan Peterson says, that the institutions have a life and then they collapse on their own weight eventually, right, Drew?
Well, again, it's like a business cycle, too. It's the same
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
In government, it gets artificially held together, right, by the monopoly on violence that they have. They just use that monopoly to allow things to play out much longer than they should. So it's time that this stuff get changed. The thing that excites me most would be getting Elon Musk in to downsize the bureaucracy, and to get RFK in there to expose the relationships between the government and the corporate world. This would be a massive, massive move forward. I don't care who wins as long as those two guys go in. Then I'm happy.
I don't know if the other side's going to bring them in if they win.
I don't think so.
You may want to reevaluate that situation. I mean, he's got an entire team behind him now, from Shanahan to Tulsi to Musk, Vivek. I mean, there's a lot of people behind Trump. It's not just him by himself anymore, Drew.
Well, not only that, this is a cabal of talent.
Yeah,
they are really smart, really talented, diverse people. And Tulsi is a dream. She should be in leadership positions. Vivek, you want that mind working for you. You want him employed. Same thing with Musk. Why we would not want these people in there helping out is just beyond my imagination. So.
Well, I think they were fed up themselves and they wanted to be on a team that could get something done, right, Drew?
Well, and Musk has been, did you see him on Rogan a couple of days ago? I mean, he's been speaking a way that almost sounds in what they used to call enthusiastic. Enthusiastic was a pejorative term 100 years ago. It was close to seizuring. So he was an enthusiast. He seemed like an enthusiast on Rogan, which was sort of interesting to listen to.
Well, I saw him jumping up and down in Pennsylvania, so I could see that.
That's enthusiast. That's in the old sense of the word.
Well, he's made the case, and he also agrees with you about the population, Dr. Drew. Elon Musk is one of the biggest people sounding the alarm, saying we need more kids desperately, and he's doing his part. I mean, the guy's got 11, 12. I can't.
Oh, Drew did his part too. I think he had 3 at one moment.
No, exactly.
Three in a single deal, single roll of the dice. Got 3.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Boy, was that stupid.
Yeah, well, you made the best of a bad situation.
Oh, good God! All right, so I want to keep I know I keep circling back to it, but how does the narcissism relate to the mass formation? Specifically, in the way you can.
Yeah, in my estimation, you don't get mob without narcissism. So one of the great liabilities of narcissism is envy and empathic failure. So if you don't really appreciate that other people have feelings or that other people exist, and you have envy, you are prone to being whipped into acting out behaviors, right? And let's be clear, jealousy is one thing. Jealousy is that guy has something I want, makes me feel uncomfortable. I'm going to work really hard to get the same thing. Screw that guy. I'm going to beat him at his own job. Envy is that guy's got a lot of stuff. I need to cut him down. I need to take it all away from him. Envy is the most destructive of emotions in the human experience. And narcissists are the primary individuals that express envy. So if you put a lot of people together and you get what's called mimetic passions by Rene Girard, you start building a sense of loss of the self within this collective where you're able to act out aggression more easily. And here it comes. Now the mob is forming. And if the mob is induced into panic, as the press had done during COVID, now you get hysteria on top of empathic failure. So I'm hysterically panicked. I'm in a mob. And if somebody confronts me with reality, I have to destroy them. It's a destructive impulse. I can't, I'm too whipped up. I'm too frenzied. And that's what we saw, this mass formation, this delusional thought process. Now, let's be clear, delusion is just a thought thinking that is not reflective of reality objectively, that can't be undone, can't be assailed. Sound familiar? We have lots of that these days. And when that is a shared group that is collection of narcissists that are focusing their aggression somewhere else, they will do so. as a group. It's sort of a way. Narcissists also have a lot of aggression, sort of unregulated aggression. So a way to discharge that aggression, so they don't discharge it on one another, is to form a mob and focus it on somebody else. And now, if you throw some envy in, and of course, there's already empathic failure, there it goes. That mob's going to be acting out all over the place, and you get cancel culture.
Now, are the narcissists manipulating players? And I feel like COVID is literally a case of that. Like, turn in that person who is acting inappropriately, or they're unvaxxed, or whatever.
Unmasked.
Are the narcissists recruiting these people to do their bidding, to smash the others and build their own status?
I can't say that it elevates them, but it feels good to discharge the aggression. And, you know, in pandemics, it takes this weird, ancient sort of impulse of the impure, right? We are the enlightened, we are the sanctified, we are the pure, they're the impure, and they're going to infect us, therefore must be destroyed, right? It's the same dynamic, just with a different set of themes.
Okay. All right.
So it's at 195 to 113, according to Fox, in electoral votes at this point, with 270 to win. That's the current Fox tally, 195 to 113 for people at home.
Are the stripe states the sort of divided, not winner take all states?
I think it's too close to call in those.
I think it's leading red slightly,
and then leaning blue out in Colorado.
So can we look at Pennsylvania?
Yep.
I was leaning blue.
By the way, I mean, like, Georgia is showing stripe, but I don't see Georgia. That's going to have to be colored in. Same for North Carolina. Pennsylvania is showing it's barely reporting yet, but Michigan is coming in striped red.
Can you go to Pennsylvania? He was asking.
Oh, yeah. Stand by.
And Mark, I got to go in about 5 minutes here. So
okay, Drew. Okay, that's what
I want to see what Pennsylvania is doing for us.
Yeah,
Pennsylvania has 20% of the vote in, according to this website, 58 to 40. But we know it's not gonna stay that way. We've got like there's Lancaster, York.
Lancaster. They'll be very upset with you if you call it Lancaster.
No, I'm not. So I'm just saying Lancaster is showing 22% in.
Lancaster.
There's a lot of vote out there.
Lancaster.
Well, it's supposed to take what, 13 days, or what do they report?
That's Arizona.
Oh,
no. They have till tomorrow night legally.
Oh, to get this done?
Yeah, they have till midnight tomorrow night.
Oh, okay.
To get this count, but it could be called by any news network.
Well, as we see, Virginia.
Mark, if we only have a few minutes with Dr. Drew, we could get more of his wisdom. Dr. Drew, where do you see a path of hope for our country?
Good question.
I really believe that the enemy is bureaucracy and centralized authority. So the hope is in community, one doctor and one patient, one family, one neighborhood. When Alexis de Tocqueville came to this country and tried to figure out why democracy worked in America in 1825, he concluded that it was the local practice of democracy that made democracy in America. And now I think the functioning of this society is depending on local practice, local and the casting off the yoke of centralized authority, whether it's county, state, federal, global. All that must be absolutely rejected, and protect your local relationships. And the more you focus on the local, the healthiher we're going to be. That's my.
Do you think that religion can play a role in that?
Oh, 100%. 100. Not only that, this is the time when scriptures are very useful, because you can learn how we've done it before. And I've heard the word evil being spoken a lot of some of these particularly global centralized impulses. And I would just quote Hannah Arendt about evil is generally a banal. There's a banality to evil. A guy named Mark J. Kesey, he's a well-known cognitive psychologist. And his point is that evil is always done in the name of good. And if you look at scriptures, there's lots and lots and lots of examples of where people have hurt other people by demanding they do something in the name of being good or being right or being just. I mean, Rousseau had this stuff spelled out when he said, man's everywhere in change. It has to be forced to be free. Forced to be free. We have to have injustice in the name of justice. We have to have intolerance in the name of tolerance. That is bullcrap. That's nonsense. And again, the scriptures and the stories of the scriptures, pick your scripture. They all, because it's thousands of years of wisdom there, whether you feel it's inspired or dictated or just a historical document, it's still there and it teaches us. So it's
because just this last week, the Torah portion talked about the Tower of Babel and how it was a centralized bureaucracy, essentially, that was going to essentially destroy the world. And God spared us by essentially giving us different languages, splitting us up so that we would form more local societies.
Right. So the message is nationalism, localism. That's God's plan. That's the human plan. It's time to pay attention to that. Really, seriously. This federal government was never designed for what it's doing. I mean, it was designed for defense and interstate commerce. That's it. And then it got involved in civil liberties and things. Okay, good. There was some of that in there. So, okay, they ironed that stuff out. That's it. That's done. Now they need to pull back and let the states do their thing.
Drew.
All right, I must go.
Drew, thank you. Drew Pinsky, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Yeah. That was amazing.
However you
Another episode of Drew and Jew Talk.
That's right. That's right. That's our new podcast.
That's our new podcast, Drew and the Jew. Thank you for coming, man.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming.
Have a good night.
All right. Well, that was one down. We got Nate eventually coming up here.
Nate Hochman.
Nate
Hochman.
Hochman.
I don't know. Are you talking about him?
Junior Hochman.
Yeah, somebody is saying that Trump is leading in like Minnesota. I can't keep up with the chat.
If you want to switch to my
yeah, I'm on yours, right?
Okay, so we got Wisconsin is showing that he's leading there on this side. How many electoral votes are there? I don't recall.
He needs, if he sweeps the Sun Belt, Wisconsin will give him the election. It's that important.
There's only 3% in.
Right
now, for whatever it's worth, he's showing a lead there. Georgia is up to almost 70%, 69% of the vote in, and he's still leading by 5 or 7%, 5%, 6%. Sorry, my math is all right. So, but now they filled in. Interestingly enough, they have now called on this site. They've called North Carolina for Trump.
Oh, who did that? They must have just done that.
Yeah, with 52% of the vote in, they've called North Carolina for Donald Trump.
That's awesome.
I got a second opinion. It's a rinky-dink website.
Well, they are predicting on this website, they are predicting Trump to get 280 electoral votes.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That's projected, yeah.
Yeah, it's still 195 on Fox.
Yeah.
So it's 210 on this side.
Yeah, this is DecisionDeskHQ.com.
I'm annoyed with Decision Desk over Virginia still.
Yeah, I want to know about Virginia. That's very interesting to me.
Okay, so Virginia is showing, all right, so now they're showing 56% in and 0.1% between the two of them.
Weird.
Total of about 4,000 votes.
Yeah, and that's weird. I mean, you've got...
That's weird.
95% in Loudoun, 68 in Fairfax. I guess they're counting out Fairfax because...
How do you do it? How do you do in Loudoun? What did we say last time? It was 65 to 36.
Oh, he's done well in Loudoun. He's at 40%. I'm pretty sure he was way under that.
Performed in Loudoun.
Oh, for sure.
What's with Fairfax? What are they up to there?
He has 31%.
He has 31%. How did he do last time? Do we know?
I don't know offhand. Yeah. I wish they showed that side by side while they were showing that stuff. It would be so helpful.
We'll have to create our own website next time. Better prepared. Better prepared.
Mark Robinson is done.
Oh yeah,
Now, Wisconsin's now up to 6%, still showing Trump with a 12% lead, 12.5%. Yep. Georgia.
Why haven't they called Georgia yet? That's interesting.
Well, I mean, maybe they're gun shy. I don't know, but there's according to this, we've got 69% of the vote in.
Right.
We've got vote in for most of the large metro counties around Atlanta. We've got middle Georgia, Macon, pretty much in.
That's what I'm saying. There's more interest in North Carolina, and they called North Carolina.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
AP is not called North Carolina.
Oh, really?
No, they're not.
Okay, so
AP
this site is just
a
running renegade here.
Yeah, it's a renegade site.
Maybe.
Maybe. Not that I trust.
Look, it does have. I think I'm looking at it more so for the raw data, which is I've been seeing that to be accurate all night, so that's why I'm here.
Okay.
So Fairfax County was Biden got 69.9% last time, and Trump only got 28%. So what
right now he's at 31.7% in Fairfax County with 68% of that vote in.
So he's so far it seems overperforming. There.
Mm-hmm. How much did he lose Virginia by in total last time? Because right now there's 0.1%.
A lot, if I recall. I think he lost by double digits.
Yeah.
Okay.
By 10, double digits. Yeah. Okay.
Well,
And by the way, you see he's leading in Virginia according to Politico.
Yeah, my son can see it. It's making me saying the same thing when I'm watching it all out there.
Check in on Virginia then, right?
So the big counties. How about Alexandria City? Could you check that one out? That was like 80%
Where?
Biden. Alexandria City,
Virginia.
Alexandria City, Virginia.
What county?
Where's that at?
Maybe in the middle. I thought it was all the way up top there.
I don't think Alexandria.
Oh, you just passed it. Go down.
Isn't Alexandria in Maryland?
No, Alexandria is in Virginia. It's not that big blue one right there.
Oh no, okay. I don't know what county they're in. Hold on.
So I guess Alexandria City is its own precinct.
Wisconsin is 10
He
electoral
got
votes.
crushed in Arlington County.
Oh, it's next to Fairfax, Phil. Alexandria. So
It's
if
probably
you find,
too small. It's probably too small to even make it. It's
All right, so Fairfax. Let's see. I can look.
Oh wait,
over
what's
here.
going on here? Is this what are we looking at? Oh, this is by precinct.
Oh, you
Oh,
will
there you
see
go.
Alexandria City. Here we go. Here's coming up with Alexandria City's got Trump at 24.5%.
And 42%. So that's way better than he did last time. It looks like he's doing better across the board in Virginia. Charlottesville
Got
City,
a Senate seat out of West Virginia.
all right, we got the Nate. We have the good Nate joining us.
Let's check
All
in on the
right.
Senate.
Tell us what's going on. Why one side is saying that Virginia has been called.
Nate Hochman, what is
everybody
going
else.
on in this race? I'm completely baffled here, Hochman.
Yeah.
Hey y'all, how's my doppelganger doing?
Hold on. Hochman, Grossman. Hochman, Grossman.
Gross.
Mr. Grossman. Great to meet you.
Gross. Oh man.
Gross. There's a Jonathan, but not a gross man.
Jonathan Gross.
Excellent. Great to make your acquaintance.
Nice
I was
to meet
asking,
you.
I realizing logging on now, I haven't been checking into my doppelganger. Is he winning out in LA?
Oh, yeah.
Not that it really matters, but
He's winning big, Hochman. He's winning big.
good. Well, bad actually, but
Who's his doppelganger? Cornel West.
No, Nathan Hochman, who's running against George Gascon out in Los Angeles.
has brought great shame to the Nate Hochman household by endorsing
We
him on the air.
originally booked the wrong Hochman, Jonathan,
Yes, we
and
did.
ended up with this kid.
There's a hilarious clip I tweeted out of me coming on live on these guys, and they're like, we're waiting for you to save the city, Nate. I'm like, what city? They're like, LA. I'm like,
Look, I saw you sitting in the background. Mark is telling me this guy is part of the Bush administration and, working for the Justice Department. And I see you and I'm going, there's something wrong with this picture, but okay, whatever.
Yeah, I was like 5 during the Bush administration. Other than
That's
that,
awkward.
Yeah, no, it was great. It worked out really well.
We got the other elder Nate Hochman on later in the month, so we had both of them on at one point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How'd you recover from that? What did you?
Well, it turns out that our accident was fortuitous because this is the good Nate Hochman.
Yeah.
Nathan Hochman, well, we'll use the full name because he should be cursed, went out and endorsed Kamala Harris when he was beating the hell out of Gascon, and he's supposedly a Republican, but he's obviously a Cheney Republican, so what do you want?
Yeah,
No, Nate,
I have
you
not,
did
I have not
you did
endorsed
not
Kamala
endorse
Harris.
Kamala.
I've not. I cast my vote for Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance today. They have my complete and total endorsement. No Kamala Harris voting in this household.
Are you in Virginia, Nate, or where are you?
And you do not support Liz Cheney? Is that
Not a Liz Cheney supporter. Not a Cheney Republican.
Are you in D.C., Nate, or
Virginia?
I am. I'm in Virginia, so I'm at a swampy election night party right now. I'm up in the study up here.
So tell us what's going on in Northern Virginia, because it seems like Trump is improving his performance.
Yeah, so I think Virginia was called for Harris. That's just like the caveat. But
by who?
I think Decision Desk. Don't quote me on that. There's so much.
Yes, we know that.
Yes,
okay,
they did.
okay. But the good news about stuff like this with states like Virginia is not that Virginia was a crazy reach for Trump, right? It would have been, if he had won Virginia, it would have been game over, by now. But the telling thing about states like this is not whether or not Trump wins it, but how much he improves on his margins from 2020. And Loudoun County, which is one of the most populous, largest states in Virginia, which is right on the border with DC. It's kind of like the greater DC suburbs. There's been an 8-point swing towards Trump thus far with the results since 2020, which is remarkable. And Loudoun County it's a classic example of these sort of kind of moderate suburbs that used to be Republican and swung blue in the Trump era because they didn't like Trump's affect or whatever. And the Loudoun County swing back tracks with, knock on wood, what we're seeing in a bunch of other suburban moderate counties across the country, which is that there seems to be thus far, the suburbs are coming home. They're coming home to Republicans. This is very visible in the Dallas and even Austin suburbs. They swung back towards Trump this time. Again, early, we don't have all the results in yet, but that's an exceptionally good sign, because in states like Wisconsin and Michigan and even Pennsylvania, it's all suburbs. Like they're gigantic sprawling suburbs in these states. And those are the swing voters. They're the reason Trump won in 2016, and they're the reason he lost in 2020 was the suburbs. So the fact you're seeing in Loudoun County and the Dallas suburbs, even though these aren't necessarily competitive states, that hopefully tracks with what we're going to be seeing in the swing states as well.
Wow.
Well, I'm confused on, honestly, the Virginia thing's baffling us because they called it for Kamala Harris with a 0.1 margin between them. Trump has been ahead now for a while, continuously in the county. They had less than 50% of the vote. So we're going, what's going on, especially with them making the gains. And I guess Virginia First, the organization, whatever, is contesting it, saying it should not even be called. AP hasn't called it. It appears that nobody's called it except for Decision Desk.
Well, look, who knows? I mean, this wouldn't be the first time in recent history that a news station prematurely called a state that they shouldn't have called. So take it with a grain of salt. Generally, the calculus for these people is they're looking at where there still needs to be votes coming in. And if they're at sort of neck and neck, and none of the deep blue counties have reported their votes yet, then you can kind of deduce that there's going to be a wave of blue votes that are just going to swamp whatever margins Trump has. But I don't know if that's true in Virginia. I mean,
well, then just wait. Well, I mean,
that's the thing, is there's a sort of competitive thing with like these guys like MSNBC and NBC and the Decision Desk, where like you want to be the first one to call it because that makes you the big kind of newsmaker. But it's reckless and irresponsible. I totally agree. Okay,
I was just wondering. It looks like Rich hasn't called it yet either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New York Times did not call it. I'm looking at the New York Times.
So
well, in Gwinnett County, Georgia, which is in the it's in the metropolitan Atlanta area, there's reports now that they can't find 300,000 ballots.
We're hearing a lot of this.
Where?
Gwinnett County, Georgia.
Oh, Gwinnett.
Yeah.
It's only 300,000.
And of course, the difference right now is about 300,000 separating Trump and Harris.
That's egregious.
In Georgia right now. So Gwinnett
There you
County
go.
can't find 300,000 is what I'm seeing. Unconfirmed reports.
You need to call your governor and say, get that Kemp machine on this. I thought he was in good terms with Trump.
Well, I can't speak to that, but I certainly don't like a county that can't find 300,000 votes or ballots.
Now, which way is Gwinnett going to normally lean?
Oh, it's going to be left. It's going to be a blue county. It's just north of Fulton. So currently they're showing 17% of the votes in, with a Harris 60.3 to Trump 38.7%. So percentage wise, it's pretty blue. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, then they can take their time.
Or they can hold back 300,000 votes.
The worry is if they find the extra threshold that they need to,
exactly.
Which seems to just keep happening. It's like, it's those bags over there. Sorry, I forgot about that.
And you are hearing stories like this trickle out again, which shouldn't be surprising, but is enraging. It makes your blood boil. You're hearing about some stuff like this happening in Pennsylvania and a couple other states. Now, the RNC, the Republican Party infrastructure, is better prepared this time. They've got an army of lawyers on the ground. They've been contesting and already winning cases. What's that?
Are they strongly I hope they're writing strongly worded letters.
Yeah. Can you see Texas? I'm really happy to see it. Looks like it was called, but there was all this talk about Texas flipping.
Oh no, Texas was called. I think Cruz got it. Somebody said like Cruz was 16 points ahead or something.
He was?
Yeah, well, remember they said the same thing with Cruz before with
it's always Beto. Cruz. Like
I think it's Beto. It's like, oh my God, Cruz is in trouble. Beto. Now they got this new guy.
He did.
Oh my God, Cruz is in trouble, and then he's.
Yeah, I think so.
I just got a text from Cruz asking for money.
Dude, it's insane.
He says, I'm up down by one, or I'm up by one. I need money.
Ah, well, there you go. Well, you need to give him money then. Get on it. No. Well, it's 8:30 there.
Don't take this as gospel. This is Twitter, but it's being reported that Bernie Moreno won the U.S. Senate race in Ohio, unseating an incumbent. That's really big. That's really big because he was running against a Democratic incumbent. It's Ohio, but this Democratic incumbent had survived challenges from Republicans in the last race. That means Republicans are almost certainly going to get the Senate, probably by at least 52 seats, because they're going to pick up West Virginia as well. And it also portends that's a Rust Belt state, right? So the thing that really matters today is white working class turnout in the Rust Belt states. And if they're turning out to vote for Republicans in Ohio, you can guess that they're probably going to be turning out to vote for Republicans in Pennsylvania and Michigan as well. So that's big. That's really big news.
How do you? Okay, Nate. I've been asking everybody. Jonathan didn't want to give us his prediction, but I want to know how you think this is all going to actually shake out.
Man, so in anyone's guess, I will say, going into tonight, I was really nervous because everyone on the right was euphoric, at least in DC, right? Everyone in the conservative movement was like, Trump's got it in the bag. It's going to be a blowout, et cetera, et cetera. And meanwhile, the polls showed it was a dead heat, right? Now, take the polls with a grain of salt, but all the models, even including the ones that are relatively trustworthy, were like, it's a 50-50 race. Kamala and the RCP average is up 0.5 percentage point. in Michigan. She's down 0.3 in Pennsylvania, like total dead heat. And I was worried. I was sort of envisioning in my fever dream anxiety a sort of reverse Hillary situation, where in 2016 it was the vibes, right? Based on the vibes, everyone on the left in the Democratic Party thought it's impossible for Hillary to lose. She can't lose. There's no way anyone would vote for Trump. And because they sort of paid attention to the vibes, they didn't notice the polls tightening because it wasn't in their mental model. That same kind of thing was happening here, where the vibes, it seems like, how could Trump possibly lose? Everyone loves Trump. There's no way he could lose. And meanwhile, the polls are extraordinarily tight. And some of the models were actually leaning towards Kamala. I feel it's very early. I feel better now a little bit. Florida was a total blowout. And Florida is more of a red state now, but it's generally actually pretty predictive of how things go elsewhere because it's a diverse state. It's got Hispanics, it's got white working class, etc. Georgia is looking very solid. North Carolina was called, right? So like we're starting to kind of put points on the board or take them off the board. The question is like, is there going to be a pipe burst or plumbing issues at 3 a.m. tonight, right? Because Trump can be winning, just like in 2020, he can be winning pretty decisively going into the night, and then all of a sudden they got some plumbing issues in full.
See, they had an army of lawyers. They should have had an army of plumbers at all of this.
An army of plumbers.
And they cleaned up plumbing issues.
Hey, Nate, let me ask you something. Nate, what do you make of Iowa? 15% of the vote in, and she's up by over 10 points in Iowa.
Man, 15% of the vote, you can't really say anything yet. There was this big like Ann Seltzer poll that everyone was making a big deal about, right? Because Ann Seltzer is she's a much more reliable pollster than a lot of other people. She's gone against the grain in 2016 and 2020, and she ended up being more right than other pollsters. So, like it's worth at least sort of taking seriously the possibility that she might be onto something. You can't say anything with 15%. I don't know where it's coming from. Maybe it's Des Moines that's reporting all this, so it's blue areas. It would be totally bonkers if Harris won Iowa. Like, I wouldn't even know what to make of a situation. I don't think Iowa's gone blue since 2008. So I don't know. It's weird. But I don't think you can.
13% of the vote in Iowa, whatever that's worth, she is leading 54-44. But that's, again, only 13%.
The New York Post is now saying it's almost 20% of the vote in with a 10-point lead.
Okay.
That's worrying. That's not good.
Yeah.
I'm watching all night. What's happening is the cities are delivering their vote early for her.
Okay.
Wait. Iowa is just called for Trump.
Oh, okay. Wait, what?
What are you watching?
What are you watching?
This is just the pollsters on. So yeah, don't quote me on it yet. But this is what the pollsters.
When did Iowa become a battleground state?
It didn't. I mean, it was a long time ago, but it hasn't been for a while. Ohio used to be a battleground state. Remember? It's like, so so goes Ohio, so goes the election, and it's turned pretty reliably red.
The New York Times model has Trump at a plus 8.5, at estimated margin of plus 8.5 right now. So the New York Times pollsters are looking at the numbers coming in right now and saying, yeah, no, that's not actually what it's going to look like. It's probably what it is that the early votes reporting were from like Des Moines and the kind of other blue specks in Iowa. But all of the pollsters, New York Times, et cetera, are saying Trump's going to win it comfortably.
Can Trump win Maine, Nate?
He can't win Maine, but he could win the congressional district in Maine, which allots, I think, 2 electoral college votes. The same thing is true in New Hampshire, right? A Republican governor just won New Hampshire. So, New England's funky in that it's a deep blue area, but they regularly elect moderate Republican governors. And you've got pockets of them that are like Trump country, and Republicans win the kind of strip that has electoral college votes in New Hampshire and Maine. So he's not going to win Maine. He could win,
Isn't New Hampshire like a wannabe libertarian stronghold? Like they're literally trying to establish that as the first, quote, libertarian state to grow the party from there, which would that moderate Republican response.
It's called the Free State Project. It's very funky and interesting. Very New Hampshire. New Hampshire, like the reason they picked it is because it is this like very libertarian state. They're super
live free or die.
Live free or die. They're not very religious. They're like pro-choice, etc. But they have like the lowest taxes per capita of any state in the country. And so they've got like libertarians have been colonizing New Hampshire, and they're running their own candidates now. I think they're trying to take over the state GOP. But look, they just elected a Republican, governor. So I don't know if Trump's going to win the state, but he could win the strip that has a couple electoral college votes.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, I know that. Are they having any traction there in New Hampshire?
You mean the Trump campaign?
No, the libertarians, because I do like anywhere libertarians are a foothold. I think it's good for the right overall.
Totally. And New Hampshire is a perfect place for them to have a foothold, right? Like I was saying, it's fertile ground for like libertarians because they're not necessarily like hardcore social conservatives, but they are kind of live free or die. There's a lot of guys there that it works for. So yeah, I mean, they only started this project, I think, like 5 or 10 years ago, at least in earnest. But they're running one of their guys or gals in this case in one of the congressional races. It's this Chinese immigrant who's like hardcore libertarian. And there's a hilarious clip. She's running against Jake Sullivan's wife. Jake Sullivan is the national security advisor.
Oh, Lily. Lily's awesome.
Yeah.
You're talking about Lily. Oh God, yeah, she's great.
Yeah. It was amazing. There's this hilarious debate clip where she's like a strong Chinese accent and she's just laying into this woman. Yeah, very satisfying to watch.
Well, because she's so anti-Chinese and she knows the game.
Exactly.
Oh no, she's fantastic. I've been seeing her lately, and I'm like, I guess she's actually got a shot of winning this thing.
It's competitive, I think.
Speaking of agents, how about Hung Cao in Virginia? Has anybody checked on that? Phil, can you look at the Virginia Senate race?
Yeah.
I'm curious because Hung Cao is running against the 2016 vice presidential candidate, Tim Kaine. And it would be nice to. I don't think you'll get there, but
it's been called for Kaine at 51%.
Oh, just like it's called for freaking Harris. All right. Well, he wasn't expected to win either way, but bummer. Lily Ting Williams is the name. All right. In New Hampshire.
Ohio just got called for Trump.
Oh, Ohio just got called for Trump.
Decision desk 3 minutes ago.
Well, decision desk. Decision desk is quick on the gun, Nate.
They are.
They are. On the gun.
So again, all of this stuff, take it with a grain of salt. But they're not just some schmuck on Twitter. At least they at least have a team of pollsters.
Honestly, the thing that's got me most concerned about right now is this whole Gwinnett County, Georgia thing, and they're still showing they're still stuck at 17% in where the state itself is 78%.
Yeah.
Thank you. Chicanery.
There's 260,000 votes between the candidates.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really worrying because what happens essentially if it's a deep blue county is they find the votes later.
Yep.
That's what happened in 2020. We just can't let that happen.
So there's a software glitch, whatever the hell that.
Always a software glitch.
Oh yeah, the software glitch. You know what doesn't have software glitches? Paper ballots.
That's right. Somehow Florida never has software glitches or plumbing issues.
No, they had chads.
Oh, hanging chads.
That's right. They did have hanging chads. They fixed that though.
Right
now they have the fastest electoral turnaround in the last few elections.
You remember the butterfly ballot?
Jesus.
What's that, Florida?
Yeah.
Well, they were nicknamed Flora DUH back when that happened. But to their credit, they fixed their problems. And
do you guys think there's a chance New Mexico could be flipped red?
It seems. The fact that Trump went there, I thought was odd. He went to New Mexico instead of New Hampshire, so something must have been showing on internal polls that was odd. But that seems unlikely.
They got 17% of the vote in, and there's a 4-point difference between them right now. So
Mark and Eric, I'm gonna have to sign out. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, thank you, Jonathan.
Jonathan, thank you. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
Time. Lawyer to the J6 defendants, doing God's work. Thank
Yes,
you.
he
We
is.
should live and be well.
Oh, please God,
100%.
all of us. We should all wake up to a good day tomorrow. Please God.
Of course.
Man, I'm still nervous. I just I'll probably be up all night tonight, but
Well, you're on cocaine. Why not?
I wish. But like I just vividly remember in 2020 going to bed feeling really good.
Don't go to
and
bed.
waking up.
Just stay up. It's like body snatchers.
Well, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not jinx it. I'm not going to bed tonight.
No.
But yeah, it feels cautiously, knock on wood, good so far.
Okay.
It's just like, they stole it in 2020. They're gonna try to steal it again now, right? Like, does anyone think they're not going
told me
to
in
try?
2020.
What's that?
You told me that in 2020 when you were 14 years old. You were optimistic.
19, but yeah, same difference.
Sorry.
No, in 2020 I was 21 actually, so full grown man. I don't know why I said 19.
All right, man up.
But I just the RNC, the Republican infrastructure here in DC. They've been talking a big game, and they do, to their credit, they have way more infrastructure to protect election integrity this time. They do have an army of lawyers. They've set up an entire election integrity task force. And early on, they've been winning some of these court cases. All people already tried to do shenanigans in these machine cities with ballots and et cetera. And the Republican lawyers have been winning a bunch of these court cases, which is not true in 2020. The question is just how far did that go? Who knows what happens tonight?
Well, the might be a long night, Nate.
Oh, it's going to be a long night. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Fox has him at 195 and her at 117.
Mm-hmm.
So far, it's almost 10 o'clock Eastern time. So that's not bad.
I mean, Trump's needle has gone up on the New York Times model. I think they had it 50-50 going into the night. And now it's now Trump has a 69% chance of victory, which is significant.
Yeah.
Usually the needle doesn't go all the way that way and then swing all the way back,
Well, keep in mind all their digital workers are on strike, so it may be some interns running that
They got the
department.
knockoff pollsters, knockoff needle workers.
People. Yeah.
Well,
but
the needle on this decision desk, it's got a graph, not a needle, but they're showing him at 65% chance of winning the presidency, for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, well, that's what is that worth? I don't know what that's worth.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Well, it's probability based on them sort of mapping where we are in the race,
right.
Where it's going to go. And like I said, it was 50-50 or even lean Kamala on most of these models going into the night. So the fact that moving towards Trump is good.
Those are all assuming Georgia goes for Trump. And this Gwinnett County thing is really bothering me.
It should bother you. Yeah. That's really worrying. I hope the RNC has people on the ground there. I don't know much about their operation in Gwinnett County.
Well, it's starting to trend now on Twitter. So
is it?
Really?
All right.
Yeah. The second largest county by population in the state is literally at 17% reporting, not to mention that Harris is overperforming there by 3 percentage points compared to where she's performing everywhere else in the state.
How much is Trump winning Georgia by right now?
5 points roughly. So someone named Samantha Hogan on Twitter says bags of provisional and regularly cast ballots are being walked into the Gwinnett County Tabulation Center. They have been diligently checking in memory cards and ballots for hours. You will see the wall of blue bags on the right. By that, it just means the vote bags. That's she's a reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution.
It's just shameful. It's ridiculous.
Wow. That's weird. Yeah.
Man.
Well, there's some breaking news here that says President Trump warns election fraud taking place in, oh, that was 6 hours ago, but not so breaking anymore.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah. Oh, specifically Philadelphia, it says here.
Yep.
I don't know what kind of fraud could possibly go on in Philadelphia. That sounds crazy.
I mean, look, like these Democratic machine cities, like they're gonna try to do this stuff again. They have no reason not to try, and they have every reason to try. Like, I don't know why anyone thought it was gonna be better this time, right? So the only thing standing between them getting away with it again is like the Republican Party infrastructure. Like, how much have they set up to be able to fight this stuff? And they've done some. Is it going to be enough? Is the question. Like this thing happening in Gwinnett, without knowing in the details, like this should not be acceptable. This shouldn't be allowed to happen. Who knows what's going to happen? So
Mark Halpern's reporting that Trump's campaign believes they will win Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin. That's coming out of a boiler room of Trump.
I thought North Carolina was called for Trump. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, it's only been called. It hasn't been called by the AP or anybody else. So we don't know what's going on there.
Decision desk projected again.
CNN is reporting 1.5 million outstanding votes in Georgia. Quote, issue with adjudication software with ballots.
Oh boy, that's not good.
It's not good.
That's not good.
Oh yeah. So North Carolina has been called by Decision Desk and a couple other pollsters. So North Carolina looks pretty solid. It looks like Dan Bishop, who's the Republican running for.
Who's Dan Bishop, by the way?
He's a really good congressman. He is a congressman, but he retired to run for Attorney General in North Carolina. He's a congressman from North Carolina, and it looks like he's going to win as well. Mark Robinson, the governor, lost because it was total shit show.
Can you help me with something outside?
Oh well, yeah. What? Okay, what was the scandal behind Robinson? Somebody said it was he a porn shop or something, and
yeah, he was like on. They found all these like he used to frequent like porn forums, and he had like all this history of commenting on porn forums.
Seth Cashel on X is saying that Georgia Trump called. I don't.
Oh. By who?
I don't know.
And is anybody calling anything?
Twitter,
but the
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
The decision desk seems to be like, oh, we're calling. I mean, it's like they're a bunch of mad kids. And by the way, the lead for Trump is growing in Virginia. Since he's lost. It's weird.
Doesn't Trump have to
All right, let's just check out.
Well, okay, true, but then if let's say he did win Virginia, New Mexico, he won't win New Mexico, but that would be fine. There are other ways to do it, but that's the easiest math, the most likely math, I think. Nate, you're hot on that, right? There are other paths other than the blue wall, but they're a farther stretch, correct?
Trump with the most plausible map, Trump needs one from the blue wall, either Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin. Kamala basically needs all of them, right? This is where Trump is in a much more comfortable position. If you take North Carolina off the map, if you take Ohio, Florida off the map, if you take Georgia off the map, which is still an if, I guess, he needs one from the blue wall. So he's got a pretty comfortable kind of range of possibilities of his way through to the presidency. There is a path where he doesn't win the blue wall, but he has to take Arizona and Nevada off the table, which is a much taller ask, and probably
he's going to win Nevada. And I think
I thought he was going to get both Arizona and Nevada.
Yeah.
It's very close. I've heard that the Harris campaign is feeling pretty good about Nevada for what it's worth. So who knows? But every single election cycle, Republicans say they're going to win Nevada because it's always really, really close. And every single election cycle, Democrats seem to just pull it out by the skin of their teeth. So
Pennsylvania is now showing 40% in and 1.1% difference between the two. The lead that she was sporting earlier in the night is disappearing in Pennsylvania. Wisconsin is now showing Harris 50% to Trump 47.
Ooh,
Michigan.
Well, I see. Hold on, I see 49-9 versus 48-4 in Wisconsin, according to Decision Desk. So it's confusing.
50.7. Well, let's just see here. This is Wisconsin. I'm looking at. It says 50.6 to 47.7.
Okay, well, Decision Desk is showing 49.9 versus 48.4. I don't know. I don't know who's.
Look, Pennsylvania is now, according to, let's see, are we showing my screen? Yeah. All right. So, look, there's Pennsylvania now. It's red striped. Maine is now red striped.
Which map is this? Is this RCP?
This is Decision Desk.
Decision Desk.
Oh, you know, that's weird, Phil, because if you go in to Decision Desk, so you were hovering and looking, click in Wisconsin. You'll see the numbers are actually different.
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
Yeah. So if you click in Wisconsin, 50% to 47, so 3% difference there. Pennsylvania, Trump now showing 49.8 to 49.3 with 42% of the vote reported.
Pennsylvania isn't going to be. We won't know tonight. There's just no way.
No, but if he can knock off a Wisconsin or something like that, then
then we won't need
what they're called.
So the Michigan Supreme Court went blue, which doesn't necessarily mean anything specifically, but it does mean that like Democrats are winning races in Michigan. So do with that what you will.
Yeah, I don't know. It's nerve-wracking, man.
It is.
Did you ever work with?
Yeah.
All right, fellas. I gotta get back to the swamp party. It was a lot of fun hanging out with you guys as always. I haven't checked in on Nathan Hochman, but it sounds like he's doing well, so I guess that's a good thing.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you very much. I think Phil's got to run as well here pretty soon, but thank you.
God bless America. Bye.
And yeah, you too, man. Phil, this is for you. I think they're saying install uBlock Origin for blocking your ads. I'll give you a shortcut for that. Start using the Brave browser when you use StreamYard, because Brave will naturally block the ads when you're doing a screen share. That's what I do every week. It just helps a lot for clarity on the pages. But you're already on, like Chrome or whatever. But use Brave, and it's a good, clean way to do it. So thank you, Cathardo. Defend. And
Georgia's still sitting at 79%. The 5-point lead.
When I feel that urge, I get my
This Gwinnett County thing's very disturbing to me.
I don't like this, missing votes. I don't like them at all.
Not at all.
I don't know.
Oh, now Pennsylvania's.
I got my.
No, these things are waffling back and forth. It's just nerve-wracking. It's like checking your 401k every 5 minutes.
No, you think? How's everybody in here feeling? Better? Worse? Nervous? What? Nervous. All right. So we got one certainty. That's a hope. Well, we know he won't win Hawaii.
Although I think it was right.
Well, that's good. I mean, maybe he'll get a congressional district or something. Maybe you can get headway or locals.
If you happen to get a COVID shot,
Okay, well, good. I hope you guys make serious headway there. Let's see.
80% in Georgia now.
Okay. Yeah, I need to go through some super chats and stuff while I'm here. Kurt Olindi is a new member. Thank you.
How'd Kurt get on there?
Tom Woolley's checking in. Amazing intro. He wishes he could be here.
Oh, Texas Tom?
Yeah. I miss him. Texas Tom has been to every other meetup so far. Big John's Americana. If you want your stream to kick butt or get banned from YouTube, give Dustin R a bottle of Jameson from, let me see, and a live mic. There's your shout out, Dustin. All right, where is Dustin? I guess he's getting us some Jameson.
Eric and Mark, I'm about to have to jet out of here myself. I've got another.
No worries, Bill. Thank you. Yeah, Bill's hiding his spotlight. He's actually got to go on Megyn Kelly.
Oh, all right.
He's got to go on the big show.
Have to go primp and all that stuff that I didn't do for you guys.
Of course. We know where we are. We know, but
Well, Phil, thank you for stopping by.
Thank you very much,
Phil.
Thank you, Phil.
All right, guys. Look,
Really
I'll
appreciate
check
it,
in
Phil.
later. I'm sure we'll be in touch. It's and look, let's just keep
let's
keep
keep in
hoping
touch.
Gwinnett County does the right thing here in Georgia.
Yeah, get your state in track. You better be on the phone with everybody. While you're waiting for Megyn.
All right, I'm gonna go see what I can find out. Great
right.
time hanging out with you guys. Everybody, take care.
Phil Holloway, everybody. Phil Holloway.
Phil Holloway, thank you. All right, we're gonna go through some super chats here. Donna T. Pace yourself, guys. It's gonna be a long night, and that was 6:16. So yeah, I'm looking at super chats almost 4 hours ago. Oops. Maureen Brown, a round of drinks from Canada. See, Mark's hesitant because it's like as soon as North Carolina's called, he's gonna have some debt. Yeah, okay. New York Times called North Carolina.
Called North Carolina.
Okay. How about Virginia?
He wants to deliver his state and go out. So you can go to the 2028 days.
Yes, he should. Hey, Youngkin's done. Youngkin pulled out. Youngkin is the first guy to knock the red back into a solidly blue state, and he deserves credit.
He wants to make a state point tonight, deliver his state, probably a 1 or 2 point margin, like he did when he was running for governor, so he can go up against Baltimore. Like it's something unusual.
By the way, can I point out that Virginia has 13 electoral votes?
What's that?
Virginia has 13 electoral votes. How much does Wisconsin have? No, but what I'm saying is that if he gets Virginia, he doesn't need the blue wall. Virginia can do it on its own. It's that important.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. So,
what happened?
So I don't know. We'll see what it is.
Put them all together. Yeah. Okay. How many people are there?
Yeah, Baris is he's busy. All right, Brad Wilson. Every state is having a swing state mark because nothing is for sure until each state certifies numbers. All in favor in the room say fight, fight, fight. All right. Michael Hebner, thank you very much. Becker Jack. Mark looks like the love child of Jim Jordan and James Trafficant, and he knows that's a compliment.
Okay.
All right, there we go. And then 556 Pew Pew out of Norway gave away 10 memberships at 6:54 p.m. So in Norway right now, it's probably getting close to 4 a.m. So I don't know how late Pew Pew's going to stay up. But thank you, Pew Pew. Yeah, Ken Bachholder is a new member. Thank you. Joe Sane, thanks for the coverage. Dustin Russell, who got the shout out, had to give his own super chat. I had to ride my unicycle down here, and let me tell you, West Virginia was no picnic, but I made it. And I think Dustin's still at the bar. Len Bleckstein's been a member for 15 months. Worried about house seats strangely flipping. I'm worried about everything. Grandpa, thank you. Keep up the great work. Spatula Games. Indiana knows. I don't know what they know, but awesome. Or maybe that's when they flipped or they went. That was 7:17 p.m., so only almost 3 hours ago. Scott Biddle. Oh, okay. Scott Biddle. Mark, here's a drink from a vet to a vet in the room.
What was that?
Scott Biddle said, Mark, here's a drink
Scott
from
Biddle.
a vet
He's a good guy.
to a vet in the room.
All right, listen up, everybody. There's Battleground Victory champagne back there, but you got to go back and serve yourself. I'm not your personal slave. So please go back and celebrate the Battleground Victory of North Carolina on me with that champagne that we put back there. All right.
All right, there you go. Mark is starting to go into debt. So the plan is working, folks. The plan is working.
Okay, where are we?
I'm doing super chats. Let's see. Bass player for Mark's tab. You're going to be buying a lot of booze.
Oh, there it is. Serve yourselves. There it is. Maybe, George, maybe you can open a couple of them for these vegetable people.
All right, Chris here. Better than any election result I've ever seen. I don't know what it's referring, but thank you very much, Chris. These are like 3-4 hours ago. So I'm like, yeah, I had a good time to get to them.
They're probably dead by now.
Oh, maybe, but I still like it. Fletcher Boy, all my deceased relatives voted against Fani. I'm kidding. Poor girl, $5. Trump is leading in Minnesota at 9:20 p.m.
Wow.
First time since Reagan.
Wow.
9:42. Poor girl, Trump up Minnesota 57 and Harris 40. I'm sure it's not there now.
No.
But still looking good. I want red in Minnesota as of 9:54. So I don't know. He might be doing all right. And Dave to get. So Mark has not had to buy a round yet.
Oh, he's buying them now.
Right? How do you determine if a swing state goes red? No, Mark already bought it for North Carolina.
I've already, there's more where that came from. I got enough.
Might be Georgia.
Better not be more than 3 swing states. I'll tell you that right now.
Al Parks with Australian, $20. Put this in your drinks fund, Mark. Love the show. Sean Lucan with 10 America's Untold Stories memberships. Thank you, Sean. And okay, this is important, Mark.
Right.
I hear Ruth Payne called you up for advice on which way to vote. Mark, what did she say?
You'll vote the way I tell you.
There we go. All right, and thank you very much. I caught up with those. Let me look for Rumble rants.
Wait, we got all the guests.
Huh?
We got all the guests.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
yeah. Stein's not going to be able to make
no,
it.
it's okay. That's all right.
Wisconsin. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Let me see.
Phil Holloway sent me Wisconsin. Donald Trump at 55.5. 95% estimated reporting.
What?
Whoa. What? Did Trump take Wisconsin?
It just switched it to blue?
What? Okay, I am so confused. All right. Okay, this is weird. Where are you getting that from, dude? No, it's 49.5 to 49. It's still her in the lead.
205 to 117 is what I have right now.
Well, Trump leading, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's got a lot more states.
Yeah, but 205.
Well, I have 259 to 279.
Really?
Decision desk. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I like decision desk because they seem to be like, oh, they, call it all over the place, and that just seems weird.
Enjoy. L'chaim.
Now, by the way, Trump is still leading in Virginia that he lost. Pennsylvania, what? Okay, good. Well, hopefully maintains. Yeah, I don't know where you're getting that, Phil, from.
Oh, 205 to
We're really from Minneapolis. We can cheat Minneapolis so bad. Somalis, but the Somali community that would have had.
Okay, Ted Cruz won his race, people are saying.
Okay.
Which, I mean, honestly, I was not surprised about that. Again, Beto is going to beat him, and this guy, and oh my God, Ted Cruz is in trouble. I guess every election is Ted Cruz is in trouble. The Somali?
Yes, they did a press conference and they all had their red hats behind them. And they said, I'd like to announce that they have abandoned us. And they all took out their red hats to put it on.
Well, hey, and in Michigan, hold on, in Michigan, a member of the squad would not endorse Kamala.
Dearborn, it's all Muslims.
Yeah, no. It's very interesting because Trump is an obvious supporter of Israel. Everybody would agree on that, but I think that Muslims are saying, yeah, we hate Israel, but we like peace. So I kind of think that's why he's getting that support. Yeah, it's like they can hate them without war. Now that's a good start. So
They cited education, their children. They want a good education. Minneapolis sucks. That's why we move.
okay, who is talking to Eric? I am talking to Dan from Hawaii.
Who's Dan from Hawaii?
Are you Dan from Hawaii?
Yeah, that's me. I've been talking to you.
Oh, okay.
My great-grandfather was with Teddy Roosevelt. I sent you those pictures if it makes any sense.
Nice.
Get those postcards? He fought with Teddy and then he was a delegate for the convention.
Okay. Wow.
Photos of his medals and stuff.
Okay.
And postcards of.
I can't keep going. I've got to keep the show.
Okay. All right. Gotta keep going.
All right. By the way, Henry, prediction for Bobby and Trump administration. What do you guys think Trump is going to do with Bobby? You think Health and Human Services to be over the FDA and everything else?
I don't know if he can get confirmed.
Well, if Trump has the Senate, he probably can. Well, and it looks like Trump's going to pick up. It'll be Republican Senate, so why not? Does he need 60% to get confirmed? They could probably bully some people.
It's not worth the battle, though. It's not worth the
political capital.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
I don't know. Yeah,
I think he'll be an outside advisor.
It could be.
Yeah.
Elon too, maybe.
I don't think he wants a job. You know what I mean? I don't think he wants. He'd have to do all these different things, move to DC. And...
All right, Poll Girl saying Minnesota Trump 58, Harris 41. I don't know what you're looking at.
Who?
Poll Girl saying Minnesota Trump 58, Harris 40.1.
I think it's pretty early.
All right, guys, we can't hear over here. Yeah, please. All right, we got Bob Tranquilli, Canadian for
Keep
Trump
in mind,
over here.
there's thousands of people watching at home, so try to
literally there's
thousands,
1,913 and a few hundred on X, and I gotta look at Rumble for the rants, but sorry to rain on the parade, guys. Let's see, which one are we sharing? I don't know what people are saying that he's doing great in Minnesota, but I'm not seeing it. Or Wisconsin or whichever. I don't.
People were hating Waltz. I know that. Even before this.
Because of the tampons?
Well, he wasn't an embarrassment. You know what? He's the one that refused the National Guard at first.
Yes.
And in our city where I grew up, that part of the town, which is mainly
Are you from there?
260 businesses, mostly minority owned, burned to the ground.
Oh,
my liquor store I went to.
Oh, wow.
All right. Well, that should be burned to the ground.
Blame him.
Look at what's with New Mexico. What's going on in New Mexico?
I don't know what does it show him because I don't think he's going to. That doesn't seem like a likely place.
Where's my little calendar?
I'm not seeing super.
Something will be a surprise, hopefully. You know. Oh, here's the map. Let's see what's going on here. Well, she's up by a couple with 30% in.
Yeah, we got 838 on Rumble watching.
Well, those are hardcore felons. Colorado.
No, she's got Colorado's so blue. I just,
Minnesota.
I'll be shocked if they. Yeah, they called it, didn't they?
Minnesota's only got 2.9% of the vote in.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, they're talking about going on and about this Minnesota. 2.9. That's
What's
nothing.
the deal with Minnesota? Were you showing me something about Minnesota?
I think they're showing.
Somebody was showing me something that the machines broke or they
that was
lost the
Georgia. I
balances.
thought that was
Yeah.
Georgia, Gwinnett County, and
What?
that was Gwinnett County in Georgia.
No. It was something about Minnesota. Separate. No, a whole separate Minnesota thing.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Wow.
Look at Arizona's got a big chunk in, Eric. 48% in Arizona. Maybe it won't take 13 weeks.
Maybe, but they'll go and stop at Maricopa and say, "Oh well, everything broke. What are you going to do?"
Mexico's close. Within five.
Oh shit! It's striped red at the moment. How many votes are in?
Big chunk, 46.
Wow, no, 22%.
Almost 30. It's showing here.
Okay, well, I will say this about New Mexico.
Yeah,
it doesn't seem likely. However, Trump did travel there, and he had a rally.
Yeah.
In New Mexico.
Yeah.
When he was showing it far closer in New Hampshire, he ignored New Hampshire and went to New Mexico. So
it's weird.
There are
it's
internal
only
polls.
5 votes, though. I mean, it's only.
Yeah, but what's New Hampshire?
5. New Hampshire's a couple, 4. I mean.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just saying maybe he has some internal polling that showed something going in New Mexico, and and not in New Hampshire because people were questioning it. Why would you go to New Mexico when the polls are showing you doing better in New Hampshire?
Mm.
But we don't see the internal polls. That's what makes me crazy.
Look at the House.
I like the color.
No, but look, 129 to 88 so far.
I like the color. Like I said.
Yeah, look at the color. Look at this.
It's a very pretty.
Look at that.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
But that's a presidential election too. I mean, let's look at the map right now. How much red? How much blue?
Yeah.
I mean, and when it comes to counties, it's almost disturbing when you look at the county map, the amount of Republican coverage, which is like the whole country. And then you have just these mega opolis that are Democrat.
You think this 205, 117 is solid?
Probably, yeah. Because they're not calling these strike places yet.
Right.
I mean, I think that it's going to get to like 240 or whatever.
And then tighten up.
Oh, yeah. But then it's just down to whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, like right now we're showing projected decision desk 280 to 258 Trump.
Yeah, that's close. One state that's way there.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
No, it'd take a couple states.
Yeah.
80 to 58 is the 22.
Well, once you get into this week,
margin.
and start finding votes this week. That's the problem.
Well, that's why I'm hoping that they finish
because
counting.
Then they know what they need. It's
I
almost
know.
beneficial to do it this way for them.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can then come up with the exact number to clinch it.
I know. That's
and
why.
And your opponent can't.
Well, that's why we're worried about freaking Gwinnett County.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, what are you going to do? All right, they want us to look at the map. There you go. Okay, Trump pulling away in Iowa. Let's look at Iowa here.
Dude, Wisconsin is a dead heat.
Look, he's already been called in Iowa.
Okay, I don't know what she was talking about. She just took a check. That piece. Of
Well, good. Then her career's over.
Her career's
Have a nice
over.
day.
She gave up her career. She probably got a retirement position. Watch what she ends up with.
Yeah, CNN.
Right. Watch when the dust settles in 6 months where this bitch ends up.
You know what? We should do that. We should have
I'm gonna stay on it.
You know, have a list of all these people and just say, okay, where are they now?
Now, yeah.
Because you know who I want to talk about?
Who?
Alan Lichtstein. I want to see that. Oh, Lichtman. Sorry. Yeah. I want to see that son of a bitch after this election because I'm tired of that guy. And he's the biggest bloviator I've seen. Let's see here.
Georgia's got 87% of the vote in.
And they're not calling it.
And he's up by over 3 points.
All right, Pool Girl, thank you. About Minnesota, I think there's a long way to go on that one, though. Very little votes in yet. Bob Tranquilli, Canadian for Trump. I already covered that. Hey, Hawaii, from Alexander. And then Paul Henry gifted, this is a new face. Paul Henry gifted 5 America's Untold Stories.
Oh, wow.
Memberships. Thank you, Paul. All right. Let's see. Georgia, Trump may win by 100,000 votes. Yeah, as long as they find the damn votes that are there ahead of time. Oh, wait, they're showing Georgia solid red now. Whoa, hold on. Look at this map.
Well, somebody's got to call it.
Oh, they called it. Decision desk. All right, decision desk called Georgia. It's decision desk that called Georgia. Let me qualify it.
Yeah, we should win.
They're the ones who also called Virginia. So
yeah.
So let's hope somebody else does too.
Wait, Georgia. Let's see what Georgia does. Yeah.
Let's see if somebody else called Georgia because that's going to be big. Oh, that's another battleground state.
I'm prepared.
Good. Yeah.
I'm ready to rumble.
You better be. All right. Who does? Oh, okay. All right. So they found them. Wow, what a S show, man! What an S show.
242.
Yeah, I think 242 confirmed according to that. But again, the Virginia thing's still bugging me. Okay, well, she's finally showing a lead in Virginia at 95% in, 49.4 versus 48.9.
She'll be behind.
Huh?
Oh, he's got 45 million votes now. She's got 40 million.
Oh, I like seeing that.
Yeah.
So he's winning popular at the moment.
Yeah.
Hey, that's
By
been my
5
bet.
million.
I'll take it.
That's where. Well, there's no California.
Oh, I know that, but there's is Texas been called yet? Because Texas it has been called.
He picked up 5 million in Texas alone.
All right. I still think his margins in California are going to be tighter than they were. He'll lose, obviously.
You know what's amazing? California has 54 electoral votes, and New York has 28.
I know.
And it used to be close. Like, it was almost the same number.
Well, hold on. Texas has 40-something.
Yeah.
Way more than New York. As a matter of fact, Florida.
I think everyone left New York.
I think Florida has more than New York now, right?
30 to 28.
Yeah.
All moved to Florida.
Yeah. I mean, no, New York's been draining for a while.
28. That's crazy.
Yeah. Pretty.
Pennsylvania may catch up.
I was just going to say that Pennsylvania might actually do that.
Yeah.
Well, what about Illinois? I bet you they're going down too.
Yeah. Illinois is down at 19.
I mean, yeah, you've got, but California is actually shrinking themselves, and Texas is growing. Florida's growing. People are moving with their feet. All right, let's see. Scott Harmon, he's gonna do it, fellas. Let's effing go. I'm ready to see those JFK files.
Wow.
Tonight is a giant middle finger to the deep state. Thank you, Scott Harmon.
Thank you, Scott Harmon.
I think Scott Harmon's here.
Oh, he's in the bathroom. Guy's sending super chats from the bathroom.
He's sending a super. I'll take it. Thank you very much. That's why I'm like, Scott Harmon.
He went out to check his account and he's sending in super chats.
Wow. Yeah, Texas and Florida are 70 electoral votes. Wow. Mark, I'm hoping he takes them both. I'm telling you, but it's possible. Oh, Scott Harmon's saying he's in Georgia. Okay, I'm confused. All right, well, Scott, wherever you are, we thank you for the super chats.
56% is in. 51.
Somebody said Gavin Newsom got the result he wanted.
That's funny.
That is funny. Very true. Is there New Mexico still showing red?
Yeah.
It's 26% in though.
Yeah, I got 35%.
Oh, Albuquerque hasn't turned anything in yet.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, everyone in that state lives in Albuquerque.
Yes.
You ever been to Albuquerque? It's all Indians. Tomahawks and Indians, the whole state.
Yeah, it is very, very much heavy populated. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was thinking Scott Hanna. Scott Hanna is here. Scott Harmon is in Georgia.
Close.
But Scott Hanna lives in Georgia too. And here. So, oh, yeah. Leslie's watching.
Oh, she's going to pick up 54 from California at 11 o'clock, right?
Well, I think
she's going to pick up 8 from Oregon and 12. It's 60. That's 74 right there, Eric.
Oh yeah. She's gonna get over 250. I think pretty much automatically, right? I mean, when you get all that in.
Yeah. 54 and 20, 74. 74.
James Lasso with 1999. This is for a stiff drink to celebrate if Trump wins, or an even stiffer drink if he loses. Yeah,
Thanks,
that's
James.
true. Okay, Michigan is tied. It's saying. Hold on, let me look at the map. All right, that's New Mexico. I want to check back on New Mexico later. I feel like that's such a long shot.
Michigan is tied. Look at that, with 22% in. That'll go all night. Michigan, you don't.
Well, I mean, Biden won it by a squeaker. Trump won it by a squeaker. I mean, they're. I don't even know. I mean, okay, he's ahead in Wisconsin though by 0.4.
Look at Arizona, 49.5 to 49.7.
Well, which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at this.
Fox News?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm still on decision desk, so let me get a Fox News.
What is that?
It's just another. That's the one where they called Virginia, whatever. Yeah. So let's see, Fox News. We're looking at the map. Oh, here we go. All right, New Mexico. Yeah. Hold on, New Mexico. She's at 53 versus 44, according to Fox. That's looking more like what I expected.
Yeah, that's normal. Right?
Yeah. I'm sure Albuquerque's starting to drop in now. I mean, Arizona,
look at Arizona.
Close. Very close. Yeah, see, they haven't called Virginia yet. What are we at? Oh, 69.2. Okay, they're behind. Somebody else has 95% in. So these guys are all over the place. Let's see the Senate here while we're on this. Trying to see the Senate. It's not changing.
What do you see?
For some reason, it's not letting me pick the Senate. So, all right, PA, he's still ahead. Michigan, he's ahead. Wisconsin, he's ahead, according to Fox. According to Fox, he's ahead in all three.
That's good.
Okay. Iowa, the one in question, 54.93 versus 43.7.
Just what everyone predicted.
Yeah. 10 to 11
Except for
points.
the woman who accepted that job position at the University of Iowa.
Right. Except
Whatever
Fox
it is,
hasn't
I
called
mean,
it yet.
I guarantee it's something like a dean of students at the University of Iowa, head of the journalism school. You know, I mean, some prestigious $400,000 a year salary.
God, how can they pay him that much at a school?
What?
Jesus.
That's what they
I mean,
get.
yeah, but it's ridiculous. It's like, where the hell are you getting your funding? I mean, you're making more money than the president.
I don't think they think of it that way.
No, they don't think of it at all. They probably think that they're being underpaid.
Yeah.
Because they're so intellectually superior than all of us.
Well, she's going to get something. Because remember, what's her name? She ended up becoming the president of Stanford, who was another Democratic apparatchik, the head of Homeland Security.
Oh, Condoleezza Rice.
No, not Condoleezza.
Oh, no. Oh, she was at Stanford, but not her. Okay.
This
Sorry.
short woman from Colorado. Remember, we were talking about her, you and I?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Does that come up in the search? Short woman from Chicago?
Yeah, I was trying something else.
Colorado? Oh, okay.
No, it's not him.
Oh, New York Times says Trump at 84% now.
All right. I'll take it.
CNN has Trump ahead in PA.
I'll take it.
CNN has him ahead all over, I guess. Oh, Polymarket has him at 89% now.
Well, it does sound surprising like Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
He's not wrong.
The only difference is that this one is more expected. I mean, this one felt like copium on the Democrats' part. If it goes this way, because all the polls seem to show consistently, at the end that the momentum was there. He was going up.
Yeah.
And then you get this, Iowa poll. It's like whatever. So everybody starts hurting and doing what they can. But I'm hoping. This is the Fox one, which I don't care for because it's not showing the lean. The other one at least is showing the stripes, showing that, it's going this way or it's going that way. I'm just mad at the decision desk, though, because I feel like they're calling stuff so early. This one you're talking about.
You can't have it both ways.
Yes, I can. I can.
You want it both ways?
That's right. I am Goldilocks. What locks I have left are blonde. Thank you.
Oh, Dr. Drew was good.
Yeah, he was great. I could have talked to him for another 2 hours on narcissism and all that stuff, but he didn't have time. Okay, so yeah, this. Even if she does pull it out, though, 1.2 percentage points.
You mean the popular vote?
No, Virginia.
Oh, Virginia.
Yeah, because I think Biden won it by like 5 or 6.
She's ahead in Virginia by a little bit.
That's what I said. If she does stick on here and beats him by just over 1%, that's still good. For the overall picture, narrow. Okay, so PA, he's up 3 in Pennsylvania.
Well, that flipped.
57 in. That's good. Wisconsin, he is up a point. 53% in. Minnesota, I don't know. They're not showing any counted in here. Maine is showing red stripes with Trump up. Interesting. New Mexico is showing blue. But here's the problem. Okay. It was a much bigger spread on Fox. And I feel like you go one side to another and you're getting different numbers depending on where you are.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a...
I don't know.
Oh, by the way, Kamala won New York. And they gave her New Hampshire, no question. Wow. There's an ass kicking. Look at Wyoming.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not enough people in the state to count for a city.
Let's take a look at this Senate map here.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, but it wasn't clicking over. So I have it here.
Ohio.
48 to 37.
Moreno's got a
Democrats
6-point lead. Looks like Ohio is pretty solid.
Yeah, I think that they've already.
It's not called here by Fox.
It's not called here either, but Bernie's got a 5-point lead.
Yeah.
But it does say that Democrats have already lost one seat. So we're good.
That's West Virginia.
Yeah. And
McCormick and Casey, I think they gave it to Casey, and he's losing to McCormick.
Okay.
Oh, he's an incumbent. No, they haven't called it.
Okay, hold on. This is looking good. 48 Republicans to 37 Democrats now.
Yeah.
And there's 5 leading Senate, Republican states right now. So if they pick that up, we're looking at 53. That's excellent.
Oh, Tester's done. He's done.
Yeah, okay. Well, they haven't counted in there yet at all. Maybe it'll be 54. Because, I mean, Maine. Oh, that's 1% in. We'll have to wait and see. McCormick is leading. Casey. They've already called Utah for John Curtis. Interesting. They called Wyoming.
Just want to see this Garvey Schiff race. See how it plays out.
California?
Garvey and Schiff, yeah. Yeah, I'm curious.
Schiff by like 20.
Yeah.
Even though they're projecting it heavy for Trump, even here, 283. So it's not giant electoral.
No. A win's a win, though, Hunley.
Oh, 100%. Well, what I'm saying, ironically, I think he's still going to get the popular, though. I think it's
Could be.
shifting. Let's see. Alexander B. No need to read live. Guy in the back talking is highly disruptive. All right. Oh, never mind. Minnesota 58, Trump 38, Harris. Now Trump 60 in Minnesota.
Yeah, that's only 5% in. That's probably.
I know. Poor girl, we got to get more votes in.
That's without the Somalis.
But poor girl was super chatting us the whole time. I appreciate that, but you might want to just hold off a little bit. We are excited though. Yeah, New York Times says 88% chance for Trump winning.
Is this us here? You're doing this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. I'll scroll up to the map. There we go. See, I don't like them calling early, but I do like the stripes for a quick visualization of who's leading or not. Or
it's an easy way to show trends.
Right.
I mean, Cruz won by 10 points.
Say what?
Cruz won by 10.
I'm not. Okay, that one I'm not going to say shocked or surprised. Because
I know.
I don't know why they keep doing it. It's like they love to get on him.
Maybe that's his style of campaigning. Just like Bigfoot the guy, just like pull the fire alarm, just go berserk. Who knows?
But they're calling it. I mean, rope it up.
Yeah.
I know. I really wish they would talk about actual emergencies. I mean, because Bruce.
That's fine.
I guess he's working on losing overtime. Wow. Insane. Oh, 60% in on Pennsylvania. I don't know, Mark. I feel like if the lead is strong enough, they're just going to count it in.
What? You're just going to.
I think that if it's not close enough to do anything, they'll just call it.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong, but like Pennsylvania or whatever, 60%.
Arizona may be meaning it.
Yeah, well, if he wins Pennsylvania, Arizona is painless, right? I mean,
but how do you call Pennsylvania? I mean, they got to till tomorrow night.
Well, they do, but they're at 60% already.
Yeah.
They have till tomorrow night. That doesn't mean they have to take.
Oh no, I agree. But Philadelphia will.
Maybe
that 40 may be out of Philly.
Well, let me look. Let's see if they've turned it in yet. Philadelphia, Lancaster is 77% in. Philadelphia, Chester 11.
How much out of Philly? Allegheny.
I'm trying to.
It's the only two that matter.
Oh, here. There's a drop down. Hold on. Allegheny is at 82%.
Okay.
She's 60. Which one?
Philly.
Philadelphia. Is that a county?
Yeah, it's an actual county.
Oh, okay. So it's like Virginia. All right.
Yeah.
57%. Not too bad.
Not too bad.
She's at 77 to 21.
But they're going to keep counting, slow as possible, dragging the heels out of Philadelphia.
Maybe. I'm just wondering, though, if the numbers are going strong enough his way.
Well, he's got 120,000 votes. You think they could find 120 in Philly?
Potentially.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's going to be harder if he does have a stronger showing.
Right, but I'm saying he's not going to. Again, the point is he's not going to be able to come up with anything more than what comes up now.
No.
That's the problem. Whatever that final thing is, whether it's 210, 340, they have a number to go dig in the garbage to come up with.
I know.
That's my whole point.
Have the rest turn theirs in, though? I don't know.
It's 120 right now with 62% in.
Clearfield in, Cameron, Elk.
120,000.
I'm trying to find Bucks and see if they held out.
Don't forget Biden won by 80.
Right. McKean's only 48% in, so they're holding out. Warren's holding out.
Who?
I'm looking at these upper red counties,
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Good.
okay. So.
Good. Maybe they figured it out.
Well,
I don't know. They might have.
Mayor Longo has been out there railing, saying, "Don't turn it in, don't turn it in, don't turn it in."
It's not like I invented it. I mean, it's
I
just
know.
logic.
Right. Well,
Although I did hear it from my grandfather years ago.
Well, apparently John Mitchell won.
Mitchell figured it out too.
Yeah, it sounds like he nailed
That's
it.
in Rosen's book, by the way.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Yeah.
I'm
I don't want to
hoping
bother Rosen until after the election, so I'm going to wait a couple of days, like maybe Friday, and hit him up.
Okay.
But
Butler.
we'll go either way.
Okay. Butler is at 95% in.
Really?
Yeah, Trump 66.1 expected.
Right. So that's going to end. That's going to tap out Butler.
Potentially.
Right. Instead of Butler sitting on 40%.
But I'm looking at like Warren here. It's at 52. McKean 48.
You show me a blue county that's higher than a red county, and I'll kiss your ass.
I'd rather not prove you right.
I mean,
there was one.
Spiritually.
Lackawanna.
Spiritually.
Monroe's at 68. This is 95. Pittsburgh 86.
Pittsburgh's 86% in?
Yeah. And they're blue.
Okay, so they're withholding a little. 14%.
And Cambria is 21, so they're lower, but
yeah.
Clearfield, I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. 11 in Chester, 46 in Montgomery,
46,
57 in Philadelphia. So, I mean, they're
right, but
that's
that's the biggest county in the state. So
I
57
understand.
leaves you.
It does, but they are turning them
close to
in
half
Monroe.
a million votes. That's why it is that important.
I get it. I know,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I mean,
Like what happened? They just stopped counting there. I mean, what's the deal? They put 90 people on it overnight. That's what they said, Eric.
Yeah, I mean,
you're telling me you couldn't put 200 people on this job tonight in the whole city of Philadelphia?
They're broke, man. Let me see. Check this super. Wisconsin's been flipping all night. Wow.
Well, we know what states not to move to based on these numbers.
Oh, yeah.
That's one thing that's helped. Vermont's out.
You know what, though? I like Virginia, damn it.
I like Vermont, too.
But, you know, okay.
Connecticut's close.
A lot of my area in Virginia turned red.
Look at Maine. It's like 6 points. Is Maine cold?
Unfortunately, where I live, like at 70%.
Oh, my God.
Well, 69.9. I'll take the 0.1. The 0.1 was Leslie and me. Cornell West got 0.7. He led over Jill Stein and Chase Oliver.
Look what their disingenuous Daily Mail headline is. Deadlock. They just keep saying that over and over again. No matter what information comes in.
Copium.
Yeah.
All right, he's still 2.3 ahead in Pennsylvania, but we'll see. 65% in. Wisconsin, he's 1.4 up, 58% in. And then Michigan, she's up by 7 almost, but only 29% in. So I don't know. Oh, Arizona's starting to trend.
Is that true?
It's striping red, 49.7 to 49.5. 54% in. Damn, they're quick.
I got 50% in, and it looks like 49.49.
All right, well,
What do you
mine, 54, 49.7, 49.5.
Okay.
Chase Oliver and Jill Stein each with 0.4.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Interesting.
Listen to Baris right now. He says he's looking at she needs about 700 votes in Philadelphia to take Pennsylvania, and she's not seeing
700,000.
700.
Yeah.
The last 10%.
Yeah.
Give it a break.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good. See, I need that math mind to be able to just get
Yeah,
those numbers.
that's all he does. I don't know how he does that. He might be autistic or something.
Yeah, well, that's probably.
Yeah.
I mean, good.
Yeah, he's
I
kind
credit
of
him.
autistic.
Senate race in Arizona doesn't look good, Mr. Mike had to say.
Who do you got there?
Is
Is that the Astro? Oh, you're talking about Lake.
Yeah.
She's been losing for 2 years. People are shocked.
Girl, you don't have
She's
to
never
shut up.
even been close in these races.
Poor girl, you don't have to shut up, but it is costing you money, and I do deeply appreciate it. So, and I'm hoping that it holds true.
There's two words in that election: white bitch. I think that's how they perceive her.
Yeah, she's.
I mean, I don't agree with that, but I think that's how she's perceived. And they lost that one too. Yeah.
You know, I think she'd fare better in New York in some ways because she's got a personality that I think gels better with you. But in some areas, it's like, wait, you're a little too assertive. There are some who feel that way.
I mean, if I like her, they must hate her guts there.
Well, that's true.
Oh, this is
by the way, Texas, everybody's talking about how Texas is purpling.
Yeah.
He won by 14. It's 14 up on it, 77% in.
Okay.
So that's double digit, pretty solid. That doesn't sound that terribly purple. Nah, I'd call that that's holding pretty good red. I mean, and then Florida, guess what? 14 in Florida.
What's with Broward County? They always turn in votes late. You think the Jews are up to this?
But I think that
who is it? Who? Oh, right. That's right. Yeah, she's still there.
Wow.
Oh my God. Right.
I thought that the Jews have been turning out more for Trump though this round than ever before. So he's making inroads.
It's about 50-50 now. Yeah. It
That's
was
a
about
big jump.
70-20 for a long time.
That's a pretty big jump. Right?
It's a big jump.
I mean,
it's a big jump. Oh, there we go. Somebody got something.
Yeah, well,
it's more bottles than there are people.
Well, it looks like Georgia's been called by here. Have they been called anywhere else yet? No, not yet. You're still off the hook.
No, sorry.
What's your percentage
of what
on Georgia? 91% according to
my
decision
percentage. 90%.
And I have Trump 51 to 48.2.
They're just gonna sit. They're just gonna stall on Georgia. It's gonna be the same shit for Georgia. They're not gonna buckle. They're not gonna call it. It's gonna be shenanigans for days.
With the Republican governor and Republican.
Yeah, it really is shocking. It really is shocking that you can't deliver this piece of shit state. You know what I mean?
Well, I think Trump's got to get on the phone with Kemp and
It's
say,
not. I mean,
can we
how much
finish
more
this
has he
up?
got? How much more has he got to? Yeah, how much more has he got to do to win Georgia? I mean, North Carolina goes, South Carolina goes, Florida goes, Alabama, Mississippi.
somebody called
but no
Marino
Georgia.
in Ohio.
In the middle of the whole thing, they're going to be blue.
Rich says leans Republican on Pennsylvania now.
Okay.
On his stuff, and Trump's killing it in Michigan. He's up in counties he lost last time by double digits.
Okay. Somebody's saying that they called it for Marino in Ohio. Somebody did. Oh, look.
What do you say?
If that's true already. I like that. Already at 50. Ta.
Well, there's 15 to be called.
Yeah, but they're already at 50.
Well, this says 48.
Okay, so we'll see what.
Yeah, and this is New York.
What is
This is New York
Ohio
Post.
showing?
I
Is
trust
this
the
one
New York-
called Ohio?
He's up by 5 with 86%.
I think he's going to win it, but okay,
Yeah.
they'll wait it out. But that's
Yeah.
fine. New York Post. Let me look
They're
at that.
using AP, the Post.
All right. Well, AP is generally the one to.
Let's take a look. 154 to 102, but 179 to be called. So,
all right. So let's see. Up for
there's a lot
grabs.
of races out.
Well, you want to talk cowardly? Here we go again. Up for grabs. That's the headline. That's
I
not
know.
that different than.
I know.
Okay, they called Ohio for Trump. New York Post did. So let me look at the Senate again. They called the Senate.
They've called the
Wait,
here
hold
it says 48-37.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
What are you
so
looking at?
they called it for Trump, but I guess they're waiting on the Senate because I'm looking at the. Here's Senate. Okay, that's weird. So they called it for Trump on Ohio. Oh, you know what? New York Post hasn't called North Carolina. Maybe you bought too early.
That's why I was holding out.
All right. Well,
I figured I'd give it.
all right. Georgia, they still haven't called. They've called no battlegrounds, you cowards.
I could have gotten away.
Holy cow! They got Trump leading in Minnesota still. What's the number though? 9%. Never mind.
No, that's nothing.
Wisconsin.
Explain to me why it's
60.
9%. They've been closed. The polls been closed for so long.
Because there's a governor who's probably on the phone saying, don't do it. Don't turn him in. Arizona, he's got a slight edge. 50%.
He's up by 2 in Wisconsin with 60% in. I mean, but still.
Yeah.
Michigan.
He's up now in Michigan. He was way down in Michigan. So,
But isn't it essentially the same thing? Like if we went to bed right now, like and just went to bed and then woke
Yeah,
up,
don't
and
remind me.
all 4 of those flipped. And they just said, sorry, we, counted them. The cities came in.
And it was the most honorable best count we've ever done.
Had the greatest count ever.
Absolutely.
And then she's the president of the United States.
All right, Polly Market has Trump at 93%. That scares me. I hate when it's that high. It's like, that means people are going to get a lot of money.
I don't like that.
Because 93% means, okay, so if you bet for her and she wins, you're going to make so much money.
Yeah.
Oh, obviously they call DC. Wow, look at that. Kamala Harris, 92.4. Why does DC even have electoral votes, by the way?
It has 2 or what?
3. I feel like they should have none. Oh, 26 the governors to 22 right now, and some more Republicans. Nice lead on the House. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow. That's going to be quite a blowout. I'm telling you, Mark, that the Senate.
No chance.
The Senate might be brutal. Oh, that's weird. An independent is winning in Maine in the Senate. What are the vote counts? 70%, so God only knows. Oh, wait a minute. That's weird. In Maine, they have an independent versus a Republican. They don't have a Democrat. Angus King is an independent. Huh? It is, yeah. But it's kind of weird because on the Senate side, they don't have a Democratic.
Pennsylvania +2, Michigan 2.5.
Okay.
+2. What is he talking
Rich Bear said Pennsylvania is up 2.
What?
Trump is +2, and Michigan Trump is +2.5.
Oh, okay.
On the lead.
And you're up there. Pennsylvania +2, and Michigan.
Oh, hey, Trump reduced the deficit in New Jersey to -5%. I gotta look at that. That's impressive, dude. Look at that. That looks like a little more than 5%, guys. That's 6.2%. Oh, it's not out yet, though. 71% in. God, if he gets within 5 points in New Jersey, that's impressive. Yeah.
Oregon?
It's got to be 2% in.
11 o'clock is when they started reporting this. So
Yeah.
California went blue.
You're kidding.
California, the polls didn't even close. They just said we declare
we're done. Yeah, there you go. Utah did the same thing, though, for Trump. 0 votes in.
Utah did?
Yeah. What is he looking at? Decision desk? Is that stripes on the states?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking at the same one I am. So I guess he likes that one better. I'll go with it then. So he says, it's a Democratic People's Republic. Yes, it is 11th, but who knows? You know, inroads and things can change. You'll be shocked to hear that Colorado has been called for Kamala Harris.
Nineteen
19 in Pennsylvania. Trump's at 46 to 162, according to this one, the decision desk headquarters.
It's got a 3-point lead in Pennsylvania here with 70%.
Same here. 51 to 48.1.
She's at 193. Because of California, Oregon, Virginia.
This shows her at 162.
Here it's got her at 193 because they gave her Washington, Oregon, and California.
Oh, okay. We don't have Washington, and Oregon's still being counted here.
Yeah, they gave her the 8.
Oh yeah.
By the way, Trump's leading by 6 million votes overall, according to this.
Oh yeah.
How about yours? I don't know.
No, I have a place in Palm Beach. A place.
Somebody said 4 points in PA.
It depends. It depends how tired I am. I have a room here, but I have a house in Palm Beach. I should imagine.
Yeah, there you go.
All the support I've given that bastard.
Yeah, you were probably about as surprised as anybody with the RFK teaming up with Trump.
I wasn't surprised at all. I just wanted it to be earlier. Yeah, but that was intentional because I saw that it was a waste of time from day one. So I'm like, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Like, why are you wasting our time? He waited till the last possible minute on the earth to do it. He could have done it in May, and not had to battle the courts. Right, the schmuck thought he could just say no, and then he was done.
Oregon, go Kamala. All right, well, folks.
Well, it just would have given him more, of Kennedy's voters and more Kennedy campaigning and cleaned out the ballots, statewide. Put it this way. Let me give you a different analogy. Joe Rogan endorsed him last night. You think that helped? You think that fucking helped having this guy endorse him last night as opposed to a year ago? Come on. What point is Joe Rogan making? He's getting on a bandwagon at midnight. Who is he influencing? Half the country already voted already.
All right, I'm going to go and wrap it up. I think we're good on the stream, and then we can do it here.
All right, whatever you want.
Everybody, thank you so much. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely, bro.
All right, everybody, thank you
they
so
have it
much.
At 193, 216 here.
I'm sorry about audio at different points and on a missed, but we're doing what we can. We have to work with the bandwidth at hand, and I appreciate it very much for those of you who are here. Everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. And hopefully we'll have
I came down here and covered this
Friday.
As a journalist.
Thank you.
I went in
Have a great
and registered on purpose to vote.